it is filled with quiet and good things. Better steady heart than haste without peace. Walk in wisdom and stand. Fret not thyself because of thee, O man, neither be thou envious, for there shall be a reward, and thine expectations shall not be cut off. My son, fear thou the Lord, and meddle not with them that are given to change. Wisdom buildeth the house, understanding makes it stand. By knowledge it is filled with quiet and good things. There shall be a reward, and hope shall remain. Walk in wisdom and stand. Wisdom buildeth, and it stands. Wine is a mocker, strong drink raging, but the wise are not deceived. And spirit is the candle of the Lord, searching the inward heart. A just weight is his delight. A just weight and a balanced way. Better a steady heart than gained without truth. The Lord delighteth in honest scales. Walk in wisdom and be at peace. Man's goings are of the Lord. Who can know his own way? The hearing ear and seeing eye, the Lord hath made them both. Open thine eyes and be satisfied. A just weight and a balanced way. Better a steady heart than gain without truth. Man's steps are of the Lord, his counsel shall remain. Walk in wisdom and be at peace. A balanced way. Be at peace.
Keeps the precepts of the law will not.
Hear ye children, the instruction of a father, and attend to no understanding. For I give you good doctrine, forsake ye not my law. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Keep thy heart, guard it well. Let thine eyes look right on, and let thine eyelids look straight before thee. his integrity, and he that is perverse in his lips. The fear of the Lord tendeth to life, and he that hath it shall abide satisfied. The desire of a man is his kindness, and a faithful man who can find. Walk in integrity and rest in quiet truth. Better a simple heart than riches without peace. The fear of the Lord bringeth life and quietness within. Walk in integrity and be at rest. A man's discretion maketh him slow to anger, and it is his glory to pass over a transgression. The counsel of the Lord that shall stand, and his purpose shall remain. He that keepeth understanding shall find good.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 29th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, allow me to extend a personal invitation for you to get your brushes and your paints and paint along with us each show. And if you've been with us before, please allow me to thank you for inviting us back for another series of painting shows. We'll use about a dozen colors of some unorthodox brushes, and each show I'll show you how to put some unnatured masterpieces right here on the canvas. So I tell you what, let's get started. Today we'll have run all the colors across the screen right there that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me tell you what I've got going up here. Today I'm using an 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas, but you use whatever size you'd like. And I've just covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of liquid white. The liquid white is designed just to make the canvas wet and to make it slick. It allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas. Makes your whole painting life a lot easier. So let's get started. Now today we just do a very simple little scene that I hope you'll enjoy. Let's start with a little 2-inch brush and a touch of the alizarin crimson. And we just load a little bit right into the bristles. Put a little paint out, tap the bristles firmly to assure a nice even distribution of paint all the way through the bristles. And let's go right up here. And we'll take this old brush and just making little X's, little crisscross strokes. We'll just very quickly drop in just a little warm part in the sky here. Maybe we'll have a little pink in the sky. I sort of like that. And in our world, we can do anything that we want to do here. Any old thing. There. Doesn't take too long when you're using a brush that's 2 inches wide. Oh, okay. Without even cleaning the brush, so we'll go right into little phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It's a very warm blue. Very nice. Once again, just tap a little color into it, and let's go back up here. And still using our little crisscross strokes, X's. That's all they are, little X's. We'll just apply a little bit of the phthalo blue, something about like so. Then we'll come back after we clean the brush and blend that together. Now the blue is many, many times stronger than this little pink area. It'll just eat it up, so be careful, be careful. Oh, go away. If you want to make the indication of a happy little cloud, all you do is just sort of tap. A little stringy cloud just lives right there in the brush. Isn't that easy? We'll blend him out, have a little stringer cloud. There. Let's see what we have on there. Let's have some water in this painting. I love water, and it's very easy to paint in this style. Still water is always level. And I think today we'll have still water, so pour it from the outside in. Outside in. Something about like so. All right. While I have a little brush going, I want to darken the corners a little bit. I'm going to take a little Prussian blue and just add in the corners here and there. A little bit up there. And we'll go over to the other side and add a little more, and then down to the bottom. We'll put a little down here too. I'm just putting a little Prussian blue in each corner to darken it. And then, the most fun part of this whole technique is washing your brushes. Since these are oil paints, we're washing our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil up. That's really the most fun part of it. Now, the clean brush is relatively dry from just beating it. We'll start in the light area, which is the pink, and we'll blend it all together. Something about like so. That's all there is to it. Okay, and down here, we'll just do the same thing. There. But it's that easy. That easy. What's so fantastic about this is that anybody can put a little masterpiece on canvas with just a little bit of practice, a vision in your mind, and off you go. All right, that's working so well. Take a little white, a little bit of the blue, and grab a little more of the titanium white. I want to make a light blue color here, mostly phthalo blue. And let's just tap a little color into the bristles. This little 2-inch brush will do marvelous things. Watch here, watch here, watch here. It's fun. Just take the corner of the brush and just pull down. Something about like so. Straight down, straight down. I'll make it look like little distant trees, live far back in the distance. A little more color, and we'll just have it, there you go, I don't know, right there. In your world, you create any illusion that you want. There, but I want to keep the bottom light so it looks like mist. You could even take another 2-inch brush, I have several, and tap it. Really get in there and tap it, and then lift upward. It'll help create that illusion of mist right down at the bottom. And sometimes it's a lot of fun to put several layers. It helps create depth in your painting. And for that, we'll add a little more blue, but we make it a little darker. Add a little bit of Prussian blue to it, make it a little darker, but the same thing. And we'll come back, and let's put another little layer in here. Just touching and pulling downward. That's all we're doing. Really all we're doing. Something about like that. There. Now we don't know where that goes. It doesn't matter at this point. And back to our other 2-inch brush, and we'll tap this. I want to create mist again. Notice the separation. It's caused because of the difference in color, difference in value. And that misty area turns out to be your very best friend. Take care of it, treasure it. There. Okay, let's have some more fun. Let's see, let's take some black, some Prussian blue, and a little phthalo blue. It doesn't matter, we just throw it on there. Crimson too, what the heck. Be brave. Be brave. Oh, put a little sap green in there too. It's getting close enough, we should begin seeing some color. A little bit of white. Don't want it totally dark yet. There, perfect. Let me wipe the old knife off. And let's get this fan brush. We'll use a fan brush. Load it full of color, both sides, both sides. Okay, let's go through here. And maybe in our world, there lives, does now, some little trees back in here. Now these are a little closer, you're seeing a little more detail, a little more distinct. There, and we just drop them in. We don't know where they go. Wherever you want. That's exactly where they should go. Don't put too much detail in here. It's too far away. You're not going to see a lot of detail. You see detail when it's very close to you. When things are far away, you make out form, shape, basic color. That's all. Save your detail to the foreground. The lack of detail helps also create that illusion of distance and depth in your painting. It's very, very important. Very important. Okay. I'm going to tap a little of that. That'll help create that illusion of mist down there too. There, lift slightly upward. Lightly. Just a little bit. See? Now then, you know when I was a traditional painter, one of the hardest things to make effectively was reflections. Watch how easy. I'll take some of that same color. We'll take a 2-inch brush touch and pull down. Just pull straight down. It's most important that it goes straight down. Something like so. Straight down. Make those little noises. And very lightly go across. There. And instantly, we have some nice reflections. That's simple. Now here's something that's fun. You take a little, I just use a little white. You're going to create another plane in your painting. Take a little white and lift upward. And it'll make little areas back here that looks like a whole different plane, and the white will end up looking like little trunks in the trees. There, that's easy. Just put a little water line. That way use a liquid white. Pull it out very flat, flat as you can get it. Cut across. Okay? And we can go right up in here. And we can just drop in just a little water line. Just a happy little water line lives back in here somewhere. We don't know where it is. Don't know that we even care. Just let your imagination take you anywhere you want to go. A lot of times I start a painting and have nothing in mind but the time of day and the time of year. And from that, you can paint some fantastic little scenes. Don't worry about it. You don't always have to have a perfect vision in your mind of what it is you're going to paint. Imagination is it's like any other muscle in your body, or like a muscle in your body. The more you practice, the better it becomes. Take some black Prussian blue. We'll put some phthalo green in there. I like phthalo green. Maybe a little crimson. There we go. All right, you wipe off the knife. I just wipe the knife on a little paper towel. I would just use that brush. Little fan brush. Load some color into it. Both sides of the brush. Both sides. Let's go up in here. Let's have a little evergreen tree. He lives right there. See? Just make a line. Take the corner of the brush. Make a touch. Make another one. And just sort of work from the center out. There it goes. It's easier to do them fast than it is slow, though. Here they come. Just sort of back and forth. I had a lady in class one time told me it was like making Z's, the letter Z. She called them Z trees. So I guess that's as good of an analogy as any. From the center out. The center of the tree should be the thickest, darkest, strongest part of the tree. Because you have leaves on the back, you have a trunk in the middle, and you have leaves on this side. We'll have one more there. There we go. I have a little family of trees. You know, if you've painted with me before, I think everybody should have a friend. Even a tree. Even a tree needs a friend. Now, if you want to reflect those, just pop in some general indications of where they are. No big deal. See? We don't make mistakes here. We have happy accidents. Very quickly, you learn to work with anything that happens. Take the big brush, pull down, straight down once again, and then go across. And we have instant reflections. I just use that same fan brush. It has that color we made the tree out of it. I go through cad yellow and little yellow ochre. And immediately we have green. There we are. Let's go up in here. And we can take that green. Let's go back. We'll put some highlights on our little evergreen trees. There we go. All right. So the tree here. He's saying, don't leave me out. I need some dough. There we are. All right. Now, put a little liquid white right on that same brush because I want to lighten the color and make it a little thinner. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. We mix them back up again. Let's go back up there. And we can just take this brush and let's just pop in the indication of some little bushes that live down here. Right down in these little foots. Something about like that. How's that? That looks like a little island. Let's put some dirt there. Let's take some white, a little dark sienna. Mix them together. Cut off a little roll of paint. Go up in here. And we'll take this and we'll just put the indication here. A little bit of soil. Some dirt, some kind. Gotta have a place if this is a little island for all this to sit on. Alright. See there? Oh, there is to it. Okay. Alright, we gotta figure out something to do on the other side now. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. You know, if you've painted with me before, I like old big trees. Let's take a little bit of color right there. Let's go right in here. This is your bravery test. Take the corner of the old 2-inch brush, and let's just begin laying in a basic shape here. Tree it lives right there. Right there. Big old tree. But he's a nice tree. There he is. Alright, while I got that brush going, tell you what, maybe let's do something about like this. And we'll just tap in all kinds of little bushy looking areas. You have to decide what lives here, how far it goes, how tall is it, how short is it, fat, skinny, in between. It's your world. And in your world, you make all the decisions. All the decisions. There we go. See, we just put some dark in here, so later on, our light color will show. We'll just grab there's a fan brush right there. Take a little white, a little bit of the dark sienna. Just want to make the indication here, maybe a little tree trunk, maybe a little more dark sienna. That's nice. Okay, right here. Just want some indications. I'm going to put some happy little leaves on there, so we're going to cover most of those up. Most of them won't show. We'll go right into that. A little sap green, a bit of the yellow. We'll just put it right on this 2-inch brush. Give it a little push. Good shot there. You can see that well. Okay, let's go up in here. Now I want to put some leaves on here. Here's just the corner of the brush. Just the corner of the brush. There we go. See? All there's to it. Just the corner. Think about shape and form. Drop these little rascals in wherever you want. Wherever. You really are the creator on this piece of canvas. You can do anything. You can move rivers, mountains. Create any illusion that you want here. When I go home, the only power I have is over the garbage. I can take it to the street all by myself. But here, I can do anything. Absolutely anything. I decided I want to push right there. And tell you what. Let's get crazy. You know me. If you've painted with me before, I like big trees, and we have one living in our world. Right there. There he comes. We should have done this with a 2-inch brush. It'd been a lot faster. There we go. Just drop it in. Wherever you think it should be. All right. Well, I said big tree. I wasn't kidding. This is a monster tree. Huge tree. And you could have done it with a 2-inch brush just as easy, but much quicker. I like the old fan brush. It gives you a little more detail. Here we go. Smaller tree, because I think he needs a friend. There. Okay, just drop it in. All we're doing once again is putting in the background color. You can put this in with a paint roller. It doesn't matter. As long as the shape is right. We'll come back and separate all of this with some nice highlights. Here's a little brown and white. We're going to put the indication just here and there of a trunk. Just what you can see here and there. There. You don't see it all because you have leaves on this side. We'll go back to our little fan brush. Go right through the cad yellow ochre. Load some color into it. Let's go back up in here. Let's put a highlight or two on here. Evergreens are normally darker than other trees, so don't kill all the dark area in your evergreen. It happens sometimes. It gets feeling good and you don't know when to stop. There. And the base of the tree should be darker than the top. Big shadow areas underneath. And those shadow areas is where all my little friends live. In previous shows we've had, like Peapod the pocket squirrel, my little squirrel that lives with me. We've had him on the show. But this is the kind of places that he likes. Let's take a little bit of color. Let's use the 1-inch brush. We'll go through get some sap green and some yellow. Load a lot of color into the brush.
Have you gone?
More sap green. That's nice. All right, then we can go up here and we can begin picking out individual bushes, one at a time, one at a time. There's a happy little bush. He lives right there. You knew he was there, didn't you? And he's got a little friend named Clyde. Lives right over here. There he is. So you can give all these things names, personalities. Shoot, it's okay. I'm gonna take the little oval brush, dip it in some paint thinner. I'll go through some midnight black and some brown. I'm gonna load it full of color, like that. Then I'm gonna take, and with the other side, I got some light brown I made earlier. I'm just gonna go through, see, like that. Put a little black in it, make it a little. Ooh, that's nice. Now, with that, I just want to come up here and make the indication. You can't see them, too much of them. Some rocks that live up there. Just some happy little rocks. Maybe there's one. There. Something, wherever. Just some indications. Then we'll come back with our brush we were making the bushes with, and we'll settle those right down into the painting. There, now, see? Now they become part of the painting. There we go. Just like so. And we'll make all kinds of little bushes and trees and happy little things that live here in our world. All right. Okay. Shoot, if we had such a place as that, I'd have to go fishing there. I like to fish. But I'm not a very good fisherman. I catch a little fish and take the hook carefully out of his mouth and put a Band-Aid on him, a little CPR, and pat him on the tutu and put him back in the water and go back and catch him again another day. But we'd have to have a way to get up here if we was going to catch that fish. We'd take a little Van Dyke Brown, and let's have us a little path. We had to walk all through these bushes. Mosquitoes would get us, so let's have us a little path that we can walk back in here and catch that big old trout or bass, whatever it is that lives in here. There, take a little bit of, let's find some white, little dark sienna, mix it together, make a little highlight color, just barely touch it, barely, let it graze, that easy, about like so. Okay, there, now let's put something on this side. You have something on the other side of the path. Now let's go on this side. Once again, I'm going to take a 1-inch brush. Notice that it's straight down and I'm pulling it in one direction. It's most important. That loads a lot of paint. See, it rounds one edge. You want to turn it, put that rounded edge to the top. It's most important. Then we take that, we go right up in here. No pressure hardly. Just enough to get the brush to touch the canvas. And we begin working with shape and form. And we create a bush or a tree that lives right there. That's all there is to it. And there's another one. Do one at a time. I know. Sometimes it doesn't work and you get greedy. Do one at a time. One at a time. And put a little bright red on there. Maybe here's one right here. Oh yeah, it's got little, you can see it. It's got little red flowers on the tip. Sneaky. There. We can go back over in here. And we can begin adding in just little things that come out here on the path. About like that. All right. You got your brushes warmed up yet and you ready? You can do this. You can do this. I know you can. I get letters every day from people all over the country that say they never believed they could paint, and they're doing it. Their friends and neighbors don't believe it when they look at their paintings, but they are doing it. There, I'm gonna put a little stick that's right there, a little old tree. Maybe this little tree died and he's naked now, just a skeleton hanging out here. And that happens in nature. There, so we can put little arms on him that are still hanging out. All right. All kinds of little diggers. Maybe over in here. And these little details are what'll make your painting look a little more finished. Take your time when you're doing these and just drop them in here and there and wherever. Take a little light brown with paint thinner on it. And when you mix this, get it very thin. This should be almost ink consistency. Turn the bristles, that'll bring it to a very sharp point. There you see it good against that dark. All right? And where it's very dark, then we make little light trees. Where it's light, we make dark trees. Because they both exist in nature. So you can put little, see, there's a little tree that lives back here. Just has a good time. Looks out over the water, talks to the fish. That's all there's to it. Another way of making little sticks and twigs, take your knife, just a clean knife, and you can reach up in here and just scrape right through the paint. See? And that'll make all kinds of little sticks. And let's come down here, we'll make a few more in here, wherever. You decide where they live. Sometimes these old evergreens here have old dead limbs hanging off of them. And you can do that just with a little flick of the knife. And shoot, with that, I think we about have a finished painting. It's that easy. Let's take a little bit of the paint thinner, a little bright red, and we'll sign this little rascal. Really hope you've enjoyed it. It's a very simple painting that you can do. And if you try it, I'd love to see some photographs of what you're doing. So if you have time, take a photograph, send it to us, let us hear from you. Until then, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a fantastic little painting, maybe it's deep in the woods and it's very dark and misty, and I think you'll enjoy that. So let's start out and have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me, and they'll come across in the same order as I have them on the palette, starting with the white and working around. While they're doing that, let's go on up here. I have the good old standard 18 by 24 inch canvas, and I've already covered it with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's all wet and slick, and it's ready to do a fantastic oil painting on it. So let's just take off and have some fun. Today, let's start. I'll tell you what, let's use a little phthalo blue. Phthalo blue. We'll pick up a little sap green. So we have phthalo blue and sap green. Just sort of mix them on the brush. A little bit of paint. I don't have a whole bunch of paint. Now then, we're going to be deep in the woods. We need some nice colors back in here. So just sort of dance this around and twirl it, let it play. Don't get it too even. We want it to be dark in areas and light in areas. Use a lot of pressure in places, no pressure in places. A lot of pressure, no pressure. Just make all these little different things happen. Just like so. Just like so. A little more color in the brush. We'll just cover the whole top of the canvas like this. Really push hard when you want it to be darker, and then where you want it light, just let it caress the canvas. Just very gentle, very soft. And every once in a while you can get tough. Just grind it in, see it makes a nice dark spot. It's blue, phthalo blue, and sap green. Just mix on the brush. There, I want it a little darker right in there. And you don't care where this goes. Just let it blend down and play. Whatever, it makes no difference. Okay. Now then, let me wash the brush. Let me wash the brush with over this thinner. I have a screen in the bottom of this bucket that I scrub the brush against. Shake out the excess. Just beat the devil out of it. That's all there is to it. Now then, with a clean, dry brush, we'll go right back up in here and just bring all this together. Now you can overblend it till it becomes just one solid mass of color. I don't want to lose all these light and dark areas here. I just want to bring it together, just about like so, right in there. Right in there. Sometimes it's hard to stop. Things get working so well, you just want to keep going. There. When we're all finished, I hope this looks like trees way back in the distance. All kinds of little things will be happening back here. Okay. That gives us a nice little background. We'll just go across, take out the brush strokes. I'm going to have some water down here. So I'll use some phthalo blue, some sap green, and add a little black. We'll make this dark. And I'm going to have water maybe right in here. Maybe a little bit more to the blackish. There we go. I want this to be dark. Start at the bottom because I want it to be the darkest. And then work back upward. That way it's going to pick up the liquid white, and automatically it gets lighter in value. That's where our water will be, somewhere in there. We don't really care right now. Okay, wash the old brush one more time. That's the most fun part of this whole technique, is just washing the brush. Sometimes they slip out of your hand and go across the room. There. Now I'm going to take a lighter brush, put some thinner on it, and go right into a little bit of Van Dyke brown. Now this paint is thin, like water. It's about the consistency of ink. Turn that brush. Pull it to a nice sharp point. See there? Good, let's go up here. Now then, we're going to start making some decisions. There's all kind of trees that live in here. Just wherever you think they should live, that's where they'll live. Look at them. These are faraway trees. Just put the indication here and there. Happy little limb. If it doesn't want to flow off your brush, it's a little bit more than thinner. See, and let it just flow. And I'm just going to put in some basic indications. When you're at home, you have all kinds of time. You can put just as many or as few as you want. There we go. Just wherever you think there should be a tree, that's exactly where it should be. And you can lift up. Some people find it easier to lift upward. Some find it easier to pull down. Try both ways, whichever works the best for you, and it's the right way. There. See? Just as many as you want, just few. And don't make them all straight. Trees grow every which way. Some of them have little kinks in them. They're like people. Everybody's different. Trees are different. Let them be individuals. Let them have personalities. There they go. See all them little rascals? Well, it looks like woods already back here. Now, sometimes it's nice when these paintings dry to have a tree trunk that has some shine to it. So for that, I use liquid clear. Take a little liquid clear and thin the paint down. Now put these in tree trunks that are a little bit closer. Now when this dries, these trunks, it'll look almost like they're glazed. And by glaze, that's a thin paint with an oil base that's put over. The old masters used to use a lot of glazing. It's very pretty. See, that'll help push all those back here, farther back. There we go. There. Just wherever you want these. There we go. Don't want to get too carried away here. You could spend all day just putting in all kinds of beautiful little tree trunks. Alright. The old liner brush does fantastic things. The liner brush is nice because it has a long hair on it. Long hair. And it holds a lot of paint. Okay. Now then, today I'm going to use the oval brush. And I'm going to mix up. Let's take some of that phthalo blue, a little sap green. I'm going to reach right over here, grab a little touch of white. A little more to the bluish side. There we go. So that's phthalo blue, sap green, touch of white. I'm going to add a little black. It's too bright. Too bright. A little more white so we can see what we got. Good. Good. Very nice. Now let's take the old oval brush and just load a little bit of paint. We don't want a whole bunch yet. Let's go right up in here and then just begin just putting a few little details. See how it makes, the oval brush makes it look like there's thousands of little leaves on these rascals. Super for that. And I'm just barely tapping. Barely tapping. Just sort of look at where you think they might live. Drop them in. Drop them in. Now if you want them to have more curve on them, then hold the brush downward. If you want them to be straight, go straight in, see? Isn't that neat? Just barely touching. Allow the canvas to take off what it wants. And maybe down in here we're getting into some things that are a little bit thicker. Some nice bushy creatures that live here. Just like so. And some that just sort of float around. Look at there. There's one. He lives right there. So you can just have as many or as few as you want in your world. All kinds of little things. So it pushes everything back. Alright, maybe over in here there's just some little indications. These will just sort of show through and it'll look like there's all kinds of little branches and leaves. And squirrels have to have a place to hide. I call squirrels tree urchins because they live in a tree. I have a whole bunch of them around where I live. And they come down and I feed them. They come and eat all the time at the house. I have all kinds of little creatures. I have raccoons and possums, bunny rabbits. There we go. On the last show, I think I showed you my little bird. Maybe I'll show him again. We're beginning to get so many calls about him. Maybe we'll just have to show him again. Alrighty. Tell you what, let's do. Let's take a little brown. This is just straight Van Dyke brown. And let's start making some decisions. Maybe there's some land that lives back here. Just all I'm doing here, just pushing in some color. Just like so. Just a little color. No big deal right now. No big deal. We'll take a little white, some dark cyan. Pull it out, cut us off a little bit. Barely touching. Just put the indication of a little highlight here and there. I don't want too much. This is too far back. It's too dark back in here. Too dark. Now then, we'll use a number 6 fan brush. We'll go right into some yellow. I went into the liquid white first. Going into some yellow. Reach up here and grab some sap green. Over here and a little bit of black. There. I want this to be quite dark. A little yellow ochre to it. Just mix these on the brush. Okay. Now maybe back in here we're beginning to see a little color. Just push upward with that brush. Just pushing upward. Look at there. See, and all these little things just sort of happen here. And maybe I'm using that oval brush again. Here I'm going to add a little color. Just put the least little touch of highlight here and there. Not much. Not much yet. When we get into the foreground, then we'll begin adding more highlights. But right now, I just want the least little indication here and there. Little light playing through there. Begin picking out just sort of some individual little bushes. Now then, tell you what, let's do. Let me find. We'll use the old fan brush. Liquid white. Titanium white. Load the brush full of paint. A lot of paint. Okay. Let's go right up here. Maybe there's some happy little water coming right down through here. And it's just bubbling along, having a good time, splashing, carrying on. Just think how water would think. Just pretend your water coming down here and having a good time and just the world's happy and it's a good day. And all of a sudden, oh, you fall over. It falls right over. Look at that. Isn't that easy? You can make a happy little waterfall. There. See, it just drops right over. But you need the dark underneath or it won't show. And it splashes down here underneath this waterfall. And there's just all kinds of little things going on. Like so. So many little happy things. See, put a little splashy here and there. Maybe it... There's a stone under the water there. And all these little things just splash. See? All the little water actions. Just this fan brush is fantastic for doing these. Just absolutely unreal. And sometimes it's fun just to play a little in it. And there it is. We'll just take a 1-inch brush and go right into. We'll use some brown, some black, a little sap green. On a very dark green here. Let's have maybe there's a happy little bush. He lives right here. Just push upward. I want a very dark little bush right here. He's in the shadows in my world. In your world, maybe he's in the sunshine, so you can put all kinds of happy little highlights on him. But in my world, today I'm gonna have him in the dark. There. Put another one right there. Just sort of close all that in. Isn't that neat? See, it pushes that whole area back here. Just pushes it right back into the background. And then, if you lived here, you'd have to have a way to get over this little stream. So let's do that. Let's have some fun. I'll take some Van Dyke brown. Maybe there's a happy little bridge here. And I'll tell you what, maybe it's behind these bushes and all you can see is the part that goes over the water. So let's have it come up. And then maybe like this. We'll put some character in it. And then it has a little bend in it. There. Let me get the small knife. Small knife will be a little better for that. I'll put some little post on here. See, there's a little post. There's one. Look at that. Isn't that cute? There we go. That one goes over behind the bush. Take the big knife. We'll have to put a little rail up here. We don't want anybody to fall off this bridge and get wet. See there? I knew you could do that. A little brown and white. Tiniest little bit of paint. Now I'm going to go along here and just show the indication of a little highlight here and there. Just to brighten him up, make him sing in the sunshine. Used to be a song about singing in the sunshine. Okay, back to my small knife. And I'll put a little indication here on these posts. Little knife gets right in there and does these little things. There. And maybe here and there the light really hits it. You could add just a little sparkle of white. Just don't overdo. Just here and there. Let your light zoom through there. It's right there too. Give it a little sparkle. Makes that little rascal jump out at you. All right. There we go. Now then we'll push this little bridge behind this bush. We don't know where he lives. Whatever. There. Same thing over here. I'm going to push this bridge completely back behind these bushes. Like that. The brush is too slow. Let's get a big one. Go right into my Van Dyke brown. I'm going to have a lot of land areas and big rocks and maybe there's some big... Let's just do it. Just take the big brush. It's a straight Van Dyke brown. And here we're just applying dark color. Maybe there's one that comes right on out here. And all you're doing is laying in basic shapes. We'll go back with a knife and straighten all this out and make big decisions about where things live. But right now, all we're interested in is just basic shapes. Maybe this one comes way on out here. There. Just fill it up. Just fill it up full of color. Like so. Yeah, I really hope you enjoyed seeing my little bird on the last show. He's coming along fine if you're following his progress. As I say, we've got so many calls. Maybe on one of the future shows I'll bring him back and let you see him again. I think you'll like him. He's my friend. And, I've taken care of him under the supervision of the bird lady. We have a lady here in Muncie who takes care of all the injured animals and stuff, and they call her the bird lady. But she keeps me straight and tells me how to take care of all these little creatures. In fact, one of these days we'd like to do a television show where we show you what she does, and people like her all over the country that devote their time and money and energies into taking care of all of God's little creatures. Because they're super special people. Maybe one day we can do that. All right. Now then, same old dirty brush. I'm going to add some sap green to it. Pull this brush in one direction. Load a lot of paint into it. It's just a tiny little bit of sap green. I'm going to grab some dark sienna too. So we got dark sienna, Van Dyke brown, and sap green. Maybe over here there's going to be a big tree. It is right here, so we can go ahead and throw in some dark color. See how this dark, it sort of closes in and makes your eye go toward the water. If it's lighter. Alright, let's do on the other side. Maybe there's a happy thing that lives wherever. You just make a decision and put it in. Wherever. There we go. See that quick, we got all that blocked in. And we're ready to start picking out some beautiful little details. Okay. Now then, let me find a 1-inch brush. We'll dip it into a little bit of liquid white, some yellow, and I'm gonna grab some midnight black. I want this to be a dark green. Pull that brush in one direction, load it full of color. Okay, let's go right up there. And maybe right in here, put on some dark leaves. There, just to begin building some shape and form into this big tree that lives here. Just like so. Look at all those things. See, but think of individual bushes and limbs and stuff that are all living in here. Each one has its own personality. All kinds of happy little things. There's one. You can just make hundreds and hundreds of them. Do them in layers. Do the one that's farthest away first and work forward. That way it has depth and distance in there. Add a little yellow ochre to that. Maybe there's one right here on this side. A little bit of light zinging through there. So you can leave some of them dark in total shadow, especially when you're doing these deep wood scenes where you can use almost pure green, so it just barely shows. I like to leave some of these that are very dark, like that. See? And here and there, the light's going to zing through and sparkle some of these, make them shine. Look at that. Right, darker down here toward the base. Leave these dark areas. They're very important. Very important. I'm going to wash that old brush off. Give them a shake. There we go. Now then, let's start picking out some stones. Rocks. We'll use some dark sienna here, a little bit of white. And maybe right along in here, we're beginning to see some nice rocky areas. Still want this to stay quiet, dark. Quiet, dark. Just all kinds of things happening. Tell you what, let's do that up here. Now watch here. This is so much fun because now you can make a decision if there's a big cliff or a sheer drop off right here, bank. That's the word I'm looking for. And you can just bring that around and leave this right in front. You can make all kinds of little things that go up in there, like so. So that's some fun. Now sometimes some of these stones get just full of little grassy and mossy things. So just tap with the fan brush, like so. Okay. This is in the greens and the yellows, and all you do is just tap, just touch, pick out individual stones. See? Makes it look like it's just all kinds of little grassy, slimy things. Things that are wet all the time. They grow all kinds of little algae and pretty. Stones look like they have fur on them at times. Right down here by the water. And you can just do as many of these. Now leave some dark. Don't kill all the dark. Look at all those little rascals. Just like so. Okay, back to my 1-inch brush. A little bit of yellow and green. Now then, let's bring all this together. And we can begin putting all kinds of little bushes that live here. See, they follow the lay of the land. You can make them like this. As many or as few as you want. This is your world. So you make it happen. You make it happen. There it is. Tell you what. Maybe there's one. There's down here. See how you can bring all that together? And we'll go back with our little fan brush. And let's put some little grassy things out here on these stones too. We don't want them to be left out. There we go. Just all kinds of little rascals. Got it. Now we can come right over here. Maybe there's a happy little bush. He lives right there. Just sort of let your imagination go crazy. Let's get the small knife. And we can take some dark brown, come right in here, and just begin adding all kinds of little foots on these stones. Just bring them straight down. If you get a little out in the water, don't worry about it. Can fix easy. Just all kinds of little things. Now then, go ahead and find a fan brush that has liquid white and titanium white on it. A lot of paint on the brush. A lot of paint. Now then, let's begin cleaning up the bottom of all this stuff. Water splashing into some of these little recessed areas here. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Splash and crash, and maybe there's a little stone underneath the water. Just sort of look at it and make decisions. There's stones underneath the water all over. Just sort of think, ooh, there's another one. They go in all kinds of directions. This water's just churning through here. You ever listen to a little stream? It has one of the most peaceful sounds to it. It's always been one of my fantasies is to have a house that was right next to a little stream, and at night you could go to sleep listening to all the bubbling and churning. There we go. Just as many as you want. Look at there. So right off in here, wherever. Yeah, man, let's take I'm gonna dip right into some liquid clear. Brown. There's some nice trees. Live just wherever. Wherever you want. Or it's view. Just off the tree here. Just like so. Couple little tree limbs here and there. There we go. Yeah, we'll take our oval brush. We'll put a little brighter yellow on it. The old clock on the wall tells me I gotta finish this up. Just tap in the indication of all kind of little leaves hanging here. See there? It's that easy. And you can really do a fantastic little painting in just a matter of minutes. As I say, the old clocks tell me I got to leave you for this time, but I'll be back. So we'll put a little leaf. Maybe there's one that hangs out right here, like that. I think that pretty well gives us a finished little painting. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless.
Better is a dry morsel and quietness therewith than an house full of feasting with strife. A friend loveth at all times, and a brother is born for adversity. He that hath knowledge spareth his words, and a man of understanding is of an excellent spirit. A quiet heart is life within. Better peace than wealth with strife. He that ruleth his spirit is wise. A quiet heart brings.
Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 10th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, I hope you grab a few paints and some brushes and come along and paint with us. If you've been with us before, first of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me back again. So I tell you what, let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting with me, and they'll come across in the same order that I have them on the palette, starting with a titanium white and working all the way around. While they're doing that, let's go in up here and talk a second. This is an 18 by 24 canvas. This is a double primed, pre-stretched canvas, and I've covered it with a nice thin, even coat of the liquid white, which makes it wet, makes it slick. It allows us to actually blend color right here on the canvas. So we have that ready, so let's get together and let's do a fantastic painting. I'm going to start off today with a small amount of phthalo blue. And we'll just take and pull a little bit out and we'll tap the brush. That assures a nice even distribution of color all the way through the brush. Just tap it. Just tap like so. Just go right up here. Now then, let's start right up in here and we'll use little crisscross strokes. Just make little X's. And let's put in a happy little cloud, little sky. Okay, a little more of the color. And this phthalo blue is very pretty. Bright and shiny. It's a happy color. There. Just continue to use these little crisscross strokes and allow the color to, it just literally blends with the liquid white. And as you work downward here, and you get all these fantastic little effects automatically. See, and that easy, you have a quick little sky. There. Yeah, while I have this on the brush, I'll tell you what, let's add the least little amount of phthalo blue, or phthalo green. So we have phthalo blue and phthalo green, just a small amount of the green, it's very strong. Let's go back up here. Maybe we'll have a little water in here. So we'll just pull right across like this, very gently, and pull from the outside in. There. So you try to pull though from the outside in. If you start here and come across, it'll leave a great big mark. It's very hard to blend out. We want to make this as easy as possible. But here, all we'll do is just blend that together. And that little light area remains right here, and it sort of gives the illusion of a silhouette of light coming across there, just a little shiny area. Okay, let's wash our brush now. If you've painted with me before, you know this is the fun part. And we wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess. Just beat the devil out of it. All right, now with a nice clean brush, now we'll go right back up here. And we'll just blend the sky out a little bit. Still using the little crisscross strokes. Now you can work this sky till it's absolutely dead, or you can leave some of these little dark and light areas in it to give it some life. And very gently, we'll blend it to take out the brush strokes. And right across the bottom, we have a happy little sky. That easy. That easy. Okay. Now then, let's make some big fluffy clouds today. I'll go right into the titanium white with a 1-inch brush. Pick up the least little touch of the bright red. Very small amount. It's very strong. Eat up your whole world. Okay, load a lot of paint into the brush. Let's go up here now. And maybe there's a happy little clouds that just sort of float right around in the sky and have fun. Just sort of mix them up on here. Clouds are very free. Just let them play. Let them play. Maybe he comes right off in here and goes off the top of the canvas. Wherever. Wherever. This is your world. So you create any kind of illusion that you want in your world. There we go. And these are just little floaters, little happy clouds. And you can put as many or as few as you want. Okay, now then we'll take a clean, dry, be sure it's dry, 2-inch brush, and I'm going to just gently blend it using tiny little circular strokes. Tiniest little strokes. And just blend this together. Just blend it. Just sort of mix it up. Okay. Then we're going to lift it. This sort of fluffs the cloud. Just fluffs it right up, like so. See? And then very lightly. There we go. Isn't that fantastic? You can do a happy little cloud that easy. Okay. Shoot, we're just going right along here. Tell you what, I live in Alaska. Oh, gosh, nearly 14 years or so. And I really like mountains. So let's do a fantastic little mountain today. I'm going to take some black, some Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown. We'll put some alizarin crimson in there too. Be careful with the crimson, or your mountain will turn purple, which is all right. That's all right. They wrote a beautiful song about purple mountains. Pull it out very flat, and then cut across so you have a small roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. There you go. Let's go up here. Now then, you have to make an almighty decision. Where's your mountain live? I think he's going to live. He is now. Right there. Right there. Maybe there's a bump there. You just sort of make a decision and put it in. Mountains growing all kinds of shapes and colors. There, you're restricted only by your imagination. Pull this right over like that. Now scrape off all the excess paint. Here I'm just really using firm pressure. Pushing that paint right into the fabric. Now then, we'll take a 2-inch brush and I want to grab it and pull. This removes excess paint and blends it out so it gets lighter at the bottom. You can see the entire mountain. It's always lighter at the bottom than it is at the top because we have mist and pollution and all those things that break up and diffuse light. See? Because this is wet, though, you can just move this paint. You can pull it. You can move it all over the canvas. This was a dry canvas. You'd be in Agony City right now. There we go. Now let's go back to the knife. And let's put some snow on this mountain. For that, I'll take the titanium white, pull it out very flat, and then cut across to get that little roll of paint again. See there? Just go back up there. Now, take where your light's coming from. You have to start making some big decisions now. If you're right-handed, normally it's easier for the light to come from the right side. So let's go right here. Touch, no pressure. Just the way of the knife. No pressure. See there? They float right down the side of that mountain. Look at there. Look at there. See? Just follow the angles in your mountain and let it float. Absolutely no pressure. No pressure. Pretend that if you're not careful, your hand will just literally float away. Just float away. Very soft and very gentle. There we go. See, and then you have to make big decisions. Maybe this peak right here. Oh, look here. Look here. There it comes. See? See? You can bring it right in front. You can move mountains. You can do anything on this canvas. On this canvas, you have total power. Absolutely. Now then, let's put some shadows in there. For that, we'll take some white. We'll put a little Prussian blue in it. Just white Prussian blue. Mix it up till it's about that color. Pull it out very flat again. Cut across. Once again, we have a small roll of paint. It's very important how you load this knife. Okay, let's go back up here. I want to touch and just pull down. Now we're following the angles on the other side of the mountain. Watch here. I want to push that back. So we'll come here, and then I'll come distinctly through. See how it pushes that peak right back? That's sneaky, huh? It's easy to do. You can do it. You really can do it. There's no big secret here. We'll show you everything that you need to paint fantastic paintings. There we go. Look at that, see? When you put those shadows in there, everything just sort of pops out at you. It brings it alive. The shadows are very important. So now we have a little hunk of paint right here that doesn't look like much until we add a shadow under it. See there? You add a shadow and it becomes a separate entity. It becomes a ridge all by itself. Come right over here. And just pull in all kinds of happy things. And you can move these mountains anywhere that you want them. Watch here. sometimes it's fun just to play some games. You can come right down in here, and look at there. Look at there. There's another peak. That easy. That easy. When you put the shadow in here, then it really becomes a personality all on its own. See, you can create little ridges wherever you want them. And it's just a game of angles. Mountains are just geometric shapes. Now we can take, maybe I'll bring this one distinctly in front of that. See there? And it pushes that mountain back. This is one of the ways that you create depth and distance in your painting. There we go. Just work with different planes. There we go. Okay. I get carried away sometimes. I really like to paint mountains, and I'd cover up the whole canvas with mountains. And that's not bad when you're learning. Take an old canvas and start at the top and paint all the way down with mountains, and then just zip them right off and do it again. That's the way you learn. If there's a secret to anything, it's practice. Just practice. And you really can do this. I get hundreds and hundreds of letters from people all over the country, just like you and I, and they're painting beautiful pictures. Some of the series we've showed some of the photographs that people have sent. It's almost unbelievable. There, all I'm doing is tapping and then lifting upward. Lifting upward like that removes the tap marks and creates that nice soft misty area down there. And over here we follow these angles. Always follow the angles that you've created in your mountains. See there? Isn't that easy? We got a happy mountain. Okay, let's make some little footy hills back here. I'm gonna start off to mix up some color. I'll just use this mountain color and let's put some white with it and see what we have here. So that's just mainly some blue and black, alizarin crimson, and to that I'm going to add the least little touch of sap green, just to give it a little greenish color. Now part of it here I'm going to add some white and make it even lighter, just like so. Okay, clean the knife. Now then, let's use a different brush today. This is an oval brush. Maybe we can get a close-up shot of it. It's a little different. See, it's sort of round. This is an oval. A little different. Watch here though. I'm going to fill it full of that color we just made. Just really load it full of paint. Okay, let's go right up there. Now then, you have to make a big decision. Let's say little footy hill is right here. All I'm doing is just tapping. That's fantastic. Look at all the little things it makes in there. Looks like just the tops of thousands of little trees far off in the distance. Look at that. Look at that. See? Isn't that a super easy way to make little footy hills? Now with a clean dry brush, I want to create some mist at the base of this. All I'm going to do is just tap the base. Just the base down here. Don't tap the top. Soften that. Then I'll give it a little tiny upward lift. Now then, I'm going into the same color, only a little bit darker. Just a little darker. Load the brush the same way. Okay, let's go back up here. Maybe there's another little footy hill. And he lives right here. By being a little darker, it stands out. As things get closer to you in the landscape, they should get darker in value, darker in color. Look at that. See there? Maybe. There. See how easy that is? Painting does not have to be difficult. Does not have to be difficult. You don't have to be blessed by Michelangelo at birth to be able to paint. You can do it. And it's fun. There we go. Tap in a little bit of mist, just like so. Give it a little upward lift. And you can make layer after layer after layer. Take a little more of that color. Same color, just a little darker. Watch here. Maybe you want to come right in here. Put the indication of another one. There's no limit. But they need to get a little darker as they work forward. Look at there. If I'm not careful, I'm going to cover up the whole canvas with foothills and mountains. There we go. Isn't that easy? We have several layers of foothills, and these different layers are planes. Once again, this is what causes a depth in your painting and really makes it look good. Of course, we're not interested in making money, but should you ever be looking for that happy buck when you paint, this is what sells paintings. Let's have some fun here. We'll take some black, Prussian blue, sap green. We'll throw in some alizarin crimson too. What the heck? Good dark color. Should look black. Let me clean the knife. Okay, now I'll use a fan brush. Load it full of paint. A lot of paint. Both sides. Okay, let's go right up here. Maybe there's some little evergreens that live back here in the distance. Here, I'm just going to take and tap downward. There's some little trees. Not all evergreens, maybe. There's all kind of trees. Just tap downward. Tap it downward. See there? Now these are a little closer, so you're beginning to see a little more detail. There's a nice one. See, just tap downward though. It makes those nice little happy tops up there. And don't make them all real even, because then they look like fence posts out there. Give them some character. There we go. Okay. There. Now this color is a little darker, so it stands out. Now let's have some fun. When I was a traditional painter, one thing that used to drive me crazy was reflections. Watch here on a wet canvas, so all you do is grab it and pull it down. Just grab, pull down, straight down. Where the trees are taller, pull down a little further. Look at that, look at that. Instant reflections. Isn't that fun? It's one of the things that works the best in this method of painting. Is reflections. Just pull it straight down, then very lightly. 3 hairs and some air. Just go across and creates the illusion of water. Yeah, then take a little of the liquid white on the knife. And get a touch of the dark sienna and add to that. Just the least little touch. There, just to dull it down. And then, when you load this knife, take it, cut across like that. See? Cut right across. Then pull it out flat and then cut across. Just up here. Now then, come straight into the canvas, push it very firmly, and just cut in a happy little border. And keep this basically straight. You can go anywhere you want to go, but the individual strokes should be straight. Otherwise your water's going to look like it's running right out of your painting. Get your floor wet. You're going to be upset with me. I want you to be happy. There. Little ripple here and there. All kinds of happy little things. Isn't that easy? That easy, you got it. And you take a clean fan brush, put at least a little bit of white on it, and make it look like little tree trunks far away, just by lifting upward. Just far back in the distance. Just barely touch it, lift straight up. There, just a few. Don't overdo. Wash the old brush. Man, let's have some fun now. Shoot. Let's have some fun. Go mix up a bunch of dark. We'll take some of the midnight black, Prussian blue. We'll even throw some Van Dyke brown in there, alizarin crimson, sap green, just all the dark colors basically, it doesn't matter. Make a big water paint. Okay, let's clean the old knife off here. And let's have some fun. Let's get a big brush. And I'm going to load this full of paint. So often we avoid this big brush because of its size, but the big brush can do fantastic things. Wiggle it. Wiggle it. That loads the bristles full, and pull it. That makes it very sharp. And we're loading this brush to a chisel edge. It takes a lot of paint in the brush. You need enough paint to hold the bristles together. See how sharp that is? Very good. That's a chisel edge. Let's go up here. And then maybe, tell you what, maybe a happy little evergreen lives right there. We touch, and just the corner of the brush. Again, working back and forth. Oh, we gotta put some arms on this tree. Gotta give him some little arms so he can reach up and gather the sun up. Look at there. Look at there. Reload your brush for each tree. Each tree. Corner. And you sort of make those bristles bend downward. Isn't that fantastic? Look at that. And you can put as many or as few trees as you want. Many or as few. Maybe? Yeah, let's have a third one there. We don't want it to get lonely. You know, even trees need a friend. We all have to have a friend, so just put that right there. Okay, let's make some leaf trees. To do that, we pull the brush through the paint, like so. One direction. Pull it firmly through the paint. And that rounds one corner. See there? Gives it sort of a rounded look. There we are. Now, with that rounded corner toward the top, let's go right up here. Let's put a happy tree that lives right here. Touch, and give it a little push. Just bend the bristles. See there? And form your tree. Just like so. It's that easy. Just form your basic shapes. Sometimes you get carried away and just keep going there. What the heck? We'll just push that little leg way back in the distance. What the heck? When you have this kind of power, you can move legs anywhere you want. We'll put a happy tree right here. There it comes. Just bring all that right on together. There. And here, all I'm doing is putting in some dark color. We'll come back and we'll highlight all these. Look at that. And that quick with a big old brush, you got that all blocked in. Now let's put some, I'll take some dark sienna, a little white. Pull it out flat, get that small roll of paint, like so. Okay, now let's go right up here. And we just put the indication of a happy little tree trunk here and there. See there? That easy. Just sort of touch, give it a little sideward pull. Maybe there's some back in here. We don't know how many trees live in there. Take a point of the knife, you put some old dead sticks and twigs on there. That easy. Okay. Let's take some white, brown. I add at least a little touch of blue into that. Like so. Cut across. Maybe there's a little tree trunk that right here. See? And you can put these everywhere you want to. Watch here. You just take the knife and scrape in all kinds of little things. When this is all finished, some of these will show. And people will think you spent just days and days working with a little one-haired brush putting them in. Don't tell them any different. Shh. Keep her secret. Now let's take a 1-inch brush and we'll dip it right into some of the liquid white. We'll go into yellow and reach up here and grab some sap green. So I've got cad yellow, sap green, and there's a little liquid white on the brush. That makes the paint thinner. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Now, let's put some leaves on this. This is what begins bringing this painting alive. And worry about little forms here. Don't just throw them on at random. See? Make little forms. Think about there's all kind of little individual limbs living in there. All right. We can add some yellow ochre to that. And put another happy little bush. You can put as many or as few bushes as you want. But do the bush that you think is the farthest away first. Then work forward. That way you have layers of bushes. Add a little Indian yellow to that. But these layers, once again, I know you get tired of hearing it, but it's important. These layers create the illusion of distance.
To the contrite soul, walk in truth and rest. Walk uprightly and rest.
Your painting. Here I'm using the brush sideways and just, can you see that? Pushing it upward. That's all there is to it. Push and bend. Okay. Let's go over here on the other side. Now you have to start making some big decisions. Big decisions. There's trees that live in here. So you have to sort of pick them out. Pull them out. There they are. See that? There he is. Here's one back here. Just decide where trees live in your world. Put them in. Maybe we'll use, I'm going to add a touch of the bright red here. Well, this will make a nice one. Don't go too crazy with this red. It's a fireball. It's a nice little color. And right in here, we'll have another little bush. See, but they're just layered, one after the other. One after the other. Looks like a nice place to go fishing. Now then, I'm going to add a little more sap green. Just bring this brush to a nice chisel edge. Come up here and put on a little bit of highlight onto the evergreens. See there? Don't kill all your dark. Careful not to kill all your dark areas. They're very important. There. There we go. Bit on this tree. Don't want him like that. Don't want him like that. I tell you what. If you had a beautiful place like this, you'd have to have a way to get up here and catch that big trout that lives there. I know the trout lives in there. Let's take some Van Dyke Brown. And let's go right in here. And maybe there's a happy little path. See how easy a little path is to make? There he goes. And we can let him go right behind that tree. We don't know where it goes. It just goes right on around there and hides. We'll take some brown and some white. And then very lightly, barely touch. There's a little blue in there too. Brown, white, touch of blue. It makes gray. See? Just put some highlight on there. Now then, we want to set that path down into the painting. Let me get another 1-inch brush here. A little bit of liquid white. A little bit of color. Now to set this path down into the painting, watch here. Push a few little bushes that come right over it. See? There's another happy little bush. And we just push that path right back. Look at there. It just disappeared. We don't know where it's going now. And we don't care. Like so. Then we can take the knife and very gently scrape in a few little sticks and twigs here and there. Let a few go right on over like that. And we'll take liner brush, a little bit of paint thinner on it. Let's sign this and we'll call it finished. I really hope you've enjoyed this, and I thank you for joining me today. I look forward to seeing you again in the very near future. From all of us, happy painting. God bless.
Just wait in a balanced way. Better a steady heart than gain without truth. The Lord delighteth in honest scales. Walk in wisdom and be at peace.
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad to see you today. Tell you what, let's get right on today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us at home. While they're doing that, as usual, let me show you what I have. Today I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've just covered it with a very thin coat of liquid white. That's all. It's wet, ready to go. So I thought today maybe we'd let's do a little winter scene, something that's, let's just see what happens. Let's start with black and blue, or blue and black. We'll just sort of mix them together on the brush, more black than blue though. I thought we'd just play a little bit today. It's such a wonderful day here, and I hope it is wherever you're at. So just have a good time with this. There we are. We'll just we'll just pop in a little sky here and there.
I just wait
Something about like so, where I'm leaving some spots open intentionally. Just little spots. I don't want this to be a flat old dead sky. I want it to have some life, some action to it. Shoot. Tell you what, maybe we can get a little crazy here. Oh, I've got several of these brushes going. I'll grab another one, put a little touch, not much, a little touch of alizarin crimson. Maybe right along here, just so it's not too bleak. Sometimes winter scenes can be very, very depressing. I'm gonna put just a little pink in there just to give it a little warmth in the background. I don't want much. I still want it to have a distinct winter taste to it. There we are. And we'll just play some of that right down to the edge of that pink. And that's basically all it takes. There, blend it a little bit. And that's good enough. That'll give us a sky that, as I say, it has a little life in it, some action's happening. It's not just a flat old dead sky. You can see light areas. And I like that in the sky. Shoot, that's working pretty good. And we'll do the same thing down here. Doesn't matter. Anything that we don't use, we'll just turn it into a shadow. If this is a winter scene, maybe we'll have some snow. We gotta have shadows in the snow. Or maybe it'll turn out to be water. Who knows? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because we can fix anything that can happen here. We don't concern ourselves with mistakes. We just have happy accidents. There. See, something about like that. And it's a good way to clean the excess paint off your brush. Okay, let's wash the old brush now. If you've painted with me before, you know that's really the fun part of this. It's really the fun part, just washing the brush. There. Isn't that fun? I usually just wipe the brush on a paper towel to assure it's as dry as I can possibly get it. But you'd be surprised at how dry it gets just from beating it like that. Let's take black, Prussian blue, a little touch of crimson. Black, blue, crimson, and I'm going to get some white. Just take a little bit of white. I'm going to mix up put a little more blue in there. Yeah. I want it to have sort of a blue cast to it. Ooh, I like it. I like that. That's looking good. Maybe a little more white. You just mix it till it gets to the flavor you like. I think that's wonderful. It's sort of a drab blue color. It's not real bright. There, it's a nice winter color. All right, let's grab an old brush. Load it full of color. We'll use the old fan brush today. Maybe in our world, back here, somewhere in the background. See, this color is not far away from the color that's already on the canvas. Let's just push upward today and make us a little tree. There, it's pretty close to the color that's on the canvas. And that's what we're looking for. I don't want it to be too much farther away. Pretty close, pretty close. All right. There, maybe another little tree right there. And you decide how many trees live in your world. It's up to you. Totally and completely up to you. As you've probably heard me say before, to me that's what's so fantastic about painting, is that each and every person will paint differently. And that's what makes it special. If we all painted the same way, what a boring time it would be. You know what the finished painting is going to be before you start. But because people are different, paintings are different, that's the beauty of it. That's what makes it very special. It allows you to show your individuality. There. How many trees do we want here? It's up to you. You decide. You decide. Maybe you want a whole forest. Maybe just want a few. Maybe just a little baby one right there. He's not so big yet. Make up little stories. You know, people look at you like you're a little strange, but that's all right. Painters are expected to be different. Let's have one more right there. One more. I say painters are unique. I take advantage of that all the time too. I'm going to take the old 2-inch brush. I want to create the illusion of mist down here at the base of this. The illusion of mist. So just by tapping, we're just going to softly disappear over here. I want these trees to just sort of look like they're just sitting in a little misty area. Just breathing in the cold air. There we go. Something like that. But now we have a little soda pop. You're all I can think of. Every drop I drink of. You're my soda pop.
Arista rated your channel with 14 viewers.
Let's get a clean 2-inch brush.
Hello. Hi Aristo. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream? It was a little shorter today. Welcome in, everyone. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. Well, welcome in. Yeah, I'm good. Welcome in, y'all. If you don't know me already, I am Shoujo, and I'm your friendly neighborhood kitsune. And we do a mix of cozy streams, co-working streams, and art streams here. We love our cozy vibes, we love our Bob Ross, and we love getting work done. So welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay here. But yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Yeah, I saw that your stream was a little shorter today, because lately you've been doing longer streams, but maybe you're just tired. But I hope you stream it well. What were you playing today?
He turneth it whithersoever he will. Every way of a man is right in his own eyes.
But enjoy, y'all. Enjoy the cozy vibes here. Let me turn on the Bob Ross some more and get back to work. But thank you for the raid, and I appreciate it. Just enjoy the cozy vibes here. It's gonna be mic off most of this stream just because I'm focusing, but I hope you enjoy the Bob Ross.
Full of titanium white. And we already have this gray color on the canvas we put on and talked about it being like a shadow. Now it's gonna pick that up. See there? We just let it sort of disappear over here. We don't care. We don't care. That easy. Isn't that fantastic? Snow is one of the easier things to paint in this technique. Okay, you ready for a little fun today? Maybe, tell you what, we filmed a show in Indiana, and there's a lot of old barns here that just fascinate me. Let's paint an old barn today. One of the easiest ways is to scrape out a basic shape. Just sort of scrape it out. It doesn't have to be exact, and you're not committed. You're not committed here. So let's just decide what kind of old barn we want. Maybe it comes down like that. Maybe it has a place over here for the cow to sleep. It doesn't matter. You decide. Barns come in all kinds of shapes. Farmers are like painters. They do it their way. Yeah, that's what's so great about being a farmer in this fantastic country. You can do it your way. Alright. I have a lot of friends here that are farmers. I have to get brownie pointed with them, because they got the best food. And I like to eat. Alright, on the other side's about the same distance here. We'll just scrape out. I hope you can see there's just a basic shape there. And as I mentioned earlier, you are not committed. Van Dyke Brown, Dark Sienna. You can change your mind at this point. A little roll of paint. Now let's begin picking out the little things in here. There's the back eave. See there? That easy. Okay, now then. The old barn comes down. Doop, 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 doop. Gotta make those noises. There it is. See? All we're doing here is blocking in a little color. We'll come back and do a barn acme after a while and cut it off wherever we want it. But right now, all we're doing is putting in the dark. Putting in some dark color. There. Here we go. See there? Sorry, I make those little noises. I sort of forget, because I really do make them, even when I'm by myself. I make little noises. It sort of makes things work better for me. Alright, and over here. There we go. See? That's really about all we're looking for to block it in. Right here would be a little dark paint. Okay, now, let's take some white. Dark sienna. A little Van Dyke in here. Maybe a little crimson too. What the heck? Give it a little warm feeling. Don't overmix the paint. Cut off a little roll of paint. Then we can go up in here and just barely touch. Just let it graze, see? Let it graze. It looks like old wood. If you've painted barns and cabins and stuff before, you know, I really like to paint old things. I'm an avid collector of antique glass, for example. I like old things. When you get my age, you have a tendency to like old things. You can relate to them. There we are. And I am old. Older than dirt. Let's take a little Van Dyke brown, and I want to darken that color so that it's darker over here on the side, because maybe not as much light's going to hit over here. See? That's much darker. Now then, let's put some boards in there. That we'll just take some Van Dyke brown. Just put the indication here. Put some little boards, some slabs. Live in here. There. See there? I wish the barn was this easy to build for real. I thought it was a carpenter. I built a few barns. It's not this easy. There. It's not this easy. There we are. Something about like that. Now then, we need a roof on this barn so the cow don't get cold. Let's take some titanium white. Since we said this was winter, maybe the snow is there. Let's just outline it so that way you get a nice straight edge when you pull it down. Watch. See there? There we go. Now then, a little more of the white. A little touch more. There. There we go. Isn't that neat? Looks like snow's piled up on top of the old barn. A little bit over there. But you see some on that side too. You would also see some here. And, oh, we got a whole section to go here.
A friend loveth at all times, and a brother is born for
There, we get some
adversity.
more white.
He that
Same
hath
thing,
knowledge
I'm gonna outline it a little bit so you'll have a nice straight
and a
edge.
man of understanding is of an excellent
straight edge.
spirit. A quiet heart
There we go.
is
Something
life
about like that.
within.
Okay.
Better peace
There.
than wealth with strife.
But you can just move
He
it,
that
pull it,
ruleth
work it
his
any way that you want.
spirit.
All right, we need a door. The whole cow's got to have a way to get in and out there. Let's take some
A
bandite,
quiet heart
decide where your door lives, and
brings rest.
once again, don't worry about the bottom. We're gonna do a barnectomy, as I mentioned earlier. We'll cut this rascal off wherever we want it to be,
He that
which is about time to do now.
a
Let's
transgression
say the old
seeketh
barn
love.
right along
But
in there.
he that repeateth a matter
Take
separateth
too much cutting on that one. Sometimes I
friends
feel
even
you have to cut a lot off the bottom
when he
because I get
holdeth his
carried away.
peace is counted
Get carried away,
wise.
getting
A
all the
merry
stories and
heart doeth
things
good
begin
like a
just
medicine,
looking good. I don't know
but
when
a
to stop.
broken spirit
All right, gives us a pretty nice little barn. There it is. Let's find our 2-inch brush. Oh, 2-inch
his
brush.
life within.
It's got a little snow
Better
in it.
gentle
A little snow. Let's go up in here.
speech than
And we put another plane.
careless
Come right in
words.
there.
He that keepeth his spirit
There we are. Watch that brown snow. You know what they say about it.
peace. A
There we are.
quiet heart brings rest.
Over here on the other side, we'll just bring it
quiet
right up. Like that. And a little snow around his foot. That easy. Once again, snow is so easy to paint when you're using a big old 2-inch brush. So easy to paint. Let me find a clean fan brush. There's one. Looks pretty good. Find us a place to work on the old palette. Gotta have a big palette. A big palette's very, very helpful. It's almost as important as having an easel that holds your paint firmly, your painting firmly. When you're using 2-inch brushes, you really need a good, firm easel, a large palette. It'll pay you tremendous dividends. Let's mix up some color here right on the brush. A little Prussian blue, black, brown, little crimson. All them good colors. Maybe. Okay, here we go. Maybe right here. I'll put a little paint thinner, just to thin the paint, a little thick. When you paint just a little bit, pretty soon you begin to get a feel for it when it touches your own. Pull just right, then you can add a little thin. Don't do that unless you have to. I just knew the paint wasn't going to come off the brush unless I did. I have a happy little tree. He lives right there. Just a little guy. A little guy. Right on the side of the barn. Let's go to the other side over here. You know me. Bravery test. Here we go. Bigger tree. Big old tree. I like these evergreens. They're so much fun to make. And they're very simple. Very, very simple. Takes a little practice like everything else. Everything in your life takes a little practice. But you can learn to paint this technique faster than any painting technique that I have ever seen. And I think I've tried just about all of them. There. And oils are so forgiving. And they possess a richness that no other medium possesses. I think that's why the old masters painted mostly in oils. They just have a richness. Other mediums to me are very flat when they're dry. There. And they're harder. This is the easiest because it's very forgiving. You can't make a mistake here. All right, let's take some of that nice gray color we had. Maybe right in here. Maybe there's a little pad that just works its way out. Just works its way out here. Something about like that. We just put some gray in there so it can come right on out. Now then, put some highlights on our little evergreens. We'll clean off another spot. I'm running out of room today. Running out of room. There we go. Now, I'll take liquid white, titanium white, and phthalo blue. I changed the blue. I've been using Prussian blue through the entire painting. Now I'm going to use phthalo blue because I want to highlight these trees, and the phthalo blue will stand out a little bit. Just want it to stand out. This is a blue spruce. I just made a decision. Command level decision right here. You decide what kind of tree lives in your world. All right. Mix up another one if they look blue and white. Don't want that other blue. Don't want that other tree like down here. Now you have to decide which tree is in the foreground. Like the small one here is. So you do the one behind it first. How's that? See? And the little tree over here. Don't forget him. He gets sand. He gets sand. We'll give him a little color in here. There we are. See? That easy. That easy. Okay. Let's try here. A little bit of titanium white. Allow it to pick up some of that color. Allow it to pick it up intentionally. So that way you get all these different things happening. There. Okay. Isn't this neat? These whole winter scenes are a lot of fun, and I really think they might be the easiest ones to do. There we are. And we just blend it a little bit till it looks nice and soft.
My son, give me thine heart,
And there's a little tree over here. I'm intentionally grabbing some of that dark color.
for surely
So we'll put him up on a little hill, sort of. That easy.
and thine
He sort of sits up high. Isn't that neat? But just by pulling some of that color, you can create that illusion. It's unbelievable to have this kind of power. Unbelievable. There we go. All right, see the little path? It's coming right along there, maybe. There we go. You just decide where your little path is. There we are. And we can take your paintbrush that has the gray on it and just polish the edges up a little bit, however you want. So we can just go back and forth and work this until it gets just what we consider perfect. And sometimes it's nice to, we'll just pop in a little bit here, then lift it up. Lift it up. Make it look like little bushes and weeds living there. Maybe there's one coming out here. I don't know. You decide. You decide where they are. But you have little patches of bushes and sticks and twigs, limbs and twigs that grow everywhere. There we go. See? All right. We'll just use that same brush. Ready to get crazy? Let's take some Van Dyke Brown. Mostly Van Dyke Brown. There's a little black on the brush, I think. It doesn't matter. In our world, in our world. Ready for your bravery test? Okay, here it comes. There. Okay, let's give him a friend. Let's give him a friend. There. Something about like it. Maybe. Maybe this is an old birch tree that lives out here. It's up to you. You can make him a birch or whatever. You can have an old oak tree if you wanted him. Doesn't matter. There. Something like so. There we are. It's hard to believe. This is the 31st series of The Joy of Painting. Good gosh, there's over 400 shows now. It's almost unreal. Almost. I want to thank you for allowing us to come to you for this long. We've been doing this show now for well over 11 years. 11 years. And you've made me feel very special to invite me into your home and to let me be part of your family. Thank you very much. If you hadn't got to see all the shows in your area and you would like to, give your station a call. They're available to them. They're available to them. Or if you want to see some of them over again, let them know. It's the only way they know. A little brown but paint thinner here. I'm just going to put on some little limbs. It's too cold for there to be any leaves on here. They went to Florida for the winter. No, leaves don't go to Florida. They just fall off the tree. I know. Somebody will write and tell me they're not there. There we go. Anywhere you want them to be. Anywhere. Just a paint thinner. And off you go. There, see? And don't worry about what's behind it. When you paint it, just paint it. Don't worry about it. Nature doesn't worry. You don't worry. Okay, a few more little limbs here. Shoot, I think we're about to the point we got this rascal looking pretty good. Maybe there's a little stick right in there. I don't know. Maybe let's go right over in here. Maybe over in here we can put the indication of just a few little twigs and sticks and things that are living everywhere. Something about like that. Shoot, I think with that we're about to have a finished painting. Let's take a little bread and we'll sign this rascal. Really hope you've enjoyed this little painting. I hope you'll try it. It'll give you a lot of experience using equipment. And with experience comes confidence. With confidence, you know you can do anything that you believe you can do. From all of us here, until next time, I'd like to wish you happy painting. God bless me.
There is a light. Keep the law and walk in peace. Better a patient spirit than sudden anger. Hold to wisdom.
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join me today. Thought today we'd do a fantastic little winter scene, just a simple little scene I think you'll really enjoy doing. So I tell you what, let's start out and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this painting. While they're doing that, let's go on up here. I've already covered the canvas with a nice thin even coat of the liquid white. It's wet and all already. So let's start today. We'll use a little 1-inch brush. We'll start with a little touch of the cad yellow. Reach over here and grab a little, just a very small amount of the bright red. So we have yellow and bright red. There, just load a little bit on the brush. Let's go right up here. Maybe we'll have a sun in the sky today, so decide where your sun's gonna live. There you go. There we are. See, my son lives with me. There we go. Every time he goes out, I move, but he finds me. There. And that's all we have to do with that brush. Just put that in. Wash the brush. Now, we'll take titanium white. And I'm going to reach up here and grab a touch, just a touch, of alizarin crimson. So we have white and alizarin crimson. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Load the brush full of paint. Let's go right up here. Now come right around this circle we made and do this. Just make little crisscross strokes. Just like so. And then bring it right on up till it touches the yellow there. Okay? I fried something like that just the other day. Called it an egg. I'm not a very good cook. I burned Kool-Aid. There. That's just alizarin crimson, titanium white. Put a little bit right down here. What the heck? Just throw it on. Now then, without washing the brush. Same alizarin crimson, white, and to that I'm going to add a touch, just a touch, of phthalo blue. And just mix it on the brush. Make sort of a little lavender color. Go right out here, and we'll lay that on. Now all of these colors are mixing with a liquid white, so that makes this nice soft colors. And when you're doing this, I really recommend that you use the little crisscross strokes. If you use these little crisscross strokes, where it comes together here will be very simple to blend together. If you just draw big circles around here, it's a son of a gun to try to blend that together. And we'll put a little bit of that same lavender color. We'll just smear it on right here. Like so. No big deal how this goes on. Okay, still without washing the brush. Go right into some Van Dyke brown and mix it right in the lavender that we had. It's just straight old Van Dyke brown. Alright, let's go up here. And then all the way out to the edge. And in. Maybe a touch more of the phthalo blue into that. Yeah, that's better. So we had Van Dyke brown and phthalo blue. The blue helps just brighten it up a little. I like that a little better. There. And while we have that on there, once again, we can throw a little of it right in here. Blue and Van Dyke brown. There we go. Just throw this on. And some on this side. All we're doing is just trying to apply some color to the canvas. I think we've got a mess going here today. Well, we may really be in trouble with this one. Let's take the old big brush. And using little crisscross strokes, let's just begin blending all this together. Just blend it together. Now, when you're doing this at home, you may want to step back from the canvas several times during this blending procedure and take a look-see at it. It's very hard when you're standing this close to it to tell when it's all blended out nice and smooth. Always start in the light area over here and blend outward. Don't take that old dirty brush back into the center. You'll mess up the beautiful light area. You don't want to do that. You keep it nice and clean. All right, just all the way out to the very edge. Okay. And let me wash the brush. Let me wash the old brush. Shake it off. And just raise cane. There we go. Now then, you can blend this as many times as you want to get a desired softness or lightness. There's no limit to it. No limit. But seriously, do step back and take a look at it. It's hard to see up close. Now very lightly. Go across the entire canvas. Now then, down here, I just want to blend all this together. Same way. See, because it has the liquid white on the canvas, you can blend color. If this was a dry canvas, you would have a devil of a time moving all this paint. There we go. See, just bring it all together. that easy. And we'll do that same thing over here. That's the beauty of wet on wet painting. All right, now just some long strokes to really soften it. There we go. And we can wash our brush again. Actually, I want to get the cameraman. He's been giving me a hard time. Now he has freckles. Okay, let's put a sun in here. For that, I'm going to use this finger, big old finger. Just tap it right into the paint and go right up here. Now you could use a brush, but finger painting's fun too. And push it very firmly. You just want to push that color right into the fabric. Now then. Of course, if you try to blend this, that paint's going to smear. Take your knife, come right up here so we can see. Take your knife and just go zoop and zip it right off. The value remains in the canvas. Now you can just blend it. And that's one of the neatest, easiest ways to make a fantastic little sign with almost no work. Okay. Told you this would be an easy one. I knew you would like it. Tell you what, let's have us a little mountain here. We'll use some Prussian blue, some Van Dyke brown, and alizarin crimson. Blue, brown, and crimson. Okay, the more crimson you use, the more purplish your mountain will become. Pull it out very flat, cut across, and get that small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. One of the questions that I answered earlier, but in case you missed it, I want to say it again because I get so many letters about it. People think that my knife is different than the one they're using. For television, they make us paint the knife black so it doesn't glare. My knife is just like your knife. Until I painted it, it looked like chrome. It's very shiny. But if I leave it that way on TV, then it shines and makes big things come on and they yell and scream at me. So I just paint it with a flat black spray paint, just for the purposes of TV. It's like all the shiny parts on the brushes. We put duct tape on them. That keeps them from shining. But they're no different than the equipment that you're using. Here, the only thing you're worried about when you build this mountain is a nice outside edge. You could care less what's happening in here. Scrape off all the excess paint, like so. Okay, let me wipe off the knife. Now then, we'll take a 2-inch brush, and we grab this, bend the brush, firmly pull it. Just pull it. And let it blend right down to nothing. Grab it and pull it. See, these brush strokes can be used to lay out your entire mountain. And you're not committed, and it's a super way of deciding where your shadows and highlights will live. Just using brush strokes. And you can change your mind 1,000 times if you want to. It's a sneaky little way to help you get through some of the more difficult parts. Look at this, see? Here, maybe put a shadow. See how you can do that? Maybe you want to change it, and maybe you want this one to come out here like that. You can do all these things and just look and get an idea of what it's going to be like. All right? These little things will help you. Use them. They're your friends. Okay. Beat that little devil off. And let's put some snow on this mountain. We're going to do a winter scene today. So for that, I'll use white, and I'm going to put the least little amount of bright red into it. The least little amount, just enough to warm it up. Pull it out flat. Nice roll of paint right out on the edge there. Okay, let's go up here. Take the point of the knife, put it right up here at the point of your mountain. Touch. No pressure. Just relax and enjoy. Let it flow. Just relax. Let it flow. That easy. That easy. That's probably one of the biggest problem areas that people run into. It's because they apply too much pressure to the knife. Take a weak pill. There you go. Just relax. Just relax. There. See? And just let that bounce around and play and have fun. But no pressure. I can't say that enough times. Maybe there's a little peak here. Maybe it just wanders all over the place. We don't know. This is your mountain, so you decide. You decide. Wherever you want it to go, that's exactly where it should go. Now let's put some shadows in it. Let me clean off a little spot to work on. I just have paper towels over there. I'm wiping the knife and the brushes on. We'll take a little bit of Prussian blue and white. There we go. Just mix it about like so. You don't have to over-mix it. Just like so. That's plenty. Once again, cut off that little roll of paint. It's very important that you have that. Now then, go back in here and begin finding all these beautiful little shadow areas. See them? See them? There they are. Just lay them in there. Now this is a very simple little mountain. When you're doing this at home, you can do a much better job. You can put all kinds of things in there. All kinds, and you can use the little edge of the knife or the small knife to get into these little parts. Maybe we'll pull this down and, oops, right over into there. See there? That's fantastic because you can put all kinds of dimension into that little rascal. Here's a shadow. Right there. There comes one. Like so. And you can just keep on and on and on. Maybe want to bring that distinctly down. You can just keep going until you get it just the way that you want it. And if you live someplace where there's not a lot of mountains, you can pick up some books at the library that have beautiful, beautiful scenes in them. Or you leave the mountains out. On this canvas, you're the creator. So you make the decision, you put whatever you want in your world. Mountains are one of the most popular things that we do. That's the reason I do so many. But if you don't want mountains in your painting, leave them out. Okay? Now then, let's take the old 2-inch brush, tap it, tap it, tap it, create the mist, lift upward. Follow the angles. Always follow the angles on the mountain. Like so. Another reason we teach mountains so much, if you can make the knife work on the mountains, then you can do all kinds of fantastic effects. You can make rocks and trees and roads and just everything. Nothing teaches you to use the knife better than making mountains. And this knife is a fantastic tool. There we are. See how soft the base of that mountain is? That's what we're looking for. We want it to look like it's just laying here in the mist. Okay. Let's have some fun. I'll take a little bit of this color that I had left over from the mountain. I'm going to add a little more crimson to it, and we'll put some white with it. Like so. Let's see what we get here. It's not quite as light as I want it yet. Maybe I'll add... Oh, there it comes. There it comes. Just like so. It's a nice color. Let me clean the knife. For that, we'll just use... I got a little dirty 1-inch brush here left over from the sky. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to load a little color into this. Wiggle it. That brings it to a nice sharp edge. See that brush is very sharp. That's a chisel edge. Okay, let's go up here. And maybe back in here, there's some happy little trees that live. Let's just take the corner of the brush and tap downward. Just tap downward. There. See, we can make all kinds of things. Reload the brush as needed. And I want these to be quite loose. I want all kinds of little things happening up here. These are little trees and bushes that live way off in the distance, and I'm tapping and pulling at the same time. Let it slide a little bit. Just let it slide a little. Okay, we just come right on across here. You make the decision. There we go. See now, let it hang down here. What's hanging down here? In a few minutes, hopefully, that'll become reflections. There. If it doesn't, then we'll just make it taller trees. Either way, we're not worried about it. Because we don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents. There. That's almost unbelievable to me with the completion of this series. There'll be 130 half-hour shows. Phew. They worked me hard here. And if you haven't had the opportunity to see them all and you would like to, give your station a call. Let them know. Let them know. They're available to them. And they want to hear what you want. Now then, let's take the 2-inch brush, grab, and pull straight down. Straight down. That'll create the reflections we were looking for. Straight down. See how easy it is? Reflections used to drive me crazy. Now it's one of the easiest things we do. Now very lightly, come across. Just come across. That's all there is to it. And instant reflections. I'm going to take a little liquid white, and to that, I'm going to mix some titanium white. I just want this paint to be a little bit thinner. So it's liquid white and titanium white. Now we just pull it out and cut off a little bit, just like we normally do. There we go. Let's go right up in here. And I want to put some happy little snow areas back in here. Just pull them. Just pull. This is where we begin forming our lake or water or whatever it is back in here. We don't know. Whatever you want it to be. You have to make that decision. Tell you what, maybe there's a little... Yep, you're right. There it is. Just a little peninsula that comes right out here. So you can make all kinds of little coves and just anything that you want. You can do it. You can do it. Now then, let me find... There it is. A clean 1-inch brush. And I'm going to grab this and using little short strokes, lift upward. You see that? Just lift it upward. Just enough to mist that. See, just very soft. Gets rid of that harsh line and blends it all together. Makes it look very cold and very soft and far away. Straight liquid white on the knife. And we can go up in here and clean up the base of this and put us in a happy little water line. Just a happy little water line. Wherever. Okay, a little bit right in there. See there? That's super. You can do it. Now then, tell you what, let's do. I'm gonna can't make up my mind here. I'm gonna take and make a big pile of dark. We'll use some black, Prussian blue, a little Van Dyke brown, some crimson, whatever we got. Whatever we got. Make a big pile of paint. Let's get the old fan brush loaded full of color, a lot of color. Okay, maybe we'll have a happy little evergreen. And he lives right here. There we are. Choose the corner of the brush. Tap downward, 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 downward. There they are. They hide right here in this brush. Just shake them out. Maybe he's got a friend over here. Right there. There, see? And you put as many or as few as you want in your world. Maybe there's a little one there. I don't know. It's decisions you have to make. There we go. Another one. We just decided. Another one. Maybe there's a little one lives over here. Looks like a whole family. Got mama and papa and 3 kids. Whole family, little trees. Okay, and we can take another brush, put a little liquid white on it, a little white, and at least a little touch of phthalo blue. A lot of paint on the brush. Let's go up here. Now then, I just want to take that and put the indication here and there of some highlights. I don't want to lose that dark value. It's too pretty. The contrast will be very pretty when it's done. Just here and there, a little snow laying on some of these trees. Just a little. Don't overdo. You'll lose that dark contrast, and that's pretty. It'll work for you in a little bit. Now then, go into some white. Let's grab some Prussian blue. Very dark. Make a blue about that color. Go right up here. Now, some happy little bushes. They're right there. We're putting some dark in, so our light will show. All we're doing right now, just putting some dark in. And let's reflect some of that right into the water. There we go. See there? Now, 2-inch brush, grab it, and pull down. Pull it straight down. Go across. Gives us some reflections. And with a clean 1-inch brush, dip it into the liquid white and then into titanium white. Pull the brush in one direction, load a lot of paint into it. Maybe at least a little touch of the bright red. Okay, let's go up here. Touch, give it a little push. And let's make some snow-covered little bushes out of these. Aren't those pretty? There's another one right there. There's another one. Here's one. And as many as you want. Okay. Let's tell you what let's do. Let's have a happy little cabin head back here. We'll do the roof, my cabin. A little bit of white. We'll go. There we are. We'll get the small knife. Pull down. Over. And down. Gives us sort of a little front. Take a little bit of dark cyan, white. Just a little color on there. A little bit of snow in the center. This is where that small knife really comes in handy. Maybe it's a little, all kinds of pretty little things. There's a little door. We got us a little cabin. Now then, take some white. This is just titanium white. Put it right out like that. Like so. Just let it come right out. That easy. A little liquid white. And we can drop in a water line into here to clean it all up. Okay. Back to our brush that has the white on it. And we can pop in a happy little bush here and there. This guy's like me, doesn't cut his yard. He's just about to eat his house up. Okay, let's have some fun in the front. Take the old big brush and go into some Prussian blue and white. Maybe right along here. Wow. Maybe I'll just put all kinds of things in. Just like so. Maybe it comes all the way over here. Wherever. All right. Now then. There we go. And we'll put a few little, look at that little rascal sparkle on the side. Make individual bushes, one at a time. See? And it picks up that blue color that's underneath, and it's beautiful. There we go. Okay, let's go back over here. There's one. Look at that. I'll leave a little water right there so we can see it going through. That way we don't know where this little lake or pond goes. He just, wherever. Let's lay some snow in here. Just titanium white. It also will pick up the blue. Maybe it comes this way. Just a game of angles. Allow some of that blue to show through. It looks like shadows. And a few little things here and there. Like so. Tell you what. Let's get crazy. Let's put a little tree in here. We'll put a little tree. He lives right there. Right there. And he's got a little friend there. Like that. A little bit of brown on the liner brush. And we can just put a few little limbs on here. See? Just like so. And as many, as few as you want. There we go. And the old clock on the wall tells me it's about time to call it a day. This painting's about finished, so I hope you really enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you again next time. And from all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Welcome back. Today I'm very excited because I'm going to show you something that you've never seen before on television. Today we're going to start with a white canvas and we're going to use some magic black on it. So I'm going to let you see, cover the canvas. And this is magic black here. We'll just cover the entire canvas and go all the way across. There we go. And a little bit more. We apply this exactly the same way as we did the magic white. And just cover the canvas. Thought maybe today we'd do maybe a cold little winter scene. Something with some snow and ice in it. Maybe even a little cabin. Let's see what happens here. Okay. All we were looking for here is a nice thin even coat. Exactly the way we put the magic white on. Doesn't take me just a second using a large brush. Alright. Just about got it finished. And we're ready to go. So now we started with a white canvas and turned it black, but this is still wet. This is an oil-based paint. It'll stay wet for several days. Okay, now we'll wash the brush. And once again, we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. That's the most fun of all. Okay, let's take a 1-inch brush and some titanium white. And let's figure out, maybe there's a little light back in here. So with the white paint, we'll just begin making little X's. There we go, let them work out. Start here, that'll be your lightest area, and work sort of in an ever-growing circle. That way automatically it gets darker as it works outward. Okay. Just about to so. Now we can take the large brush and very gently blend this together. Just like putting the sky on the magic white. Just blend it together. And that gives us a light source in the background. Okay, today I want to mix up some alizarin crimson and phthalo green in about equal parts. We'll just make us a big pile here. We're going to be using it all day. This makes a beautiful gray color. Just mix it up real good. There we go. We're looking for a nice dark gray. It should look black on your palette. Okay, now, let's take a 1-inch brush and load some paint into it. Just load quite a bit of paint into the bristles. And we can go back now and begin putting in some of the details that are far away. And I don't want a lot of detail yet. All I want is indications back here. Just want to put some little trees way back in the distance. There we go. Just some little indications. Far, far away. Don't want too close.
A quiet heart is life within.
There we are. Just to be very dark. This is a night scene, of course.
Then wealth with strife, he that ruleth his spirit is
There.
wise.
Alrighty, we got a pretty nice little background going here.
Brings rest.
And maybe we'll take a 1-inch brush, and first I'm going to put some titanium white in it. Like so. Load that very deep into the brush. Very deep.
He that
Then then we'll go right into a little bit of the gray color, just on the tips of the bristles. So we have white deep down and gray on the ends of the bristles. So, there we go. Maybe there's a larger tree back here. And when you push real hard, a little bit of the white will show, just to make it stand out a little better. Just a big old tree right back here. It's got a little bit of white tips on it where the snow's caught on the little tips of the tree. Maybe right there, a little more. Maybe right over here in the corner. There's a big tree that just hangs here. Just drop some limbs on it. And see how the white comes out to make the little tips. And now, let's use the fan brush. And we'll load a lot of the gray color on it. And maybe back in here, we can see some little tree trunks. Just here and there. Maybe these trees don't have any limbs on them, or leaves on them. It's cold and wintry. And maybe right here. Maybe. There he is. There's a much bigger one right there. And if you wanted to make that stand out a little better, put a little tiny bit of white on your brush and come down the side. That'll give him a little bit of highlight, just enough to make it stand out. Okay, now let's take some titanium white, very, very little paint, and begin putting a little hill back here. Let it mix with the magic black. Start way back here and begin working on just a little incline, a little hill, something. I don't want this to be too bright. I want this to be late at night, very dark. And just follow the lay of the land with your knife.
Is a strong tower, the righteous runneth into it.
Now we can take a clean image brush and very gently lift upward, just sort of to bring this together. I want it to just sort of disappear back here. Quiet, misty, soft. There we go. Okay. Now with a liner brush and a little bit of thinner on it. I'll put just a tiny bit of thinner, just so I can thin this down until it's almost like water. We can begin, maybe on this tree back here, we'll just put a few limbs hanging off here. Just a few little things. Maybe there's another one right there. This is your world, so wherever you think there's a limb, that's where it's at. Maybe there's a couple right here on some of these little trees. Just makes the painting a little more interesting. Okay. Now we can start coming forward a little bit. Maybe this layer of snow will bring at this angle, just to make it so there's a change. Very little paint. Very, very little paint on your knife. And you just sort of have to make almighty decisions. Maybe there's a hill like that right there. Very little pressure. Okay, now if we had another big tree, maybe right here. Maybe there's a nice big tree back here. So I'm using the fan brush, but still nothing on it but the gray. Now we'll add a tiny bit of white, so we can make that side stand out a little more. Just a little bit. I want to keep the dark, dark color in there. And with our liner brush, we can put a few little limbs on this one. Just where do you think there might be a little limb growing? A little bit of paint thinner to thin your paint so it flows on here. Maybe there's a limb up there. And sometimes let some of these limbs wrap around the tree. So you have limbs on this side of the tree also. You don't want them all just coming off the sides. Okay. Now let's get a little bit crazy here. Let's take, maybe right in here, there's a nice little cabin. We'll take some Van Dyke brown, and we'll begin building on our cabin, maybe right there. Just make a decision, drop it in. We do the back eve of the cabin first, the part farthest away from you. Just like so. Now on this side, I'm going to use white with a little bit of the gray color in it. Just enough to dull it down. We don't want it too bright. And we'll just start here, pull down. Just like so. You can lay out your basic shape of your cabin and then fill it in. Over on this side of the roof, we need a little bit of snow.
patience shall not be cut off. Hear thou, my son, and be wise.
Come in here and put some boards right here. Just pull it straight down. Over here. We'll put a tiny bit of umber into it. And just touch, give it a little pull. Just to make it look like little logs there. There we go. Just touch and sort of pull. There. Don't get it too bright. There we go. Okay, now we can go sort of in the opposite direction. And put some logs going this way. And all we do is touch, sort of give it a little downward pull this time. Just a little. Don't overdo. And just work right across the layers. There. It'll sort of give you the impression of little logs. Now when you're at home and you have unlimited time, you can take your little liner brush and really put some detail in there. As I've said before, if we run over 30 minutes here, they yell at me a lot and kick me off the set. So we'll try to keep it very simple just to give you some ideas. All we want to do is give you ideas and teach you how to do this fantastic method and turn you loose on the world. Now I want this side to be a little darker over here, maybe. Now if the old fellow that lived here is like the rest of us, he probably ran out of space very quick and had to build a little shed on his cabin. So maybe we should do that too. I'll take a little bit more of the brown and let's come right in here and build him a shed. We'll just put a little roof right here, coming out like so. Maybe this is where he keeps his firewood, because undoubtedly this is cold. Now we need a little bit of snow on the roof, so we just take a little of titanium white and just come across there. Touch and come across. Just like so. There we are. Now, out here in the foreground, a little bit more brown. Need to put some walls on his little shed. Maybe over here. Just there. Good. Light in his window. Just give him some light. Maybe he's got the old lantern on tonight if there's no electricity out here in the woods. We'll take a little bit of the magic black on the liner brush and then just sort of outline the windows. Just a tiny bit. This is a very thin paint, it's a liquid, so it flows. Okay, now we need some more snow in there. There, we just start right here and begin bringing the snow right on down. And angles are very, very important. But the wicked regardeth not to know it. Where there is vision, there is life. Trust in the Lord. Just let it come right and dwell secure. Better a quiet heart. Careless speech. To wisdom. Isn't that fun? This magic black is so exciting. There's so many things that can be done with it. Maybe in our next series we'll devote to several shows to using the magic black and show you how it works. if you want to soften this snow a little bit, it's very bright right now. You can take the large brush and be very careful and follow the angles and just gently, gently, gently rub it. And you can blend it right into whatever degree of brightness or darkness that you want. Always follow the angles, though.
The soft answer turneth away wrath.
Okay. Maybe we need a little,
But grievous words stir
maybe there's a little chimney right here. We'll just throw it on.
the eyes of the Lord.
Just use a little bit of the gray color and the small edge of the knife.
Beholding the
There we are.
evil and the good.
Maybe you can see the least little amount of red on his chimney.
A wholesome tongue is a tree.
And we won't have a fire going right now.
A soft
Make the snow
answer
a little bit thicker on the roof.
peace. Gentle
And I think we're ready
words bring peace.
to start playing with some other things. Now I'm going to take a fan brush and start out loading it with titanium white. A lot of paint in the bristles and very deep, very, very deep into the bristles. Then go right over here into the gray color and load the tips. So we've got the dark gray right on the tips and the white farther down. Just double load your brush.
Better is little with
Maybe we'll put a couple of pretty little evergreens that are sitting right in here. And we start by just touching the canvas.
trouble.
We use just the corner of the brush.
Better is love.
And as we push harder, the white shows up. Just put a little white highlight on the tree. Maybe that's that
A
about.
wholesome tongue
There.
is a tree.
Now, load a little bit more of the gray color in here. Let's give him a little friend. Maybe there's another little tree that lives right here.
Gentle words bring
There we are.
peace on
Now we have
earth.
a couple of nice little evergreens right there. And we can take
Peace on earth.
a clean brush and just lift upward, just to make it look sort of misty back here. Okay. I think maybe we'll put a very large tree right over in here. So I've got a little white in the bristles, and I'll load it full of the gray color. And remember, this gray is made from phthalo green and alizarin crimson. And maybe there's a large tree that just hangs right here.
Surely I
Nice big limbs that just hang out.
and have not the
Comes right over in front of the cabin here.
Every word of God is pure.
Pick up a little bit of white and we can highlight this a little bit. I'm just picking up a little bit of the snow and going back.
Remove
Don't want these shapes too distinct. This is supposed to be late at night. Just indications.
give me neither poverty nor
Now with the liner brush, a little bit of paint thinner and a little bit of the yellow.
lest I be
Just a tiny bit of the yellow. Maybe we want to put a little light reflecting across the snow here. So we can just lay it on with a little bit of liner. It's barely touching.
steady portion.
Let a little bit of the yellow shine out across the snow. And we're not too worried at this time. Then we'll take the large brush and very gently just blend it right in. You know the stories about yellow snow, so be careful.
Deny me them not before I die. Keep back thy servant from pride, and let not presumption
We'll wash our little liner brush.
thou not unto his words, for his
Maybe there's a big tree right out in here. Let's start with some Van Dyke Brown. Let me clean off the spot to work here.
keep me in humble measure,
Van Dyke Brown.
and guard my heart. Give me a
And
steady
maybe today we can, let's get a close-up of what the knife looks like when it's loaded. There's a small roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. There, you see that roll of paint? That's what we work with. Okay, now let's put a big tree right up through here. All we're gonna do is touch the canvas. Just touch it. The roll of paint just comes off and makes your tree for you. Okay, we'll just let this one go right on up. We've got one side done. Now let's do the other side of the tree. There we are. Just keep going there.
the preparations.
And you can make as many trees as you want in your painting. That's what's so nice about painting. You create your own world and you control it.
From the Lord,
You can make anything happen in your world that you want.
commit thy works unto the Lord.
Give him some roots down here. Gonna have something for him to stand
Thy
up on.
thoughts shall
And maybe
be
he's got a nice arm right here.
a
Little limb
man's
that just goes right on off the
heart
canvas.
deviseth his way,
There.
but the Lord directeth his steps.
You might be able to see the beginning of another one over here somewhere.
Commit thy works unto the Lord.
And just put them where you think they should be.
Thy thoughts shall be established.
Okay, now let's go into a little bit of the gray and white.
Rest in
Just a
his
little bit. And let's lay a little bit of highlight right along here.
hand may plant
Just to make this tree stand out a little bit.
But the Lord directed his
Just follow right on up the tree.
and let thy ways and
Go. A little bit of light shining on it. I want to keep this painting very dark to give the impression of night. And this tree is very thick. When it's dry, you can feel the bark on it. It'll have dimension. Maybe there's a little highlight right there.
Then
A
great
little touch here and there.
avenues without right.
There we go.
Pride goeth
Now you can do it.
before destruction, and a haughty spirit
And
before
down here at the bottom,
pleasant
maybe there's a little
words
snow
are
sort
as
of piled up on
honeycomb,
some little foots.
sweet to the soul. Commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy
And you can take the large brush and very gently just blend that. So it just flows right up the tree. We'll take a little bit of magic white this time. A little bit of the gray color. We don't want it to get too bright. Maybe there's a little bush or two that's right along in here. Just a couple little bushes that grow. They're still hanging on. And it sort of breaks up the little snowy areas. Makes it look a little more interesting. Don't want to get carried away with these, just a few. Okay. I think we have a painting that's almost finished and ready for signature. So I'm going to use a little bit of thin oil. And back to my permanent red. I always like to sign in permanent red. And we'll just go right down in here and put a quick little signature on it.
But the righteous are
You know,
bold
if
as a
during the
lion.
course of the series I don't answer
Better
all your
is the
questions,
poor
please
that
feel free to drop
walketh
us a
in
line.
his uprightness
And I'll try to answer any question
than
that you
he
have.
that is
If there's things that you want to see that we're not painting, let us know. We'll try to paint them for you, or we'll sure find somebody who can. So on behalf of everybody here at the station, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. God bless. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Walk uprightly, dwell in peace. Better a steady way than crooked gain. Mercy is given to the humble heart. Walk in truth and rest. Whoso walketh
Oh,
uprightly
welcome back.
shall
Glad to
be
see you today.
saved.
You know, in every series there has to be a
But
crazy
he that
day,
is
and this is our
perverse
crazy day.
shall
So we thought we'd do a painting that's really far out and that
Happy is the
maybe it'll excite the
man
imagination. We're going to have a little campfire down here and all the big trees around, and we'll just sort of see what happens. And I've taken a black canvas that was painted with a flat black acrylic that was allowed to dry, and then covered the entire canvas with alizarin crimson. So let's go. Let's start out with cad yellow on the 1-inch brush, and decide where you want the little campfire to be here. And we'll start, let's put it right there, and just start making little X's or crisscross strokes, and working around. There we go. And just let this go. Go all the way out to the edges of the canvas, even if you can't see anything happening. Let it go. Because little things are happening. It's picking up the color. There. Just all the way out. Just these little crisscross X-type strokes. There. Now, you can make this as bright as you want it, but each time, clean and dry your brush before you go back into the center. You want that to be the brightest area in the painting. So clean the brush, beat it dry, and add a little bit more of the cad yellow. Go right back in here. And just lay in some color. And then begin working outward again. That way, automatically, it gets darker as it goes farther away from the little campfire that's going to be here. All right. There we go. Now, clean this brush up, and we're ready to get serious with this. Okay, with a large brush, I'm just going to begin blending this out. There. Just very gently, still making the little crisscross strokes. Working outward. You don't want to bring a dirty brush back to the center. Don't want to ruin the beautiful bright color you have right there. Okay, and then very gently we take the brush strokes out just by going across the canvas. All right. Okay, we're going to try to show you some things today that are a little different than anything we've done in the past, so hope you'll enjoy this one. Okay, now, let's take the fan brush, we'll put some Van Dyke brown on it, and a little bit of crimson. Van Dyke brown, touch of crimson. Just mix them on the brush. And maybe way back here in the distance, we can just see the trunks of some trees and just let them sort of disappear. These are just some little trees in the background. Just sort of let them disappear. Maybe right here, maybe there's a bigger one. So we just push a little harder, just let it disappear. And we can put a little limb out here on it. It's a little arm.
thine expectations shall not be.
Wherever you want them here, you can just put little
My
indications.
son, fear thou the Lord, and meddle
Just
not
far
with
away.
them that are given
All
to
kinds of little things happening.
wisdom
There we are.
ruleth the house, understanding
Like so.
makes it stand.
Now, let's take a 1-inch brush,
By knowledge
and we'll put Van Dyke Brown and alizarin crimson on the 1-inch brush, loaded full of paint, and we can begin applying some little leaves back here. And all we're doing is just touching the canvas, bending the brush a little bit. All we're looking for is just very basic, gentle shapes. We're not looking for a lot of detail. These are just little background trees that are far away. So just wherever you think there might be some leaves, just drop them in. Don't really spend a lot of time worried about it. Maybe there's a little bush right there that just sort of graduates into nothing. The glow of the fire here will take care of the bottom of all of these, so don't worry about them. Okay, now we can take and let's add a little bit, and just a tiny bit here, a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, mixed together. And we can just highlight some of these where the light's striking them from the fire. And just begin picking out little individual things and drop some little highlights on here and there. Don't overdo. Keep it quite subdued. Little yellow ochre, Indian yellow mixed together. Once again, this is just going to be background trees far away, so we don't have to spend a lot of time worrying about them or trying to make them perfect. Just a tiny bit over here. Not as much. Tiniest little bit. Just some indications. There we go. Now we can have fun. I'm going to take the large brush and very gently, I'm just going to blend all of this in. I want it to be very soft and very far away. So let's go right up here and watch. Very gently. Just still making the little crisscross strokes. Just begin blending all of it. Let it blend away. Okay, now we just take the brush strokes out by just going across.
The hearing ear and seeing eye, the Lord
See how far away that looks already?
open thine eyes and be satisfied.
Isn't that fantastic? Okay,
Just wait.
I didn't put any highlights on this one little bush that I laid right here, so let's put a few little highlights on him. Don't want him to get upset.
Than gain without
And we'll just very gently blend him also.
man's steps are of the Lord.
There.
His counsel shall
Okay.
remain.
Now, we can use this big brush and begin adding all kinds of little things that are happening around here. Maybe right in here there's some nice little bushes that are growing. And just drop in some basic shapes. We're not too worried about detail yet. There's one. Just let him fall right off your brush. And maybe as we get farther away here, maybe there's some great big trees that are going to be growing over in here. Great big old ones. Just drop them in. Still using just crimson and Van Dyke Brown. There we are. Just give us some nice basic little shapes to work with.
The instruction of the Father and attend to know,
Okay.
understand.
Now then we can start playing a little bit.
For I give
Let's take
good doctrine,
Indian yellow and permanent red
my law.
and just mix it together. And let's begin dropping some little highlights right up in here. Just let them sparkle.
For out of
Think where the light would hit them.
are the issues of life.
There we go. Maybe a little bit up in here. There. Okay. That's Indian yellow and a touch of permanent red. Right there. Okay, maybe right here there's another one. Now, as I get farther away from the fire, less and less you're going to see.
And let
So,
thine eyelids look straight
back in here, we're just going to begin putting a little bit of stuff. Don't worry too much about highlights back in here.
under the path of thy feet,
Like so.
and let all thy ways be established.
Just sort of let them disappear.
Keep thy heart with
Little bit
all
up here.
diligence.
And it just disappears.
For out of it are the issues
Just enough to set them off a little bit so you can see them.
of life. Keep thy heart
There we go. Nice little one lives right there.
guarded
There. Okay. Now then, let's go right up in here and play with the fire a little bit. I got in trouble for playing in fire when I was young. Today we can do it. Gonna take a little bit of Van Dyke Brown, and we'll just make some little indications of some wood here. And It's all burnt. It can be just about any old way that you want it. There.
Better is the poor that walketh
And then
in his
maybe there's some ground
integrity
area right down through here that we can see.
than he
Still Van
that
Dyke brown.
traverses in his lips.
And just pull it across.
The fear of the Lord tendeth to life,
I can.
and he that hath it shall abide satisfied. The desire
Now,
of
take a little bit of yellow
man
ochre
is his kind,
and burn umber mixed together.
and a faithful man who
And we can put a little bit of highlight right out here.
walk in integrity.
And start here and work down so it gets darker automatically because you're running out of paint.
Better a simple
You're picking up more and more of the
heart
undercolor.
than riches without peace.
Let the canvas work for you.
The fear of the Lord bringeth
Now,
life,
tell you what, let's put a little fire right here. I'm just using a little bit of cad yellow. And just
walk in
touch
integrity.
and just give an indication of a little bit of fire. A little small campfire. There we go. That's enough to convey what we're trying to show here. Now, take the fan brush
Man's discretion,
and we'll use a little bit of the yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and permanent red all mixed
and
together
it
on
is
the
his
fan brush.
glory
And
to
mix it on the
pass
brush.
over a
And we can begin
transgression.
laying in some little grassy areas here.
The
A little
counsel
bit brighter up here by the fire.
that shall stand,
So start at the brightest area and work
and his
downward.
purpose shall
We want
remain.
these to be very soft, just where the light's striking them. Darker, darker, darker. There. Dark up here.
Shall
And
find
we can just lay in all kinds of happy little things. Maybe right along here. There. Okay, there's one that comes way down. There's your world, so you can put them anywhere you want. There we go. Just down like so. There's a good place for a couple more.
and rest in quiet truth. Better
Okay.
a simple heart
Now maybe-
than riches without
Maybe.
the counsel of
Take
the
and add a
Lord
little bit more
shall
Van
stand,
Dyke brown right
and
in here.
his purpose remain. Walk in integrity.
I know what we should do. Maybe this is a little lake out here. Little, if you're gonna build a little campfire, you need to have water close by. So we put a little cad yellow on the large brush, go right here, touch, and pull straight down. Okay, just a little, touch, pull straight down. And it's gonna pick up the crimsonness underneath and turn a beautiful reddish color. Work from the lightest area, which would be directly under the fire, out. That way, automatically, as you go away from the fire, it gets darker and darker. And very gently come across. Just very gently. Don't want to kill all these nice lines that you put in there. Just make them just look like water. Okay. Now, maybe there's a little projection that comes right out through here. We'll just add a little bit more of the brown. Bring it right on out. Drop a little bit of the highlight color on it. There we go. And we go back to our little fan brush, yellow ochre, Indian yellow, and a touch of permanent red. And we can just drop in some little grassy things that are growing down this hill. I think I mentioned it earlier, but in case you missed it. If you have questions or comments or something we can help you with, please feel free to drop us a line. We'd like to know what you want. We'd like to know what you want in future series, what type of things interest you. A lot of the paintings in this series have come from letters that people have wrote and told us what they wanted to see. Okay, let me clean up a big brush here, and let's play a little bit. Okay. That's still fun. Okay, I want to subdue all of this. It's much too bright. So with a large brush, very gently, I'm just going to begin blending it. Very gently. Just let it barely touch. Make it very quiet. Push it way back. Because you wouldn't see all this much bright if it's dark. So we just want to subdue it here. Very quiet. Subdued. Very quiet. Just blend it. Because you know, when you have the little campfire out there at night, things almost look unreal. You get all kinds of weird colors and shapes. And they're beautiful. There we go.
Is more acceptable than
Clean up that reflection there a little bit. I'm going to take a tiny bit of the yellow, put a little bit of reflection into this little projection right here. Pull it straight down. Just come across. Like so. Okay. But you see how quiet that makes it look. It's very, very quiet. Let's go right up in here, and maybe there's a great big tree right here. Right here. Big son of a gun. He just goes all the way off the canvas. There we are. And you can make your tree as big or as small as you want him. Okay, just a straight Van Dyke brown. There we go. Big, strong tree. I love to paint trees. They're one of the most fantastic things in nature to me. Get him a little arm or limb up here. There we go. Like so. Now we can take a little bit of permanent red and sort of highlight this tree. This permanent red with a little burn umber in it. And then we can lay some highlights on here. Just where you think the light from the fire would strike the tree. Use your imagination. Let your heart take you wherever you want to go. There we are. Maybe a little highlight laid on this limb up here. Okay. Now, maybe there's an old fella sitting out here warming his foots next to the fire. Maybe we'll have a cowboy out here. We'll put him a hat on. So we just start right here with a little edge of the knife. Just sort of come around. We can just see part of him. He's leaning up against a tree. There's his the brim of his hat, little top of his hat. And at home, when you have unlimited time, you can take a lot more time and effort with this and really go into some detail. Maybe he's sort of slumped over and there's his shoulder coming down. And maybe there's an arm. He's sort of got his foot sticking up like that. His leg. These are just very basic little things. Just at home, you can take your time, put a lot of detail into these. I just want to give you ideas here. Okay, sort of straighten him out a little bit. Better give him some buns to set on. There we go. Give him little foots. Maybe his hands just rested on his knee. See, I should have put him in before I put the highlights on the tree. I've messed my highlights up. But that's easy. We'll just go back and drop our highlights right back in. There we are. So the tree stands away from the guy a little bit. Yeah, we can take a little bit of the yellow ochre and think where light would strike here. Maybe a little bit on his head right there. Like so. Maybe a little coming around. Just a little right there. Maybe a little bit across the top of the shoulder. I got to tell a little story here. We have a lot of requests that came in wanting portraits. Years ago, I studied with a super painter and studied portraits for, maybe a year and a half, 2 years. And he became a very dear friend. And he took me aside one night and he says, Bob, he says, I've got to tell you the truth. He said, I want you to go and paint bushes and trees because that's where your heart is, and give up portraits. So that's why I'm here. There we go. And just maybe a little highlight bouncing across there. A little bit on his knee. That really is a true story, too. He really did tell me I should give up portraits. It takes a special knack. Now, we talk about that sometime, about talent. What is talent? Talent is nothing more than a pursued interest. In other words, things that you're interested in, you'll spend a lot more time working at than something you're not interested in. So that's all talent is. It's if you're willing to practice and spend the time to perfect something. Okay. Now then, let me clean up the brush a little bit. There we go. We can just soften all this just very gently. Very, very gently. Yeah, we can come down here. Just a little bit of the dark color. Put a little tiny bit of a waterline indication in here. Just a small amount. This is really a fun little painting. It should give you a lot of ideas for a lot of crazy things that you can do. And it should make you happy. You really want painting to make you happy. That's what it's all about. Okay, I can just quieten this down a little bit over in the corner. Like so. Now, if you want to create a little more depth here, then you can add, maybe there's another little bush here that comes in front of the tree. this will produce, every plane that you add into the painting will produce a little bit more depth. Okay, take a little bit of the Indian yellow, permanent red, and we can put some highlights on this little bush. Push everything back a little further.
The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous runneth into it
Okay,
and is safe.
I think we're about to get this one fixed up. We might put a few little leaves right up here, just to show that this one goes into a nice big tree.
The Lord is safe.
A little bit of the color. Indian yellow, permanent red. And just drop it in. Now, if you really want to have some fun, you could take the liner brush with a little bit of thin color on it and sort of go over some of these little logs here and make them stand out just a little more, because there'd be a lot of light hitting these.
He that answereth a matter before he heareth it,
Oh, he wants an indication of his little
it
fella
is
sitting out here
folly
warming his
and
butts.
shame unto him.
There we go.
The heart of the prudent getteth
All right. Looks sort of like an old guy out here just silhouetted against
and
the campfire.
ear of the wise
And I think this one's about ready for a signature.
is the name of
So let's put a signature right about here.
the righteous
And there comes a time when you can just absolutely piddle a painting to death.
safe. Humility goeth before
Yeah, there we are.
and wisdom
And we have that one all
before
signed.
speech. The name of
Now, next week, I want to show you a fantastic little painting that I think will just tickle you to death. So have your canvas set up. We'll be doing a white canvas. I think that you'll really enjoy it. And, you know, talk for just a second. We would really like to hear from you and know what the type of paintings that you would like to see in the future. So drop us a line in care of WIPB, Muncie, Indiana, and we'll be glad to answer any question, and we'll try to put together shows that supply you with the type paintings that you want to see. We also would like to someday put together a show where we bring on guest artists from all over the country and let them show you a multitude of different effects that you can try, that you can enjoy, that do good things to your heart. So, we're looking forward to doing this for you. Anything else that you would like to see. On behalf of all of us here at the station, we'd like to wish each and every one of you happy painting. We hope you have a super day. God bless. Take care. Bye-bye.
be sinners, but be thou in the fear of the Lord all the day long. Apply thine heart and keep the truth. Wisdom is better than fleeting gain. Be in the fear of the Lord all the day long. Hold fast to understand.
Welcome back. Glad you could join me today. You know, they say that time really goes by when you're having fun, and here we find ourselves on our last show of this series. So I thought today, you know, since I lived in Alaska so long, I'd do a special Alaskan painting. So if you come on up here to the canvas, I'll tell you what we've already done. Now, I've taken a black canvas, as you can see. We painted this with just a flat black acrylic paint, allowed that to dry. And then on top of that, I've put all different kinds of transparent colors. I've put some, right in here, some alizarin crimson, over in here, some phthalo green, phthalo blue and green mixed all over the canvas. So it's completely covered with a thick paint. So it's all ready to go. So let's have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint this project with me. And I think today we'll do some northern lights. So come on up here and let's get started. I want to use the old fan brush today. So probably one of the best ways to do this is sort of take, and you can just, on this black canvas, you can draw in some basic shapes. And if you've never seen the northern lights, a lot of times they're in what they call curtains, or just layers. If in your part of the country there's no such thing as northern lights, you can do the same scene, leave the lights out, and maybe put a little moon in the sky, and it'll be just as effective. But once again, for my friends in Alaska, today I want to do a northern lights picture. Start with the old fan brush, throw it into titanium white. Now we already have all those beautiful colors on the canvas, so all we need is white. Let's go up here. Now, decide where these curtains, where these lights are going to be, and just begin tapping. See, all I'm doing is just tapping, and tapping the color in, and make your basic shapes. Just very basic shapes. And put a little more paint where you want it to be a little brighter. And we have one coming right across here. And I'm just tapping titanium white on there. Sometimes there's little ridges and they bounce around, and there it comes. See, just right on around. Right on around. And maybe we'll have 3 layers of lights in this painting. And you can have as many as you want, or as few as you want. It's up to you. Up to you. Now then, this is where the fun starts. Let's take a 1-inch brush, and I'm going to begin grabbing this and lifting it upward. Just grab it and pop it. Just pop it up. Okay, there we go. Already you can see it begin picking up some of the different colors. Here, like so. Let's grab this one, lift it up. Well, Johnny Horton wrote a beautiful song about northern lights. Northern lights were running wild in the land of the midnight sun. And I lived there for over a dozen years, and that has to be one of the prettiest countries in the world. God was really having a good day when he made Alaska. Now then, I'm gonna take the 2-inch brush and go all the way through this and lift up, all the way through. All the same angles, all the way. Look at that. There you go, and you can pull these as high as you want them. And some parts of the country, they don't see a lot of color in northern lights. They see maybe only whites or yellows, and you can do yours that way. Where I lived, right outside of Fairbanks, in a little town called North Pole, sometimes we would see lights in every color in the rainbow. So that makes it a little more interesting. So I figured if I did a bunch of colors, you'd find your color in here somewhere. Okay, you see that right in here? This is where the crimson was, and you have sort of a lavender feel in here, and blue in here. Over here, there's a little phthalo green mixing with a phthalo blue. Makes some beautiful, beautiful colors in the sky. Let's wash the old brush. Give it a shake. Just beat the devil out of it. And no painting of Alaska would be complete without an almighty mountain. Take a little bit of black, a little bit of phthalo blue. I'll even put a little Van Dyke brown in there. Very dark. Pull it out flat, cut across, get that little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Okay, let's go up here. You have to make the big decision. Where does your mountain live? Maybe right there. Takes very little paint because the canvas is already black. There, see? Put little bumps and hills and valleys, whatever you want in your mountain. Just drop it in there. Like so. And scrape off all the excess paint. You really, really can't scrape too hard. Then go take a large brush, grab it, and pull. This just basically removes excess paint. The more of this paint that you can get off, the easier the next layer is to stick. So take off all of it you can get off. This is also an excellent way of using brush strokes to begin laying out your highlights and shadows. See how you can pull all kinds of effects? There, maybe you want to see. And you're not committed. You can just keep changing this and playing with it. Maybe you want a little shadow. You can see there. It's that easy to find out how the highlights and shadows will look in there. Pull it through, or you can just keep going. Spend all day just playing there. Okay. Now then, let's use our old knife. We'll go into titanium white and a little bit of blue. Just a small amount of blue. There, just enough to tint it. Good. Pull it out very flat, as flat as you can get it. Get tough with it. And come across, get that little roll of paint right under the edge of the knife. Let's go back up here. Now then, let's have some snow just coming right down the side of this mountain. Wherever you want it to go. No pressure. No pressure at all. Just let it flow. You want that paint to break. Want all these little holes listed. There you go. See? You can wiggle that knife and cause all kinds of little effects to happen. And right up here on the top, we want a little bit of snow right up here. There. It comes right down. Maybe it joins together. You have to make big decisions here. There we go. Yeah, maybe. There's some light striking right over here on that little ridge. Let's begin with our shadows. For the shadows, we'll take the blue and the white, mix it together. Like so. Maybe we'll make it a little bit lighter. Still a little dark for what I want. That's much better. Cut across it, our little roll of paint again. Okay? Now then, no pressure. No pressure. Just let it barely caress the canvas. And just begin laying in all kinds of little things. Anywhere you want a little ridge, just drop it in. This is your painting, your world. You can do anything that you want here. A little bit right back here. See? Now we can take this one and pull it distinctly through, and it pushes that one right back. Do you know you have that kind of power? You push mountains around. When I go home, the only thing I can push around is a chair, but here I can push around anything. Mountains and trees and rivers. There we go. We'll put a happy little peak right up there. Now we're using a very firm paint here. We want this paint to be as firm as possible. Look at that. Okay, now see this little point here? It needs to have its own private shadow. If it doesn't have its own shadow, then it won't stand out like an individual. And you can just bounce it back and forth here and play. Shoot, look at that. Maybe there's another one. There's right there. As many or as few as you want. Is your creation. to each one of them. See here, once again, right here, we need to have another shadow. There we go. And all the time, this is mixing with that beautiful color that's underneath. It allows all kinds of things to happen. Now, just take a clean, dry 2-inch brush, and I'm going to gently, gently tap, following the angles in the mountain. Always follow your angles. And tap more down here at the base than you do up here. Up here, you just barely want to whisper it. Down at the bottom, you want to tap it a little bit harder. If you begin collecting some paint on your brush, just beat the devil out of it, and that'll remove the excess paint right off your brush without going through a lot of cleaning. There we are. See how soft that's beginning to look? Over here, you follow these angles. Always pay attention to the angles in your mountain, and that's what you're looking for. There. Now then, very gently lift upward. This takes out all those little tap marks, softens, blends, creates the illusion of mist. Just like so. Isn't that easy? You have one fantastic mountain. Big son of a gun. Big old mountain. There. Okay. Let's play some more. Let's find us a fan brush. I think we'll just go right into this mixture we had before. We made the mountain with it. It was black, take a little blue, little Van Dyke brown. Just mix them in the brush. Load that brush full of paint. Look at all the paints in there. Let's go back up here. Maybe there's some happy little trees that are back here. These are far away, and all we're looking for is just little indications, little evergreens that are far, far back in the distance. Far away. There. Get a little more paint. See, you're using the top part of that brush and just tap downward. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. Now, you don't want to kill all this misty area. If you kill this mist, it's right up here. All that'll happen is these trees will run right into the mountain. You want them to stay separated. So don't kill your misty area. Save them. They're precious. They're good friends. Right in this mountain area, they may be your best friends. So cherish them. So now, if you get these too far apart, they're going to begin looking like fence posts. So if your little evergreens that are far in the distance begin looking like fence posts, chances are you just don't have enough. Add a few more and see if it doesn't help take care of that little problem. Easy, we got some happy little evergreens living way back there in the distance, all the way across. Now then, we can take another fan brush, and I have several of them going here, so I don't have to continually wash them. We take a little blue and white. This was just a little shadow color that was left over. Let's go up here. I want to just pop in some indication of some happy little tree trunks. Just on the bottom. Touch it, pull it straight up. Just touch, pull straight up. Very lightly. Very lightly. Just enough to create a little light area down here at the base of these trees. Just makes it a little prettier. So you're playing light against dark, dark against light, continually. Continually. That's what painting's all about. Maybe way back there in the distance, we can start playing with a little detail. We'll take that same old black color, just put a lot of paint in the brush. Just black, blue, a lot of paint. Look at there, that brush is really full. Okay, let's go right up in here and we'll just pop in a few little bushes. Don't want to kill all the little tree trunk areas that you made there. Just a few. See that little light area there is your separator, it's your divider. Now then, I go back to this fan brush. It's got mainly white on it. Okay, take one. At least a little touch of the liquid white to it to make it a little thinner. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, I want some bright things happening here. So I'm going to take this and begin pushing upward to create just some happy little grassy areas back here. Allow it to mix with that color that's underneath, all the blues, blacks. So it creates all kinds of little things. There we go. Maybe there. Where are you? Now just go up. Just sort of make a decision, let it happen. Now then, let's take a 2-inch brush and I'm just going to tap it into a little of the titanium white. Just gently tap it. See? Okay. Now I want a happy little reflection of it right underneath here. All you need is white because the color's already on the canvas. Just put it straight down. Straight down. Start where you want to be the brightest and then work outward in both directions. And automatically it'll get darker as it works away from that area. Now with a clean brush, pull it down firmly, like so. Just pull it straight down, and then go lightly across. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. take a little bit of liquid white and a little bit of titanium white and mix it together. Pull it out flat. Get a little roll of paint on the knife. Tiny little roll. There it is. And let's go up here and just put the indication of a little snow slaying right along the base of that. And just barely touching the canvas. Just barely touching it. Allow it to mix with that color that's underneath. Don't fight these. Let them happen.
Better is the poor that walketh in his
There we are.
darkness
Okay.
than he that is
And maybe,
perverse in his way.
tell you what, let's play a little.
He
Blue and the
that
black fan
covereth
brush.
his
Maybe right here
shall
is
not
an evergreen. It's a little bigger.
but
He's a
whoso
little touch closer.
confesseth and forsaketh them shall have
I'm gonna drop
mercy.
him in right there. Just like that.
Uprightly,
And he lives right out there.
dwell in peace.
We'll give him a little friend. We don't need to be
Better
lonely.
a steady way than
He's just
crooked gain.
sitting right here watching the
Mercy
northern
is
lights
given
or aurora
to the
borealis,
humble
whatever you want to call it. It's easier to say northern lights. I'm going to take a little touch of that blue and white mixture and load it on the fan brush and come right along here and just put the indication of a few little highlights. These trees are far away. I don't want too many. If you get too many, just take your dark paint, go right back over them. It'll eat it right
that
out.
is perverse shall fall.
All right. Now then,
Happy is the
let's have some
man
fun.
that
Let's put in
feareth
some bigger
always.
trees. Same old color.
But
Just
he
use the
that
blue and
hardeneth
black.
his heart shall fall.
Mix it well. Okay, let's go right up here.
He that
Ready?
giveth unto the
Yep,
poor
I see a
shall
big
not
tree that lives
lack.
right there.
But he
Start
that
with just the corner of
hideth
the
his
fan brush,
eyes
work it
shall
back and
have
forth,
many
back and forth.
curse.
And
Walk
as you work down the tree,
uprightly,
add more and more pressure. Down here, you're getting tough. Oh, you're really taking out all
better
your
a
frustrations
humble
down here.
heart than secret pride.
There we go.
Mercy is
Just
near
really just bang it in there.
to the contrite soul.
And maybe
Walk
there's another tree here.
in truth and rest.
See, start with a corner, back and forth, back and forth. See, I think everything's like people. I've made so many fantastic friends with painting. I think everything's got to have friends. Trees and bushes and everything needs friends. Everybody needs friends.
Walk uprightly.
I'm going on the other side over here. Shoot, let's get crazy. I want one that goes way up and goes all the way through this northern light. Now, there's as many different ways to paint northern lights as there are painters. This is just one interpretation. This is what they look like to me where I live. Really makes a beautiful painting. And these black canvases, when you change the light source, the painting changes. You put this under 3 different lights, and you'd almost believe you had 3 different paintings. It changes that much. It's almost unbelievable. And at home, try these black canvases with any transparent color. I've got letters that have asked me, how do I tell what color is transparent? There's a very, very simple test. In fact, I'll tell you what, while the camera's right there, I'll show you. Take a color like blue. Bring the camera right in here so we can see. See, if you take this blue and rub it on here, that still looks black. That color is transparent. Now then, let's take a color, okay, let's use bright red. That's a very opaque color now. When you put it there, ooh, see what happens? That color is not transparent. It will not do for what we're trying to do here. That's a good test. Of course, now we got a red spot on the canvas. Hey, paint another tree. Trees cover up a multitude of sins. We'll have another one. Yeah, we'll put him right here. He's right there. There he is. This is still the blue and the black. Just blue and black. Okay, I'm gonna get a 1-inch brush. We'll use it for a little bit. Take that same color, the blue and the black. Shoot, we'll grab a little bit of this lighter color and put it in there. Pull that brush in one direction. Load it full of paint. So very dark blue. Okay, let's go right up here. And maybe we're gonna have some happy little snow-covered bushes. So all we're doing is just beginning to lay in some of the very basic shapes. You're not looking for detail yet. Only very basic shapes. Very basic. Okay, let's go right over in here. Maybe there's a happy bush. Yep, that's right there. Comes right on out. Or just wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. You can have as many or as few. Just let your imagination take you. If you've never been to Alaska, you ought to go see it. It's almost unreal. I was born and raised in Florida. I was almost 20 years old before I ever saw snow. And my favorite uncle, Uncle Sam, he sent me up there in January. Thought that would be funny. It was funny. I got off the plane. The first thing I did was stepped on the ice and fell on my bottom because I didn't know how to walk on ice. Now I'm taking some liquid white and going right into titanium white. Pull it in one direction. We'll put a little tiny bit of blue in it. One direction. Look at all the paint that's on that brush. It's really full. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, you begin picking out where all these little bushes live, and just barely touch, give it a little push, and create all these little snow-covered bushes. In Alaska, they have ice fog, and ice fog occurs normally when it's about 30 below or colder, and it covers everything with frost. It is so beautiful. Trees look like they're in full foliage. It's so beautiful, and the light plays through it, and all these little ice-covered frosty things, they act like prisms, and they break up the light, and you see all colors in the trees. In the dead of winter, you can see you have to go see it. I can't explain it all to you. It's so pretty. Well, there's a nice bush. Just grows right out of that brush. And we'll put another one right there. There they go. Just drop them in. Just happy little bushes. Happy little bushes. Well, with the completion of this painting, this will end the 8th Joy of Painting series. It's hard for me to believe it. We have over 100 shows now. Over 100 shows. Taking a little blue here, put a little highlight on these trees. I really hope you got to see all the shows. If there's any of them that you've missed, and you'd like to see them, give your station a call. Let them know. Let them know what you want to see. And when they need some help, give them a hand. There we are. Look at this tree. Don't want him to be left out. There. Just here and there. Don't kill all the dark contrast. That's what makes it pretty. And you know me. I gotta have a little cabin in here. So maybe with all this paint I have on here, I'm gonna scrape out just the basic shape to get rid of that loose paint. It's also a good way to lay out your initial cabin shape. Start with a little bit of Van Dyke brown, and I'll mix some dark sienna right in that. Just mix them together. Pull it across. Need a little front on that cabin. A little bit right along here. You know, and as we're winding down this series, I'd like to take just a minute and thank the people here at the television station. We have one of the finest crews in the country, and they make some of these beautiful television shows. And you never see them. They never get a thank you. But if it wasn't for them, there wouldn't be any show. A little bit of brown and white here, just to put some highlight on him. Give him a little door. Now then, tell you what, let's put some snow up on his roof. Just like so. And that gives us a quick little cabin. We can just bring some snow right down like that. See how easy that is? Put some snow over here on the other side of the roof. We don't want that one to be left out. Put that wherever you want it. Okay, maybe some's coming there, just like that. See? And pay attention to your angles when you're laying the snow. Angles are very important. Very important. Just put all kinds of little snow things here. Okay, let's go back in here. Pick up some of the liquid white. Go right into my titanium white. Load the brush full. And let's pop a few more little bushes right in. Work in layers, completing the most distant part of your painting first and working forward. Just like so. A few little bushy things over in here. And we're on the verge of having a completed painting. You take the knife, scratch through, and let some of these little sticks and twigs show. And this one's about done. Once again, I'd like to thank you for being with me during this 8th Joy of Painting series. We have the 9th series under production already, so we'll see you again. From all of us here, happy painting. God bless. Hi, welcome back. Hope you have your easel set up and you're ready to paint along with me today. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this painting. Let's go up to the canvas and get started. Now I've already covered this canvas with a thin, even coat of magic white, so it's nice and wet and slick and ready to go. Start a little bit of phthalo blue, a little bit of phthalo blue. And just work it until it bristles. And let's just put a happy little sky up here. Just making little crisscross strokes. Just let your brush bounce around, play, have fun. There we go. A little more of the blue. It's always simple to add more color, but it's a son of a gun to take it out. So use very little color on your brush. You can always go back and put a little more in it. Okay. And that quick, we have a happy little sky. There we go. And you don't want to kill all these little spots here that happen. It ends up looking like little cloud indications, and you really haven't done a thing. Let the canvas work and the magic light work. And we'll wash our brush. tell you what, let's just use this old big brush, Dan. I'll go right into some titanium white. I'm just going to pull the brush right through the color. Just pull it right through the color. Go down here and get a little permanent red. Put it right in there too. That'll make a little sunlight here. Just pull it one direction. And let's go up here. Maybe there's a big old cloud that lives right there. It's your cloud, so you just put him wherever you want him. Little tiny circles here. And he just sort of floats across the sky. And he's got a friend that lives right there. Clouds need friends too. We all need a friend. Okay, now I'm going to use just the same old brush here. Just fill that in a little. Okay. Now, with a clean dry brush, and I have several of them here, I'm just blend this out a little. Not touching the top at all yet. Just blending. Don't want to kill all the little actions. Just want to blend it a little bit. I'm going to lift it up, sort of fluff that cloud up. I'm going to fluff this one up. And very lightly, very lightly. We'll just blend it all together. Ain't that easy? You got a quick little sky. That's all it takes. Same old dirty brush, I'll go right into some sap green. Just load that brush full of sap green. And let's go right up here to the canvas, and maybe today we'll have, there it is, just a little hill like right here. Just let it go. This is just straight sap green, and it's mixing with the magic white that's on the canvas. So you get all the beautiful little things happening. Okay. And all we're doing here is applying some dark color, so our light color will show later on. So you need the dark in order to show light. But this is also where you begin deciding the lay of the land. And in my mind, this is sort of roundish here. So keep the strokes going that way. Or however way you want. Okay, just drop it in. Now I want it darker in the foreground. The landscape should always be darker as I get closer to you. So without cleaning the brush, I'll go right into some phthalo blue down here on the bottom. And just drop that in. Just to darken it up. And then we'll work upward so that it gets lighter as we go toward the horizon. And that gives us a nice dark background to play with. And we're not worried about detail or shape or anything else at this point. All I'm doing is applying color to the canvas so we have something to work with. Okay, well I got this old dirty brush. I'll go back and let's use some sap green, some Van Dyke brown, a little lizard crimson, and maybe there's some little trees that live up here. So we'll just drop in some basic shapes. Still not looking for a lot of detail. Just very, very basic shapes. Very basic. Once again, you need this dark color in order to show light. And now we have some little trees up here on top of our hill. Now then, I'm going to take some titanium white and a little burnt umber in it. White with a little umber. And pull that paint out very flat. Got to cross it, get a little roll of paint right on the edge of your knife. Remember that? We'll go up here and we'll make some little tree trunk indications. We're not looking for detail yet, so just drop them in. Most of these will be covered up, but a few of them will show. And people will think you worked for long periods of time to put them in. This is a little Van Dyke brown here. Maybe there's going to be a few little trees that project right on up like this. We'll put some leaves on them, so we're not too worried right now. All we're looking for is just some indications here and there. Okay, let's get us a 1-inch brush and begin putting some highlight here. Let's put a little magic white on the brush. The magic white will thin your paint. So into the magic white, we're going to some cad yellow and get up some sap green. So we have cad yellow and sap green. Okay, pull that brush in one direction. Load it full of paint. Look at all the paint on that brush. Just look right on the end. You can see there's a tremendous amount of paint there. Let's go up to the canvas. Let's start right in here. Very gently. We'll just drop in some nice little leaves on this tree. Now we begin worrying about a little detail. And this is a very gentle touch. Barely touching the canvas. It's a lot of paint on the brush, so we don't have to push hard. We'll add a little yellow ochre just to change the color. And maybe, there it is, right there. Another happy little tree. And we'll go back and get a little more of the sap green. And let's just drop a few little indications of some leaves out here on this little tree. See how easy that is? And maybe on this little tree here, there's just a few little things happening. We can start adding a little permanent red to our color. It's another little tree. And you have to make these decisions in your world. How many trees are there? It's up to you. Just vary these colors, let them sort of go back and forth. Play. There's one over here. Don't want him to be left out. Good cry. You leave him out. But see, you're still worried about the lay of the land. Still want to pay attention to that. Let the land go in the direction you want it to go in. Don't kill all your dark colors. It's dark colors are needed to make the light colors show. Okay, let's go over to the other side of the canvas and strike in some highlights right here on this one. You sort of work in layers. It really makes your painting much deeper. Makes all these things happen. You need that depth there. You don't want flat paintings. Okay, now, maybe we'll take just a point of the knife, cut in a few little sticks and twigs. Just here and there. Now, if you want a twig that's a little wider, turn the knife sideways, and it'll make wider little sticks and trunks and stuff. If you want them real skinny, use it straight on. And I use just the point of the knife. Okay. Tell you what, let's have a little house right there. Way back in the distance, I'll start with some Van Dyke Brown, and make a decision. Maybe it lives right there. And we'll do the eaves. So that's sort of a nice way just to lay it out. Here goes the roof, right over like that. And you just lay out a basic shape. Pull it all together. There, just barely touching the canvas. You need an overhang. Okay, right down through here. There we go. Don't want this to get too big. Don't want it to be far away. Okay, now let's take some Van Dyke Brown, some white, a little burnt umber. And put some highlight on this old building here. Barely touch. Just let it whisper through. Now, we have to make a decision. What kind of roof does it have? Does it have a shingle roof? Flat roof? What do we want? Okay, let's take some permanent red. And we'll use the little edge of an iron. Maybe we'll just drop a few little indications of some shingles. Just touching, pulling. At the top of this one overlap. The other one, just let them overlap. And we'll put all the little shingles you want on here. It's a simple way to make very simple little shingles, roofs. We need a door. Maybe this is an old barn type building. We'll put a big door in it. Maybe it's just an old barn the farmer had sitting out here. A little bit of white. Make a door stand out. And when you're painting buildings, you can change your mind. Maybe, right out here there's an old shed on this building. Maybe this old farmer here was like me. He ran out of room. So he started putting additions onto it. In the front. The side. We'll take just a little paint. We'll put some boards in there. Just cut right through the paint. Got just a tiny bit of white paint on the knife. Okay, let's put some indication of if he shingled it is. Chances are he probably put some shingles over here on his little shed. There we go. Just like that. Now then, let's put a little bit of grass around the bottom of this barn. Just right here. He hasn't been keeping his weeds mowed. Nature's about to reclaim this one. There we go. We'll just wash that brush and start with a nice clean brush. There, that stands out a little better. Okay. We about to have us a little barn. Tiniest little bit of white right here, just to make that stand out. So hopefully you can see it just a little bit. There. So you gotta help make it stand out a little. Alrighty. Now we can start making some more decisions. What do we have here in the foreground? And we'll just keep going with this 1-inch brush. And maybe there's a nice little bush that lives here. You're still concerned about the lay of the land. Follow the lay of the land, most important. There it comes. Tell you what, maybe you can see what's left of an old path here. Let's see, maybe the trees and the bushes have just about taken it over. But you can still make out a little indication here and there. There used to be an old path there. A little brown and white. You can highlight that a little. It's barely touching the canvas. Really don't know where it goes. Okay. bring some of these little grassy areas right up to the path. That'll set it down into the painting.
The righteous runneth into it and is safe.
There.
Humility goeth before honor,
And the path sort of gives you a nice perspective, pushes everything back. And as I say here, the bushes and the trees have just about taken over again. Not much of the path left. So you just cover up whatever you don't want. It just sort of fades out down here. Can I tell you what? Maybe lives a big tree over here. Let's make some black. I'll use some phthalo green and alizarin crimson in about equal parts. Phthalo green, alizarin crimson. Ooh. That's one of the noises like pulling your finger in a chalkboard. Make you shudder. Now then, mix this up real good. A little bit of paint must go up here. Maybe make a nice tree trunk. There it is. There it is. This will help push everything back. Maybe there's a friend lives right there. Got 2 tree trunks. There's that one go. Where did he go? He's right out of sight, right off the canvas. Right off the canvas. Good dark color. Give him some little foots down here. Tree needs some foots. Okay. Now then. A few little indications of some limbs, and then we can drop some leaves in this tree. And it just helps push your little building back further. Gives you another plane. Use a little brown and white. And just put some little indications of how they do. There, just to make it stand out. Okay. Good. And I'll go right back and get this old big brush. It's still dirty. And let's just take and just very quickly drop in some general little leaf shapes here. We're not looking for a lot of detail. This is sap green, Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson. Just the same old dirty brush I was using earlier. And a little bit of everything on it. As long as it's dark, that's big good. As long as it's dark. And here we're pushing quite hard. We really want to push that color right into the canvas. And I can go back to the 1-inch brush. We'll put a little, see, a little bit of cad yellow and sap green. Pull that brush in one direction. Load it full of paint. A lot of paint. Let's go to the canvas here. And very lightly. Just begin touching and building in some basic little patterns, some little shapes. You don't want your tree to be all flat. Remember that there's limbs projecting towards you. They're not all just going off the sides. So you need all these little patterns inside to make it have depth and shape. Don't want it to be just an old flat tree. Okay? Now down here at his foots, we can put some little bushes and stuff down here. And if your paint doesn't stick, add a little paint thinner to it, and then it'll stick. Okay, still following the lay of the land. I tell you what, maybe we can see. Maybe there's a little bit of a stream we can see. Maybe it just sort of creeps along here, and it lives right there. I'll touch a little phthalo blue. Maybe it just comes right down through here, wherever you want it. Or if you don't want a stream in your world, don't put it in. Pull straight down. You need that dark. I'll touch a little of the black color that I made. I want it very dark. Very dark. There we go. That's much better. Much better. And very lightly. Just go across. Now we need a fan brush. I'm going to use a little magic white and a little bit of the titanium white. Magic white, titanium white. I put the magic white in just to thin it a little. And then a little stream comes right down through here. And it just bounces and plays and has fun. And all these little things happen. Okay, it comes right on down. Tell you what, maybe right here, there's a big stone that hits, kapoosh, and just falls over. This is your stream, so you make it go anywhere you want it to go. Splashes down here, works right on through. There's another one. And there's always stones that are underneath the water that you really can't even see them, but they cause all kinds of beautiful little things to happen. And when you buy your first tube of paint, you get that artist license, and read it. It says you can do anything you want to do, at least on this piece of canvas. This piece of canvas is your world. Anything that you want to do. Okay, we'll take a little yellow ochre. A little cad yellow. And I just want to just here and there drop in a few more bushes. Tell you what, let's do. I'm going to take another fan brush. Let's put some land in here. Use some Van Dyke Brown, burn umber. A lot of paint on the brush. And maybe we'll just scrub in some dirt area here. Put some borders on our little stream. It comes right around. Maybe it's right here. Just to put some dirt in here. Okay, there's that out of stone. Where do you want it?
Spreadeth the net for his feet. Where there is vision,
Comes right on out here.
there is light. Keep the law.
Yeah, we'll just use the same old brush.
In peace.
Take some yellow ochre and a little white on it.
Patient spirit,
And let's just put in
then sudden
some little indications, a little permanent red added to that, and sparkle it up.
wisdom.
Make it just look like little stones here and there.
Stand.
Wherever. There we go. And you can put as many little stones as you want in your world.
The fool uttereth all his mind, but a wise man keepeth
Okay, I'll use a fan brush, a little bit of cad yellow,
and bringeth the snare.
and let's just drop in some patches of bushes here.
Hideth his trust.
They come right down. This brings all this together.
Shall be safe.
Just bring it all together.
The righteous considereth the cause of the poor, but the wicked regardeth not to know it.
Okay.
Where there is vision, there is light. Trust in the
It's not that easy. You can create a beautiful little painting.
dwells.
And you really don't have to plan it. Just sort of look at it, let it
Better a
happen.
quiet heart than careless speech.
There we go.
Hold to wisdom
Okay, then we can take our brush that had the watercolor on it, clean up these edges. And this is where you bring it all together.
where there is vision,
Just like so.
there is light.
Take your brown. Some of these stones here are very dark. I want them very dark. So they stand out better. There's one right there. Just let it go. Okay. Now then. Tell you what, maybe there's a little stick, little thing that lives right here.
The soft answer turneth away round.
All kinds of little limbs. This is just, I'm using that black color. Still using that alizarin crimson and phthalo green.
The eyes of the
I want it
Lord
to stand out. Nice dark color.
every place beholding the evil
And
and
a little limb here and there, wherever you want them. Wherever.
the wholesome tongue is a tree of life.
And we can take our liner brush. I'll use a little thin oil, or pink thinner, either one. I'll use a little oil. And we can put a few little limbs here and there. I like the oil because it slides a little easier when you have a lot of paint here.
Bring peace in.
The paint thinner will work just as well if you don't have oil.
Bring peace in.
And just put a little dead stick out here. There we go. And maybe there's some little things that live right there.
Better is little with
This
the fear.
thin paint, you can move it very easily on top of the other paint without becoming a mud mixer.
Treasure.
And wherever you want these little sticks, drop them in.
Better is
Drop.
love with simple bread than
Okay,
riches.
tell you what, let's do. Let's take a little more of the oil. I'll go right into some permanent red here. And let's sign this painting.
The wholesome tongue is a tree.
There we are. And I hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a lot of fun. Give you some ideas.
Answer bringeth peace.
And at home you can make some beautiful paintings also. Until next week, God bless. Happy painting.
Gentle words bring peace on others. Gentle words bring peace on others.
I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 20th Joy of Painting series. Son of a gun, it's hard for me to believe this is the 20th series, but it is, and I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me back for another series of painting shows. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to drag out your brushes and paints and paint along with us each show. I think you'll enjoy it. Tell you what, let's start out today and have run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me, and I think we'll just do a happy little picture today. So let me tell you what I've got done up here. We have our standard old 18 by 24 inch canvas, but you use whatever size you want. And we have it covered with a little bit of liquid white, just a thin, even coat, just enough to make the canvas wet. And with that, we'll just take off and we'll have a super time. Start today, I think I'll use a little 1-inch brush, and we'll go into a very, very small amount of the phthalo blue. Just a little bit, don't want much. And let's make some happy little clouds in our world. Let's get right up here. And we'll just take this brush, and we'll just bounce in some nice shapes. Now when we're doing this, we're interested in the white area, not the dark. So don't worry about the dark area. We're going to blend that all out. All we're doing is putting in some color for the shadows of our clouds. And this is one of the nicest, easiest ways of making very effective, great big old clouds. There. See, we're interested in this white area once again. Maybe there's another little cloud that lives in our world, right along there. Wherever you think they should be, then that's exactly where they should be. Just wherever. And just use the old little 1-inch brush and just, I'm making tiny little circles. Just tiny little circles. Okay, maybe I'll add a little color right in here too. Just so there'll be a little color at the base of this cloud. There. Now then, let's take our little brush. This is a 2-inch brush. And go right up in here, and very gently, using just the corner of the brush, we'll make little round circle patterns here. Just sort of wind it up, blend it together. Allow it to blend with the white that's already on the canvas. And that's the joy of this wet-on-wet painting technique. The fact that it's wet allows you to blend color right on the canvas. Right on the canvas. Now it's beginning to make a little sense. See how those dark areas end up being the nice shadows, and the white areas will end up being our clouds. This is a great way to make clouds for seascape paintings. Those great big fluffy clouds. Works very nice. There we are. Now then, while we have this old brush dirty, tell you what, let's do. Let's go back into a little bit more of that phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is a very nice color. It's very warm blue. I like that. Just a little color on the brush. Okay, let's go back up here. Let's have some water in this paint. If you've painted with me before, you know I'm a fanatic for water. I love water. And it's one of the nicest, easiest things to paint in this technique. And today, maybe this one will be still water. So we want these lines to be basically straight across here. Because as you know, still water is always flat, always level. There. Now, just very lightly, all the way across, and sort of bring it together. And that light area here, it'll remain in there. There. Okay. Now, the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brush. So let's do that. We wash our brushes with odorless thinner. Shake off the excess. And just beat the devil with it. This is where you take out all your frustrations and hostilities. Just have a good time. Let's go into a little titanium white. We'll use the old thin brush. We'll make some little clouds. I'll be right back. Let me grab at least a little touch of the bright red. Just enough, a little bit more. There we go. Just enough to put a little pinkish glow into our little clouds. Don't want much. Don't want much. Okay, let's go up here. Now we gotta make big decisions. We'll just use this brush and decide where our little clouds live. And we just come along here and sort of drop them. This also works very well with a little 1-inch brush. Very well. Either way that you want to do it. Either way. If you haven't painted with us before, one of the things that we try to do here, we try not to teach you just a copy. All we're trying to do is teach you a technique and turn you loose on the world. We use no patterns, no tracings. All we do is just sort of have an idea in our mind, and we just sort of let it happen. And if you'll practice this a little bit, very soon, you can enjoy the freedom of creating a painting right on the canvas. Right on the canvas. And to me, that's where it really becomes fun. It's when you can just literally create a painting right on the canvas as you're working on it. You look at what you're doing and you'll see things. They'll just sort of happen. And you learn to take advantage of whatever happens and use it to make your painting special. And you can do that. Okay, let's go back. Get our old 2-inch brush, and I just want to now blend all that together. Just blend it together. I'm being careful not to touch these top edges yet. I'm just blending the blue and white down here together, very gently, still using little circular strokes. There we go. Just sort of let that mix together. I'm getting very close to the top, but I'm trying not to touch it at this point. Very close, but not touching. There. A little bit up in here. See? Just sort of blend it together. Mix it up. Just like you're making a cake or something. Just mix it up. A little bit in here. Like that. Okay, good. But this is a beautiful way. I just beat the brush like that to knock off excess paint. It's It's a beautiful way to create very effective, big, fluffy clouds. So now we're just sort of lifting it up. This will blend it all together, smooth it out. There. So now, and then very lightly, 2 hairs and some air. Just gently, gently, gently blend the entire sky. And with that, shoot, we have a pretty nice looking little sky. And there wasn't anything to it. Now then, let's get crazy. We'll use some midnight black, a little Prussian blue. Now, Prussian blue is much darker than phthalo blue. It's strong. Ooh, very strong color. We'll put some Van Dyke brown, little alizarin crimson in there too. But we're looking for a very dark color. It should look black. Pull it out as flat as you can get it. Go straight down with a knife. And we'll just cut off a little roll of paint. There it is. It's right out of the edge of the knife. Go up here. Now I want to make some tiny little mountains up in here that are far away. I don't want these to be very big because we want to create the illusion of distance here. Using a very firm pressure, just literally push this right into the fabric. And I don't want a lot of mountains today. That's about all we need. With a 2-inch brush, I want to grab this and pull it. Just pull it. It does 2 things. It removes excess paint, and it blends all this together. There we go. You know, we're painting mountains, as you know. You always want the top of the mountain to be more distinct than the bottom of the mountain, because at the bottom we have mist, and now we have wonderful pollution, and we have all these things that break up and diffuse the light, and it creates this softness at the base of the mountain. Let's go into a little titanium white. What the heck? Very small amount. Get a very, very small amount of paint on the knife. Now then, barely touch it. No pressure, no pressure. And I don't want this to be very distinct. I want this to be very quiet, subdued, far away, gentle, soft. Think about those types of words and stuff when you're painting. It'll help your hand go much more gentle, but very soft. Don't want a lot of detail in this. And we'll take a little bit of blue and white, and just the indication of some shadow. Don't even want a lot of shadow back here. Too much detail will ruin that illusion of distance. Just enough to give the feeling that there's a nice mountain living back in there. With a clean dry brush, following the angles, always follow the angles. You're going to very gently tap it and then lift it upward. And that'll help also create that illusion of mist at the base of it. Shoot, let's get crazy. Find another 1-inch brush, or you can use a fan brush, whatever. Take a little bit more of the titanium. Maybe in our world, maybe this old cloud right here, it just sort of dripped right down in front of the mountain. So just a little white, little circles, tiny little circles. Shoot, maybe this one right here. I don't know. Just sort of look at your painting and make a decision. Maybe it just sort of wraps this old mountain up. And take a 2-inch brush and just blend it together. This is a super way of making mountains that look like you're just laying out here in the mist. I lived in Alaska for many, many years. And you see some of the most beautiful scenery there. God was having a good day when he made Alaska. Beautiful. Beautiful. There, see that old mountain just lays up there in the mist now and floats around. Has a good time all day. Now then, maybe we'll have some little foothills back. I like to do little foothills. And we'll take some of that same mountain color, add at least a little touch of sap green to it. A little sap green, there we are. But it's predominantly blue. The one that's farthest away here, we'll make predominantly blue. Okay, let me wipe my knife off. And we'll use a 1-inch brush, what the heck. You could use your fan brush or a 2-inch brush, it doesn't matter. Load a little color in there. And let's go right up in here. Now we have to make a big decision. Where does our little foothills live? Maybe we'll have one coming right over here. We'll start this one out back here, just using the corner of the brush and pulling straight down, gently. Maybe the little foothill comes right over, like that. Wherever. Once again, this is a very individual thing, painting is. So, just sort of look at it and make up your mind how you want your painting to be. And then when you're doing foothills, especially layers of foothills, you want a little misty area in between. That's your separator. So take the brush, 2-inch brush, and just tap the base of it. And you can tap quite firmly. You can probably hear how hard I'm hitting the canvas here. And then very lightly, just lift it upward a little bit. There. Okay. Now maybe we'll have several layers in here. When you're doing landscapes, each layer, each plane, as it comes closer to you, should get darker in value. So we'll use that same color, and I'll just add a little bit of that mountain color. See, it's right here. I'll just add a little lead into it. That'll make it a little darker. Maybe a touch more of the green. There we go. Okay. Now, maybe over here, we'll hold the brush up like this. And that'll make tops that are a little taller and a little more distinct, because they're getting a little closer to you. There. But you can create this layer after layer after layer like this. And enhances your painting tremendously because it creates that illusion of depth. Back to our 2-inch brush, and once again, we want to create that mist. See how that mist in between separates? Get your best friend. Take care of it. Take care of it. There we go. Now lift upward. And maybe, I'll tell you what, let's have one more. Let's have one more. Adding a little bit more of that dark color right into that same original pile. One more. And then maybe it lives right here, but it's darker in value. It's a little darker. There we go. And we'll let him come maybe right down in here. I don't know. There. But each layer needs to get darker in value to keep that feeling of distance in the painting. And I know I repeat that over and over, but it's so important. So important. You don't want just a flat old painting. We want a masterpiece here. And you can do that. Once again, we're going to tap that base. Just like so. Very lightly. Lift it upward. There. And maybe we're beginning to get down here to where there are a few reflections. So we'll take a little paint on a 2-inch brush, grab it, and pull it straight down. It's most important that these reflections come straight down. Most important. If you go at an angle like this, it won't look right. See, even there, it doesn't look right. Now very lightly, go across. Very, very lightly. Just enough to blend it and give it the feeling of water. One of the nicest things about this technique is instant reflections. And then, we'll take a little of the liquid white, put the least little touch of the white red, just the least little touch. Just enough to flavor it a little bit. Be careful, because very quickly this can get really intense in color. Now we'll just cut across, that's all there is to it. Go up here, and we'll just put in just the indication of a happy little water line that lives here. Now if you get one that's maybe a little too strong, too white, just go back and rub it. The more you rub it, the lighter it'll get, because it'll just be absorbed right into the color it's underneath. No big deal. And if you've painted with me before, you know without question that we don't make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents. But you learn to use anything that happens. Okay, maybe right there. And little ripples. But notice how all these lines are basically straight. If they're not, it's going to look like your water's going to run right out of your painting and get your floor wet, and you'll have to tie a bucket on one side. We don't want you to have to do that. Now, tell you what, clean off a little spot. Let's take some black, Prussian blue, brown, crimson, sap green, all those same colors, but with no white in it. It's very, very dark, very dark. Looks black on the palette. There. Okay, let me clean my knife. And I just wipe the knife on an old paper towel. Find a fan brush here. Let's take the fan brush and go right into that color. Load a lot of paint onto the brush, both sides. See, bristles are, it's a lot of paint. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe back in here in our world there lives, well there does now anyway, there lives a happy little evergreen tree. And we just use the corner of the brush, just the corner, and as you work down the tree, add more and more pressure so the bristles bend downward much, much more. Look at there. Now a nice way to make a happy little evergreen, let's give him a friend. You know me, I think everybody should have a friend. Friends are so important. There. Now, all right. Maybe shoot in our world. There's 3 trees here. You can put as many or as few as you want. The only thing that we would like to teach you here is how to make a tree. You decide how many trees you have in your world. Maybe we'll have some, maybe a reflection down here. Just put some general shapes. We're not looking for detail. Not looking for detail. Just very basic little shapes. Shoot, who knows? Maybe there's some land there too. You can just push up with a fan brush and a little bit down for the reflection. And let's take a use old 2-inch brush and grab this, decide where water and land meet, and pull straight down once again. Straight down. Son of a gun. Instant reflections. Go across. And that easy. That easy. And see these reflections, you can push them. See how you can push them? Because the canvas is wet, you can do that. You can do anything here. On this canvas, you have total and absolute power, unlimited power here. When I go home, all thing I can do is take a garbage out. But here, I can do anything that I want to do. Take a little of the dark sienna, a little white, get a little roll of paint on the knife, just put a little indication here, and the tree trunk lives in these. There. Don't want a great deal. Don't want a great deal, just enough to indicate there's something in there. And you can just take the point of the knife, just scrape through and make little lines and sticks and all those little things. And Let me grab another fan brush. I have several of them going here. Let's take and go into a little yellow. This is cad yellow. A little touch of that color that we made the tree out of. Since it has blue in it, as soon as we touch the yellow, it turns a beautiful green color. Maybe a little yellow ochre too. I want a dark green here. Once again, load the bristles quite full. A lot of color. Let's go up here. Now then, let's put some highlights on these little trees. Don't want to overdo it. If you put too much highlights on here, too many highlights, then it loses its effectiveness. We want these to be quite dark. And that's all there is to it. Darker, darker, darker. Now maybe down here there's some little grassy things that grow in this. And you just make those by pushing that with a brush. That's all. Very easy. Now, let's have some land under there. We need something to hold those trees up so they don't fall over the water and make a big splash. There. Little Van Dyke brown and dark sand mixed together. Like so. We'll take a little touch of that brown and white. Just make the indication of a little land there. A little bit of the liquid white that we had left over. And we'll just put in a little water line. This water line is your separator. It's a light between two darks. And that separates it and makes it stand out. Alright. Hey, we'll just use this big brush. Ready to have some fun? If you've painted with me before, you know that I love to make big trees. So let's do that. I'll use an old 2-inch brush today. An old 2-inch brush. So often we avoid this brush because it's big, we're afraid of it. A lot of paint. Wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. Then sharpen it just like you would a knife. Look how sharp this brush is. There you can see. It's very sharp. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, maybe in our world there's a big evergreen tree. Right there. Just touch the canvas. Now we use just the corner. Just the corner of the brush. Just go back and forth. And begin laying in all of these beautiful little limbs and stuff that live here on this tree. There. Okay. Tell you what. We'll have another one. You knew I'd have a friend out here. There. Okay. Now then, let's have some. Maybe there's some big leafy trees, not evergreens that live here. There. Let's just push in some nice leaf and branch shapes. Look at that. If we use a big brush, you can do this very rapidly now. Let's go on the other side. We need some over here too. And you can do this with a 1-inch brush if you want to. Works just as well. Just as well. This is just a little bit faster. A little bit faster. There we are. Just bring it right on down. Now you have to start making big decisions. Okay, we'll just put there. Nice bush leaves there. Tell you what, let's get crazy. Maybe it just goes all the way across. In your world, you can do anything that you want. If you want this shrubbery and bushes and trees to come all the way across, then do it. Do it. All right. Now then, we can just take a clean knife. We'll just make the indication of little sticks and twigs just by scraping. Just point them out. We're going to cover most of those up, but some of them will show. We can even use a little brown and white, come right up in here. Put the indication of the trunk. Not a great deal of detail, just a little over here. These are going to be deep in the old tree here. You're not going to see much of it. But they're there. Now then, let's take and dip the brush into a little of liquid white, 1-inch brush. We'll go right through. I'll use a little cad yellow. Grab some sap green up here. There we are. Cad yellow, sap green. Pull the brush in one direction. Load a lot of color in it. Let's go through. Now then, think about all your little leaves and stuff here that would just shine. It would sparkle out here in the sun under this big mountain. And when you're painting, make up little stories. Think about the scene that you're painting. Become part of it. Make friends with a tree. Shoot, you can just drop all this stuff in. And let it go. Darker, darker, darker as you work down toward the base of the tree. Darker, darker. Add a little yellow ochre here or there, a little Indian yellow sometimes, just to change the flavor. Wherever you want it. A little touch of bright red even. It's up to you. Up to you. There. And you choose even the time of year. Let's go ahead and set a big tree over here. Maybe over here. There this. There this. This big tree. Think about individual shapes and forms inside this tree. Don't just throw it on at random. Think about the limbs inside the tree that give it shape and form. There. Okay. Darker, darker, darker. Down here toward the base. Much darker. Let's have a bush right here that has red flowers on it. Look at that. See that? Just by putting a little bit of red on the end of the brush, you can do that. Here lives another one. Just do one bush at a time. One at a time. There you go. Okay. Just wherever you want it. Shoot. It's coming along pretty nice. And the other side over here, and we'll put in some little bushes here. And you can use the brush sidewards. Just push upward and create all kinds of little things. Just like so. All right. We'll put a little path in there. You go Van Dyke Brown. We got just a second left, so I'll throw that in. Brown and white. Give us an indication of a little path. And all we need to do is a little bush over the top of it. And set it right down into the painting. Shoot, I think we have finished painting. With that, I'm going to wish you happy painting. And God bless, my friend. I'll see you next show. Hi, I'm Bob Ross, and for the next 13 weeks, I'll be your host as we experience the joy of painting. I think each of us, sometime during our life, has wanted to paint a picture. I think there's an artist hid in the bottom of every single one of us. And here we will try to show you how to bring that artist out, to put it on canvas, because you too can paint almighty pictures. You know, we have avoided painting for so long because I think all of our lives we've been told that you have to go to school half your life, maybe even have to be blessed by Michelangelo at birth to ever be able to paint a picture. And here we want to show you that that's not true, that you can paint a picture right along with us. Each week we'll use the same colors, we'll use the same equipment. So if you have your brush and palette ready next week, you can paint right along with us. I'd like to go over some of the equipment that we'll use before we start. The brushes that we use. I'll be using very large 2.5 inch and 1 inch natural bristle brushes. Now these are natural bristle. Be sure you don't start with a nylon brush. We'll use an almighty palette knife. And this is much different than the traditional palette knife. It is not thin and flimsy, it's a firm palette knife. And with this we can make fantastic things happen. Let's go over the colors that we'll use. We're going to start out here with titanium white, phthalo green, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, sap green, cad yellow, and permanent red. Now these 8 colors we'll use each and every week for every picture that we do. So you don't have to go out and buy 1,500 different kinds of colors and brushes. You need very little equipment to paint with this. Another thing, we'll do no tracing of patterns on here. We start with a vision in our heart, and we put it on canvas. And we're here to teach you to be able to do this too. So let's do it. Let's paint a picture right here. And we're going to start with a big brush, and we're going to cover the canvas with a thin layer of magic white. Now this is a wet on wet technique, so the first thing we're going to do is get the canvas wet. And all we want is a nice, even, thin coat of paint here. There we go. Just cover it nice and even. You also need an almighty easel when you're doing this. You need an easel that will hold your canvas very firm and allow you to use these big brushes. Okay. When you're using a large brush like this, it really doesn't take too long to cover your canvas. And if you get a hair like that, just pop it off with the corner of your brush, flip it away. Okay. Now after you get your canvas covered with the magic white, we'll take and make long strokes back and forth to get a nice even distribution of paint on here. Okay. Up and down one time. So that assures that the magic white's nice and even all the way across the canvas. Okay, let's wash the brush out here. Now we wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner. Okay, we'll wash him out. And I beat the brush just to dry the bristles. Now let's take a little bit of cad yellow here. And I think today we'll do a picture that's maybe like we're walking through the woods. So let's start right here with a little bit of cad yellow with just the least little touch of phthalo green in it. And we'll add a little bit more of the green color, and we'll begin making little X's. Just like so. Just work that around. Okay. Now, without cleaning the brush, and we'll go right into some Prussian blue. Just add it right onto the brush here. Just go out here, and we're making little crisscross strokes, little X strokes. There. Already, we begin to have a light source in this painting. Okay, now we'll clean the brush again. Once again, this is odorless paint thinner. We do not use turpentine. Now, with a nice clean brush, I'm going to take and add just a little bit of titanium white right here in the center. Just a little. And we'll begin working outward. There. By now, maybe you have recognized some of the equipment we're using as something you've seen before. learned this fantastic technique from a wonderful man that I think all of us had enjoyed for many, many years on TV, Bill Alexander. And Bill taught me this many years ago, and it is the most fantastic way to paint that you've ever seen. So join us, have some fun, and we'll just blend this out a little bit more here. Till we have a nice smooth sky. There we go. Okay, we'll clean the brush one more time. Now, let's put in some almighty trees here. We're going to start with a little bit of alizarin crimson and a touch of Prussian blue. Now, the Prussian blue is 100 times stronger than the crimson. So use just a little blue and a lot of crimson. And here we're going to begin pushing in basic tree shapes. So just bend the brush. Bend the brush. Make those little leaves and branches just pop right out at you. There he comes. These little son of a guns hide in your brush, and you just have to push them out. This is your world, your creation. Let's put a little one right here. And maybe we'll just put some little grassy areas coming down through here. And right there. There's one. Now you're pushing quite firm here. This is why I say you need an almighty easel when you're doing this. It needs to be strong. Okay. Maybe over here on this side now, we'll add another one. Maybe a bigger one over here. There he is. And there's no secret to this. Anybody can paint. Anybody can paint. All you need is a dream in your heart, a little practice. Look at there. Already, we have the beginning of a beautiful picture. We have the tree shapes, a light source. Looks to me like it's early in the morning. Okay, now, let's put some trunks in these trees. And for that, we'll take a little bit of Van Dyke Brown. And let's just lay in some basic trunks here. There we go. And maybe we'll put a little limb right here. Like so. Maybe some little something right there. There we are. Okay, now this little fellow over here, he needs a trunk too. So we'll put one right in here. And maybe some limbs up in here. Right through here. There we go. Just some indications here and there. And some little sticks and twigs. Okay, maybe over in here. There we are. Okay. Now we'll highlight these. We'll take a little bit of white and a touch of brown mixed together. And remember where your light source is. So this tree will highlight right here. Like so. There we are. Now, over on this side, the light's coming through here, so we'll highlight this side of it. Okay, maybe a few little indications up through here. Now comes the fun. Now we can begin putting all the beautiful leaves and stuff on this and just really make it come alive. So here we'll take a little bit of the magic white to thinner paint. One of the golden rules in this is that a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So anytime you're painting over the top of paint, you need to have a paint that's just a little bit thinner. Alrighty, we'll take a little bit of phthalo green and a little bit of yellow. And we load the brush full of paint. And our light's coming through here, so we want this side of the tree to be a little brighter than the other side. Alright, and then we begin pushing thousands of little leaves on here. Just, they hide in your brush. There they come. Just a little on this side over here, because not as much light's going to strike. Little's going to come through, but not as much. And look at that. In just a matter of a few minutes, we have a beautiful tree. Okay, now maybe this little tree over here, we'll put a little highlight on him. And once again, we're using a paint that's a little bit thinner so that it sticks. The first thing that you have to do when you're doing this is start with an oil paint that's very, very firm. Your base paint has to be extremely firm. If you start with a thin, loose paint, you're going to become a mud mixer. You have to have a thick paint on the base coat in order to get this thinner paint to stick. Now let's begin building some little bushes and stuff in here. All right, look at that. You can do it. I know you can. There, look at there. Okay, let's move up to this big tree in the front here. And let's put some nice little leaves up here on the end. You have to bend that brush. If the brush doesn't bend, you're not going to get all these beautiful little leaves, these little actions that happen. Okay, maybe there's a nice little bush that lives right here. You know, if you've ever walked through the woods early in the morning, all the little creatures are out here. They're all playing in the bushes and stuff. This is where they live, in all these bushes. Okay, let's put something on this side now. Nice little bush here. Just let your imagination run wild. Let your heart be your guide. In the time you sit around worrying about it and trying to plan a painting, you could have completed a painting already. Let it happen. Let it happen. You know, for so many years, I was a traditional painter. And I would spend sometimes weeks just working on a picture, drawing it out, getting all the little sketches and stuff. And then I'd go back and spend maybe a month trying to fill in the blocks. And here, we let it happen. It comes right out of here. It's in you. And you put it on the canvas. Okay, let's see. Let's try this big old tree here. Put some nice little leaves on him. There we go. Yeah. Okay, let's try. I've added a little permanent red with my color now, just to give us a little different value. Okay, now you know if we're going to walk through the woods, we need a little path. So let's take a little bit of Van Dyke brown here, and let's build us a happy little path. And we're just going to take the knife and let this path sort of just wander right down through here. There we go. Just let him wander around, play, and have fun. Okay. There, we got us a nice little path. Now we need to highlight that path, so I'll take just a little bit of white. And we'll just take it and barely touch the canvas here. Just enough so we can highlight where the sun's sparkling through here. There. See how easy that is? Let that paint break. And now in order to set the path down into the painting, we'll add some bushes that project up over the path here and there. Just push them in. There we go. And you can see how that makes it just literally drop right into the painting. Okay, let's put some more land areas in here. Maybe there's some nice little areas coming down through here. Just like so. Maybe we'll have some over here. And follow the angle of your land. There we go. There we go. There. And maybe, as we're walking through the woods here, maybe it rained last night. Maybe it came a nice little rain and there's little puddles. You know, after it rains, you always have little rain puddles. So let's take a little touch of the Prussian blue here. It will just make us a little puddle. And we put some Prussian blue on the brush, and we take here and pull downward. Just pull downward, like so. There we go. Okay, see how easy it is to do? Now, very gently, we'll come across this way, just to give it a watery effect. Now, if you want to put highlights in here, maybe you could take just a little touch of the titanium white on your brush and pull down. And it'll give it sort of a sheen. Once again, just come across just enough to give it a nice watery feel. You can overdo this part very easily. Okay, now wash off the old brush. Okay, now we can take a little more of the Van Dyke brown. And we can just make little puddles out of this. Maybe it comes down like so, right through there. There we are. Okay, little puddle. And we'll just make this a little separate puddle back here. Just like that. Okay, then we'll take a little bit of brown and white. And we'll lay a little highlight on there. There we go. And in your world, you can do anything that your heart desires. My home is in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I spend a lot of time walking around the woods and talking to trees, squirrels, and little rabbits and stuff. And I look at a lot of nature. And if painting teaches you nothing else, it'll teach you to look at nature with different eyes. It'll teach you to see things that have been there all your life, but you've never noticed. And if it does nothing else but make you enjoy nature, it's worthwhile. So look around. Look at what we have. Beauty is everywhere. You only have to look to see it. Okay. I talk too much sometimes, so we'll go back to painting here. Take a little bit of the thin white paint here, and we'll put some little water lines back in here. Okay, just like so. There we go. There. And maybe some little water lines right here. This is just the thin white paint. You literally just cut right into the canvas with it. And let's smooth it out. There we go. Okay, now while I have the knife here, I'm going to take and just cut a few little sticks here and there. And all we're doing is just literally cutting right through the paint. So the canvas shows through it. It makes a multitude of little sticks. And these little sticks help create the illusion of distance in a painting. All different planes. Okay. Now then, let's put some bushes and stuff right down here on the grass, on this soil area. There we go. There they are. There they are. They just live right here in your brush, and you just drop them right in. There. Okay. Now, let's take and do this. Let's put some land right down through here. Back to the Van Dyke brown. A little bit of white. There we go. We'll lay a little highlight on here. There. And we'll put a few little bushes and stuff right out here. See how easy that is? Okay, a few more little water lines in there. Just let them happen. Each week we'll try to do paintings that are designed to teach you something different, something new, something exciting. Just to keep your interest going. Okay, now, let's play a little bit here. Let's have a happy little tree right in here. So I'm going to start with the Van Dyke brown, and we'll make his little trunk here. There he goes. Straight Van Dyke brown to start with. There, we'll just turn it out and give him little foots to stand on. There. And maybe he needs another little arm out here, so we'll just give him one. This is your creation. You can do anything here that you want to do. Just let it happen. There. Now. And we'll give him some little leaves. And we'll use some more of the alizarin crimson. Touch of Prussian blue. Okay, we need dark in order to show light. So first we'll put some dark on here. We'll put some happy little leaves here and there. When we see you next week, I hope you have your almighty easel set up, the colors ready, your big brushes all primed and ready to go, and do an almighty painting with us here. very quickly while I'm finishing this up, I'll go over the colors one more time that we use. Titanium white, phthalo green, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, alizarin crimson, sap green, cad yellow, and permanent red. Only 8 colors that you need. Okay, now let's put some highlights on this pretty little tree right here. I use just a little touch more of the permanent red in this one so he'll stand out a little more. See how easy it is to create a tree right here in your world? There we go. And maybe down here. Maybe there's some nice little bushes and stuff happening right in here. There we go. All right. Maybe right there, another one. Okay. Here and there, I'm going to put just a few little sticks and stuff. Like that. Just once again, to build some distance in here. We want this to have a lot of depth in it. And we'll cut in a few little sticks here and there, like so. You getting excited yet? You ready to paint with us? You can do it. Okay. And I think this painting's far enough along, we'll just sign this rascal. And I sign the painting with a script liner brush, a little bit of oil, and I use red paint, but whatever color you prefer. Okay. And we'll just sign that rascal. I hope you've enjoyed this painting. Next week, we're looking forward to seeing you. We hope you have your brush ready, a dream in your heart that you want to put on canvas. And join us right here for the joy of painting. And you too can build fantastic pictures. You can take them from here and put them on there. Until next week, happy painting from all of us here.
I just wait his hand. I just wait in a balanced way. Better a steady heart than gain without truth. The Lord delighteth in all its schemes. Organist and be at peace.
Welcome back. Certainly glad you decided to spend a half hour with us today. I think you'll enjoy the little painting we're going to do, and I hope you take the time to paint along. Or you pull up your old easy chair and just relax with us. I thought today we'd just do a fun painting, one that's a lot of... you'll have a good time with it. Let's just do it. Let's start out and hammer on all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me, and they'll come across, as usual, in the same order as I have them on the palette. While we're doing that, shoot, let's go on up here and get started. We have our canvas up, the liquid white's on it, it's ready. So I'm going to start off today with a little bit of phthalo blue. We'll use the old 2-inch brush. Grab a touch of the midnight black also. Phthalo blue and midnight black. Just sort of mix them together on the brush. And let's go up here. And just using our little crisscross strokes, let's just drop in a happy little sky. Just start at the top and work all the way across. Just making little X's. And then begin working downward. And your color is mixing with the liquid white continually and automatically. Your sky will get lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And that's one of those little tricks that helps create the illusion of depth in your painting. As things get farther away from you in a landscape, they should get lighter in value. So let the liquid white work, and it'll happen automatically here. Okay. And just sort of blend it all together. There we are. And very lightly, just go across it, takes out the brush strokes. Isn't that easy? You've got a fantastic little sky. Now, while we have that color on the brush, I'll add just a little more blue and black. And let's have a little touch of water in this painting today. So, now once again, we want it to be lighter toward the horizon. So start at the bottom and work upward. And your darker color then will be down here on the base. See there? And then just work upward. And automatically, once again, it'll get lighter in value as it works upward toward the horizon. Okay, and we'll need some water on the other side. Don't want it left out. I don't know exactly where land's going to be and water's going to be. So we just cover it all with water. And if we want a tree to live here, we'll just drop it in. There. Now then, very lightly, just gently go across and bring it all together. Okay, now then we can wash your brush. And we wash our brushes with good old odorless thinner. I never use turpentine when I'm washing brushes. It leaves a residue in your brushes, which is very difficult to get out. Plus it smells bad. Oh, it smells terrible. One drop of turpentine in your house and you'll be working by yourself, I'll tell you, because it'll run everybody in the house out. Okay, titanium white. We'll just use the old 2-inch brush. What the heck? Let's build just a happy little cloud. And one of the easiest ways to make little clouds is just take the corner of the brush and just tap the canvas with it. Just tap the canvas. We just want a little floater that lives up there in the sky. Just has a good time. Just tap. And you can make him as thick or as thin as you want him. Whatever. We'll give him a little friend. See there? All you have to do though is just tap. Now if you want your clouds to look more distinct and brighter, make your sky a little darker. And when you're using only white paint, then that son of a gun will jump out at you. If you have a sky that's not very dark and you put white paint against it, then you don't have much contrast, so it won't look too bright. There, I'm just going to stir these up a little, just mix them a little bit. Give them a little, this is to me is the way I fluff the cloud up. Just sort of fluff it up. Let a little wind run through it. There. And then very lightly, just barely grazing the canvas. Caress the canvas. Just blend it together. And that's one of the nicest, easiest little ways to make a cloud. Okay, now then, tell you what, let's build us a little mountain today. You know, it's funny, I get a lot of letters from people, and sometimes they say, Bob, I'm tired of mountains, do something different. And then I get probably as many letters that say, do more mountains. So, if you don't want a mountain in your painting, just leave that little rascal out. But if you want a mountain, then you have it. Okay. Ken will take some black, some Prussian blue, alizarin crimson, and mix it together. Pull it out very flat, cut across, and we have our little roll of paint out here on the edge of the knife. There it is. Now just decide where your mountain lives in your world, and push very firmly, and just drop that little rascal in. The only thing you're worried about is a nice outside edge. You don't care what's happening on the inside right now. We will later, but right now, we're just looking for a nice outside edge. As I say, use a lot of pressure here. Push that paint right into the fabric. Now, scrape off all the excess paint. Just get in there and really scrape it off. You're not going to hurt the canvas. There we go. With our large brush, we'll just pull that. And then it'll mix with the liquid white that's on the canvas, and automatically it'll get lighter and lighter down toward the base. Just softer and softer. There we go. And that son of a gun should look like it's just sort of floating right up here in the sky. And it gives you a nice base now to begin putting highlights on. Let me clean the old brush again. I like to wash these brushes. Shake it off. There we go. Now then, today I'm just going to use, let's just take titanium white, pull it out very flat. It's just plain old white. Now this is one of those times you really need a firm paint. This paint should be very firm. You know, people say, how firm is it? Look at that. The knife literally sticks right on the palette. It's very firm. Cut off a little roll of paint, like so. Now then, no pressure. No pressure. There. See there? Just touch and just let it flow right down the side of the mountain. But no pressure. You want it to break like this and have all those little holes and bumps in it. There we go. And up here. See there? It's so easy at times it's hard. There we go. No pressure though. Can't say that enough times. Probably the most common mistake made is applying too much pressure. And this is one of the best ways that there is to learn to use a knife. And if you can make snow break on these mountains, then you can just make a multitude of other things. It's unbelievable what you can do just by learning to let the snow break here. That delicate touch, light touch. I think I've mentioned over and over again when I was teaching Steve, my son, to paint. The only way I could get it across to him was to tell him that I wanted him to pretend that he was a whisper that just floated across the mountain. And then he understood. It worked for him. And he makes some of the most beautiful mountains today you've ever seen. Using a little blue and white here and a little roll of paint. And I want to put a shadow behind there. No pressure. Just let it float. See there? Just let that float right in there. And each highlight, each little peak in here, if you want it to be an individual, needs a shadow. There. See? Right there. Give it a little shadow. And you can change this mountain continually. Maybe you want to put a bump over here, another peak. See, you can do that. In your world, you can create any illusion that you want. I think that's what attracted me to painting so much. I could create any kind of world that I want. Nothing hurts here, no pain. Nobody's unhappy. It's a pleasant place. Everything's nice here. Okay, now then, the large brush, I want to create the illusion of this. So all I'm going to do here is just tap. Just tap the base. Just tap all the angles in the mountain. Always following those angles. And then lift upward. See? And all that little misty things just sort of happen. Over here, follow these angles. Sometimes I'll take a little of that blue in the brush. Maybe you want to bring this right on around. I'll take a little of that shadow color. And we can just make it sort of look like it wraps around. See? It adds a little more interest to your mountain. That easy. And just sort of tap it out. Bring it together. Okay. That's all there is to it. Let's have some fun. I'm going to mix up some black, Prussian blue, we'll throw some Van Dyke, some crimson in there, a little sap green, whatever you got. Just mainly dark colors. There, let me clean the knife off. Now let's use our old fan brush today. Let's go in here and load some color right onto the brush. Just load both sides of the brush up. Now then, let's have some fun. Let's just push in. Maybe there's some little background things that live way back in the distance back here. Far away. And I'm just pushing and making the bristles bend upward. Just la 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 do 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 do. Just be happy. Enjoy. Have fun. There. Now I want some reflections under this, so I just grab the bottom of it and pull it straight down. See there? Because the canvas is wet, you can do this and get away with it. If you had a dry canvas, you'd be in agony city. Then go gently across, just like so. See? And instant reflections. That easy. Maybe in our world back here, maybe there's a happy little tree that lives right here, a little evergreen tree. See, just touch, and then use just the corner of the brush, and we're back and forth, back and forth. And we got a little tree. Maybe he's got a friend here that's a little bigger. There. Tree needs a friend too. There it is. Now see, I'm sort of weird. I name all these little trees and talk to them, but that's okay. That's okay. Artists are supposed to be a little different. There, so we can get away with things like that. Maybe out here there's a little baby tree. Maybe they ran him off, made him go live out here by himself. All kinds of things. I'll get another fan brush. I have several of them going so I don't have to continually clean them. And we'll take a little of that same color we made the tree out of and go into some cad yellow. And that'll turn a beautiful green color because there's blue in there. There. Okay, let's go up here. Now then, I just want to put the indication here and there of some little grassy areas that are far, far away back here. Just a few. It's too far away to get a lot of detail. You can grab that and lift upward, make it look like little distant trees. See, that paint moves on there. There we go. All kinds of little things. A little yellow ochre in there too. What the heck? Maybe we'll have some nice fall-looking colors in this painting. And all the shiny colors. A little liquid white. Pull it out flat. And then just cut across. Okay? Now then with that, we can just come right up in here. And we'll just cut in a happy little waterline. Act like you're just trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. Back and forth. This canvas is tough. Chances are you couldn't hurt it if you wanted to. There, see? Maybe there's a little ripple lives out here. And one out here, wherever you want them. Okay? Now then, tell you what, I like doing those trees. Let's do another one. Back into my dark color with a fan brush. Load a lot of color. Let's go up here. Maybe there lives, in our world, bigger evergreen here. Big, strong sun we're gonna use a corner of the brush and just make the bristles bend downward. And I'm using the same corner of the brush all the way through the tree. I'm just pushing harder and harder so it uses more and more of the brush. There. These little rascals live right there in your fan brush. Or you can do another 1 or 2 inch brush. Tell you what, let's have a third tree. We can have as many trees as we want here. There we go. Now, I'm going to put over here and find me a 1 inch brush. Go right through that same color. And let's put a happy little bush right here. Sort of have to begin making some decisions here. Where do you want all these little things to live? There we go. That's super. Now you can do it. Now then, underneath here, I want some reflection. So just reverse the brush where I've been pushing upward, and then we'll push downward. And where you have tall items up on top, you want items that are long below it. Where they're short, you make these not so long. You do that. Okay. And those will turn in hopefully, to some very nice little reflections. Just a nice clean dry brush. I just like to beat on the brush and pull straight down, very lightly. That's all you have to do. Just touch, pull down, and then go across. Okay. Now then, I'm gonna take my knife, a little bit of dark sienna, a little white into it, and get a very small roll of paint on the knife. Okay. Now then, let's go up here. Just put the indication here and there of a few little trunks in these trees. Give them some nice trunks so they can stand up strong and tall. There we go. And we go back to our fan brush that has the green on it. There. And I just want to put the indication of a few little highlights on these trees. Don't kill all the dark, though. That dark contrast. When we get finished, that's what makes those son of a gun stand out. There, just a little. Evergreens are normally darker than other trees, so leave them that way. I'm going to dip the brush into a small amount of the liquid white and begin applying some color to these things. Pull the brush in one direction. Be right back. Get some sap green here. There we go. Sap green, cad yellow. One direction. Load the bristles full of color. Let's go up here. Now you have to make some decisions. Where do your little bushes live? Just touch and give a little push, just enough to bend the bristles a tiny bit. We'll alternate some of the colors here. I went into a little yellow ochre. Now we can reverse the brush and drop a little of that right in there if you want to. Right in there. Maybe up in here there's a darker green living. There he is. There he is. There he is. See? There's a big strong bush over here. He's my friend. There. Okay, and another one. But notice how these are going in layers. Those layers, little Indian yellow too, are what create the illusion of depth in your bushes. Reverse it, drop in a few. See there, just reverse your brush. They don't have to be exact, just a general shape. A little bright red once in a while too. Oh, that's a pretty one sitting over there in the corner. And we reverse him right into the water. And then, with our clean, dry 2-inch brush, just barely touch the top, just graze it. Just barely touch. And then go across. That makes those beautiful mirror reflections. That easy. Okay, thought you'd like that. It's always fun. I'm gonna go into some Van Dyke Brown. Let's put some land under here. Sure, we need something for all these little bushes and trees to stand on. Don't want them to fall over here in the water and make a big splash. There we go. Now we take the single brown, add a little white to it. Then come back. Just add the indication of a few highlights here. Just here and there. Just barely grazing. Just grazing. Then with our little fan brush that had the greens and yellows on it, then come back and break up that straight line. Just let some little grassy areas run right down on the land. A little liquid white on the knife, and we can cut in a water line. Just drop it in. Keep these lines basically straight, even though they follow the land. You want them to be straight, or your water will look like it's going to run right out of the painting. There we go. Okay. Let's have some fun. I got this whole other side to do over here. Take the 2-inch brush, go right into my dark color. A lot of paint on the bristles. Okay, let's go up here. Maybe on this side, let's get brave. This is your bravery test today. I like to give those. Over here lives a big tree. Don't think I have to say that again. That's pretty evident. That's a big tree. There he is. This will really check your bravery out. Of it being so big, it just indicates that this tree is much closer to you. And that helps create the illusion of depth. Maybe a little tree way back here somewhere is just as big, but it's far, far away. And by being far away, as you know, it looks smaller. There we go. And then we can just fill that all up. This you can put on with a paint roller. Doesn't matter. But it's a good place to practice your strokes. There. Tell you what. Sometimes we avoid this old big brush. And it's a super brush. It'll do fantastic things for you. Let's load it to a chiseled edge. Both sides full of paint. Same old dark color, but a lot of paint in the bristles. It takes a lot of paint to stick all these bristles together. See how sharp that son of a gun is? There. Now then, with that brush, maybe there's a large evergreen. Shoo, there is now. There's right there. Just the corner of the brush. I begin working back and forth. Back and forth like so. Let's make a big evergreen tree that lives right here in front of you now. Maybe he's got a little crook in him. There, I like trees that are sort of crooked. Okay, let's put a tree trunk in there. For that, we'll just use some dark sienna and white. Same thing we used on the other side. There. And since the fan brush already has all that green on it, we can use it to just put in an indication of some highlights. Not too many. There we go. So you don't have to paint the whole trunk because you won't see the whole trunk. All right. Now, let me find another fan brush here. There's one. We'll take some Van Dyke Brown. And let's build an indication of just a tree trunk in here. Like so. We can just make out a tree trunk or two in there. And we'll go into my liquid white and into some yellow and some sap green. Pull that brush through, load a lot of color. A lot of color. Get a little more green on it. There we go. A lot of paint. Now then, let's go up here, barely touching. Begin laying in this large tree. Don't let the brush slide. Just push, let the bristles bend a little, and just begin forming your individual shapes here. Don't just hit these at random. Think about all those little happy limbs that live in here. There we go. See, all these things are there. All you have to do is just push them out of your brush. Super. Okay, maybe over here, add a little yellow ochre. Maybe there's a bush that lives right here. Just sort of pick them out. Now, there. Okay. Pick up a little more green, and right here, this one's more in shadow, so it's darker. There we go. See, he just hides right in there. Layer after layer. There. A little more color in the brush, and reload the brush as necessary. As you use up the paint in it, add some more. Okay, tell you what. Maybe there's a big path in there. Take some Van Dyke Brown, and you have to make a big decision here. Where's your path live? Maybe a path lives right there. So we'd lay in a basic shape just using the brown. And we don't know where this path goes. It goes up here and hides behind the bushes somewhere. Just basic shape. And we'll take some white, a little dark sienna. And let's come back in here. And just let this barely graze. Just, okay. It's just like putting snow on the mountain. It's the same exact technique. A little more of the liquid white. Back into my yellows and greens. Now then, you have to start making decisions. Are these bushes in front of you, evergreen, or behind them? I think they're in front. So let them come right over in front of it. There. Vary your colors and drop them in. Every once in a while, drop in a little yellow ochre, Indian yellow, a little bright red. There's a sparkler right there. Beautiful little bush. Another little green one, and as many as you want, but work in layers. Remember that these bushes are individuals. Do one at a time. There we go. See, now, let some of these things come up over the path. That'll push the path down into your painting. Don't want that path just to float around. See that? Now, you can take a knife and just scrape down a few little sticks and twigs here and there. And shoot, you've got a finished painting. I hope you've enjoyed this one. It'll certainly teach you how to use all the equipment and have a lot of fun. From all of us, happy painting, and God bless. Welcome back. I'm certainly glad you could join me today. You ready to do a fantastic little painting with me? Super. Tell you what, let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. And while they're doing that, let me tell you what I've done. I've got my old standard 18 by 24 inch canvas up here. I've covered it with a thin, even coat of the liquid white, and it's all ready to go. So, drag out your paints, pull up your easy chair, either one, and let's have some fun together. Let's start out today with some Prussian blue. Good, strong, dark blue. Just a little bit of it. Let me say that again, a little bit of it, because it is very strong. On the 2-inch brush, let's go right up here. Let's just drop in a happy little sky. Let's just do a fun painting today. Start at the very top of the canvas, working all the way across, making little X's, little crisscross strokes. There we go. And by working across like that, and then begin working downward, your paint is mixing with the liquid white that's already on the canvas, and automatically, your color will get lighter and lighter toward the horizon. And that's exactly what we're looking for today. Let the paint work, the canvas work. Shoot. Take life easy. Just let it go. There we are. Now very lightly, go across the whole sky. Just take out the brush strokes and bring everything together. Isn't that quick? We got a quick little sky. Very simple and easy. Now then, add a little more of that color into the brush. Maybe we'll have a little water down here. Shoot, I love water. So, maybe the water lives in our world. Oh, I'm not sure where it's going to be. So let's just throw some blue in. Wherever we want water, we'll have it there. If we don't want water, we'll paint right over it. We're not committed at this point. We can do anything that we want to do here. Any old thing. Okay. Now very lightly, we'll go across the entire canvas. 3 hairs and some air. There. Now then, let's wash our old brush. We'll just scrub him off in some odorless thinner. Give him a shake. And just beat the devil out of him. Sometimes those brushes get away and they go zoom, clean to the other side of the room. That's when you find out who your friends are. Take a little of the titanium white. Just pull it in one direction through the brush there. Get a lot of color on the brush. Shoot, let's make some big old fluffy clouds that live up there in the sky. Tiny little circles. Tiniest little circles. There we go. And we're looking for a basic shape here. Don't just throw this on at random and hope that a cloud will appear. Sort of plan out what it is you want to do. There we go. Just basic cloud shapes. And don't stay in one area and keep working. Look here, if you just stay here and keep working and working and working, all you end up with is a big cotton ball. Now I gotta get rid of that. See, but if you do one of those, you do a cloudectomy, and you're in business again. That's all it takes. Okay, keep that brush moving. Let them dance in there. Just let them play. Clouds are one of the freest things in nature. We'll give them a friend right here. Big old friend. There we are. Other side. And just some very basic little shapes. Shoot, whatever you want in there. There. When we were kids, we used to look at clouds and see all kind of things. And same thing happens in your paintings. Do clouds and you stand back. A lot of times you'll see all kinds of things in there. Okay, now we're just going to use the top corner of the 2-inch brush. Gently blend those clouds. Gently blend them. Just here. Don't overwork them. Don't overwork them. Now, we'll lift them. Give them a little fluff. There we are. And very lightly. 2 hairs and some air. Just give them a little blend. Same thing over here. So give you some nice practice with the clouds. They're a lot of fun to do, and they're very, very easy. Very easy. Beat the brush just to knock off excess paint so I don't have to clean it. And we can lift these up, make some big old floaters out of them. There we go. Now maybe in our world, shoot, when we're doing clouds, maybe there's another little cloud that lives in the front here. And when you can do these clouds, and make just layer after layer, but do the one that's farthest away first and work forward, always working forward. There we go, maybe it comes right on over here. Wait on. Today I'd like to do let's do a big mountain. I get a lot of requests from people wanting to do mountains that don't have snow all over them. Big dark mountains. So maybe we'll try one of those today. And if a painting develops out of it, that's even better. But I'm really interested in showing you how to do a mountain today. So let's do that. All right, let's start with Midnight Black. And we'll put a little Van Dyke Brown into it. Put a lot of color. Pull the paint up flat. Really put some pressure on it. Go straight down. Cut across. Get a little roll of paint. Let's go up here. Now you have to make a big decision real quick today. Where's your mountain going to live? Maybe in our world. There it is. Comes right down here, wherever you want it. Shoot, just drop it in. Just really push that paint in there. Maybe it goes over here, comes down, there. And all we're looking for right now is just a basic, very basic shape. That's all we're concerned with. We're really pushing that paint in there. This is just Midnight Black, a little Van Dyke Brown in it. Okay, maybe this comes over, and oop, maybe there's a little bump there. Now, when you do your painting, you do it any way that you want to do it. Maybe your mountain has a totally different shape, and that's fine. Painting should make you happy. It does nothing else. It should make you happy. And if it doesn't make you happy, you're doing the wrong thing. Because it's fun. And if you can do things all of your life that make you happy, needless to say, you're going to be a happy person. There we are. Now I'll just take this old big brush and very gently, I'll grab some of this. Just pull it. This is just pulling the paint down. It removes excess paint. Makes it even so you can add more colors on top of it. That's all. There we go. Just let it blend right down here toward the base. But we said we was going to do a big mountain, so what the heck, that's all right. That's all right. Wash the old brush off. There we are. There we are. Let's have some fun. Now, we take some white, dark sienna. Use a little knife. Get that little Van Dyke brown over here. But notice, taking one pile of paint, dark sienna on one side and white, Van Dyke brown, white here. Now, maybe over in here, take some Van Dyke brown, a little black, add a little Prussian blue to it. I'm making several different colors. A little more blue. I'll use that maybe for a shadow color. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's what we're looking for. Leave all these colors marble. Now, let me wipe the old knife off. I just wipe it on the paper towel. Now then, let's go up here, get our little roll of paint on a small knife, and let's begin picking out some of these little highlights. Touch, no pressure. No pressure at all. Touch, and just pull. A little bit of the shadow color, maybe. Right back in there. No pressure, though. No pressure. Here and there, we can go back with a little dark. Add some little ridges and all kinds of beautiful little things that are happening. Sort of let your imagination go and do whatever you want. Just all types of little things happen in here, though. But absolutely no pressure with a knife. If you put pressure, it's going to look like you iced a cake.
The wicked flee when no man pursues.
And
But the righteous are
barely touching, pulling them down.
Better is the
To our shadow cutter, here and there, touch, pull down.
than he
And
that
there's
is
always some dark shadow areas in there. You can just drop them in, blend some colors in.
he that covereth his
Boy, you can just make some of the most ferocious mountains. This is where the old mountain goat lives. He hangs out up here and has a good time.
and forsaketh them shall have
Okay,
mercy.
maybe over in here even.
Walk uprightly,
Some little things happening.
dwell in peace. Better a steady
All right.
way than crooked
Now then, go right into some straight midnight black.
Mercy
Let's
is
come right up here.
given
Maybe there's a peak that lives right there. Goes maybe way up here. Comes down through there, wherever you want it. Just sort of think about all the things that live in this mountain. Shoot, tell you what, maybe there's a glacier in there. Maybe there's
He that is perverse
some snow laying up there. I'm taking a little of the Prussian blue and white, mixing it together. Very little blue, little roll of paint. If you want to have a glacier, maybe he lives right along there. Make a decision. Drop him in. Just let him lay in there and sleep.
shall not lack,
There.
but he that hideth his eyes shall
Maybe.
have many a
Comes out
curse.
here. I don't know.
Walk uprightly,
And you know, when you buy your first tube
dwell
of
in
paint,
peace.
you get an artist license.
Better
And
a
that license says you can do
humble
anything
heart
that
than
makes you
secret
happy.
pride.
So use that license.
Mercy is near
It's yours
to
forever
the
and ever.
contrite soul. Walk
Okay.
in truth
Back to our black. Maybe in there.
and rest.
We'll just have all kinds of little things that live right along in here. Like so, wherever we want them. Maybe that comes there. We don't know. We don't know. Wherever. Shoot, maybe some of that snow's laying down in here. But it's just playing games here with contrast. A lot of nice contrast going on. Maybe there's a little snow. There it is. Just think in these areas where there would be little areas that maybe the snow would fall in there and it didn't melt and beautiful things happen. Okay. And a little touch of bright red here. What color? Shoot, we get crazy. A little more of the dark sienna. But leave it marble so you have all these streaks happening. Because when you pick up that roll of paint, those streaks are still in the paint. They're still in there. And we can come along in here, just change its flavor a little bit. Put a little highlight here and there.
By knowledge shall the chamber
That little light play across there, wherever you want it. Wherever you want it.
A wise
Little
man
shadow
is
here and
strong,
a
yea,
little
a
shadow
man
there.
of knowledge increases strength.
There we go.
Wisdom buildeth the house, understanding makes it stand.
And just all kinds of nice things happening.
By knowledge it is filled
Some more of the dark over here.
with quiet and good things.
There.
Better steady heart than
And
haste with a
again, applying some little shadow things.
walking wisdom.
Gotta make those little noises. Gotta make those little noises. The color in here, it plays right down through there. Just let your imagination go.
Fret not thyself, because of
You know, it's fantastic. I get so many letters from young people all across the country that are painting. And painting has opened whole new worlds to
For
them.
there shall be a
And
reward, and
it's
thine
so wonderful
expectation
to hear
shall
from
not be
When people, my gosh, some of them
my son.
3, 4, 5 years old, their parents write and tell me
Battle not with them
that
that
children have taken an interest in it and they watch the show and they paint. In some areas, I have friends that have started painting clubs. especially in high school and in college and etc. When they get together, they paint together. And they had some Bob Ross painting clubs, and I was absolutely flattered to hear that. Absolutely flattered. And they've sent me some photographs, a little roll of paint, of some of the things that they're painting. It's unreal. It's unreal. And young people have a better imagination than I do, where they can paint some of the most beautiful things. There, we're just putting in little doors wherever you want to. Maybe there's another stone here in the front. So maybe up here. Just sort of look around and see where you think a stone should live in your world. These are some rough mountains. And if you take your time, you can do some unbelievable effects like this. Just take your time and work at it, play, enjoy. That's the name of the game. It's enjoying. You really ought to enjoy what you do in life. If you do, then you'll do a good job. And I certainly enjoy what I'm doing. I spend half my life doing somebody else's thing. And if you can ever get a job doing the thing that you like to do best, then it's wonderful. I'm just taking a clean, dry 2-inch brush and just tapping. Just tapping. I want to create a little mist down here at the base of this little mountain, big mountain. There. Just a little mist. Then lift gently upward. That takes out the tap marks, brings it all together. Over here, we'll follow these angles. Sometimes it's nice just to take the brush the same way and tap in little grassy things that just grow right up in there. And that works very well, very well. You just shoot, maybe we can even do a little touch of it here. You can take a little green, a yellow ochre or something, it doesn't matter. Tap a little color in there. I just want to show you how. We're not really going to do much of it, but you can see, just follow the angles and go right on up. And you can have grass growing all down here at the foots of your mountain. And that's very pretty and very effective. Okay. That's enough of that. Let me wash the old brush, just to show you how to do that. There we are. Maybe back here, let's have some fun. We'll take some black, Prussian blue, Van Dyke brown, there's some crimson, maybe a little sap green, whatever you got. Just mix it up, as long as it's dark. Okay, let me wipe my knife off here. We just wipe this knife on an old paper towel. Okay, find a fan brush. Maybe back here in the back, maybe there's some little trees live back here. Just drop some of those in. And this is one of the easiest ways to make the indication of a lot of little trees far away. Just take the brush and tap it downward, see? That's all there is to it. You can make a whole forest in a second here. There we go. And we're just looking for basic, very basic shapes. These are too far away to have much detail. Now, sometimes, here's a problem that happens. You make them like this, and it begins looking like a fence. If that should happen, all you do is just add a few more trees. Just fill that in. They get too far apart, they look like a fence. And you could either add a few more trees or put wire on it, either way. Whatever, if you want a fence, then that's what you ought to have. Sometimes maybe you want one there. All right. Hope you got to see the last show that we did it, or so it had Hank Snow in it. That son of a gun's a heck of a painter. I really enjoyed my time. I went to Nashville, Annette and I did, and painted with Hank and a couple other people from the Grand Ole Opry a couple of days. He's a lovely, lovely man. Hope he sings on the Grand Ole Opry for another 50 years. Okay. Now then, I want to create the illusion down here, maybe some little trunks on the tree. So I'll just take a little white on the fan brush. Grab it, lift upward. Make it look like little trunks that are far, far away. If you happen to put one in there that's too light, just rub it a little bit, it'll go away. Okay. Now then, maybe back here, just use that same old color. Just going to tap in what'll end up being a little land area back there. Little land. So remember, we wasn't worried about where our lake was going to be, or a little pond. Because we decided we could just chop off whatever we didn't want. Now's the time to do that. Decide where your pond's going to be, grab, pull straight down. Just pull it straight down. And this will be the reflection. Instant reflection, it's that easy. Then go gently and lightly across. There you are. Okay, now then, let's put some pretty things out there. Maybe this is fall, and all the beautiful colors are beginning to happen. Shoot, let's get over here in some red and Indian yellow. Make this one with a lot of red in it. But when you do it, you make it with any color that you want. And I'm just in a mood today to do some beautiful colors. Some nice, bright colors. It's a fantastic day. It's a good day to be alive. Come to think of it, every day's a good day to be alive. There we are.
And he that hath it shall
Just happy.
satisfy
Okay,
the desire.
maybe we'll come over on this side.
Is his
Just
kind
drop in a few more little things.
and a faithful
Now think
man
about the lay of the land.
can
Begins getting very important. Ooh,
walk in
beautiful red color there.
integrity and rest
In Alaska, we have a lot of mountains like this, and in the fall, the colors will change. And we have all the oranges and yellows and red. Looks like a painter went crazy,
of the Lord
and his palette spilled all over the landscape.
and quietness
And
within.
I've never seen such things as Alaska has in the autumn. The colors are absolutely spectacular. A little bit here and there. Okay, now then, let's take a little bit of that brown. Let's just scrub a little dirt down here at the bottom. Just really scrubbing that in.
Discretion
There we go.
maketh him slow to anger, and it
A
is
little bit of
his
a liquid
glory
white on the knife.
to pass
With
over
that,
a transgression.
let's just put a little water line in, just to
The
break it up.
counsel of the Lord that
There we
shall
go.
stand, and his
All right.
purpose shall remain. He that
Tell you
keepeth
what, let's do. Maybe back here, maybe there's some bigger evergreens. We'll just take the fan brush, go right into that color. A lot of paint in the bristles. Let's go right up here. Maybe there lives in our world. Maybe there's an evergreen lives there. Just sort of look around in your painting, because each painting is different. Each painting is different. Just put them in and go with them. Wherever you want them. Wherever. Let's put one on the other side. What the heck? Right there. There he is. There he is.
walk in integrity
Now then,
and rest
maybe
in
down in here there's some. Tell you what, let's do. Let's put some. Yep, right along here.
than riches without
Let's just close this little pond in. If we had another 10 minutes in the show, there wouldn't be a pond at all. We just keep taking a little more and a little more away from it.
and his purpose
There.
remain. Walk in integrity
But now you have just a skinny little pond out there.
and be
Just enough to be very pretty. Okay, we can come back with our nice highlight colors, our fall colors, ochres and yellows and bright red. And let's just begin putting in all kinds of little grassy things here. Oh, there's more of that red. I like that. It's pretty. There we go. Just decide where you want them. Drop them in. That's all. Maybe? Tell you what, let's have a little bit of fun. Maybe down here in the foreground, take some liquid white, go into some, we'll use some cad yellow. Right over here and grab a little bit of bright red. Make a firecracker here. Let's go right up here. Maybe there lives a happy little bush right along here. A little more of the red. Just put all kinds of little. Look at that. Little bush right here in the front. Maybe. Ooh, there's a nice red one. Jack Frost has hit him hard. Really thumped him. There we go. Just some little things right down here in the foreground. And in our world, maybe there lives a nice evergreen tree right there. Use just the corner of the fan brush. Work back and forth, back and forth. There we are. Right down there. Shoot, that's fun. Let's have one over here. There he goes. There, back and forth. Had a lady in class one time, she called these Z trees, like Zorro. That might be an excellent analogy, just back and forth. Back and forth. I get a lot of letters asking if I still teach classes, and I really don't teach many classes anymore. We have a lot of young people that are good and tough. They can go out here and do it. I got lazy, I want to stay at home. Little trunk here, little brown and white. But we have a lot of teachers that travel around and teach, including my son Steve, that little rascal. Well, he's a heck of a painter. A little yellow, a little green. Put a little highlight on these trees, and I think we'll be about done. Right on there. A little more sap green. That's a little too bright. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I call Steve a little devil. He's 6'5". He's not so little. He calls me Shorty. Little highlight on these little trees. Shoot, we got a finished painting. Really hope you've enjoyed this one. It's a lot of fun. That mountain will give you a little challenge, but it'll teach you how to use all the equipment and to make some fantastic effects. So, until next time, from all of us here, happy painting and God bless. welcome back. Awful glad you could join me today. Today I thought we'd do a beautiful little scene on a black canvas, and I think you'll really enjoy it. So I'm going to have them graphically run all the colors across the screen that you need to do this fantastic painting, and they'll come across in the same order that I have them on my palette, starting with the white and working around. Let's go up to the canvas now. I've already covered the entire canvas with a thin, even coat of phthalo blue and alizarin crimson mixed together, and much more crimson than blue. I want it to be sort of a purplish color, and I've covered the entire canvas, then brushed it in long horizontal and vertical strokes. The paint is wet and it's ready to go. So let's take off. We'll start with a little bit of titanium white, and let's put a light source in this little painting, and maybe it's right there. And see, when you touch it with the white, it begins picking up that beautiful purplish color that's underneath. And all these fantastic things, they just sort of happen. Don't have to worry about them, just let them happen. And you blend out. If this is going to be your lightest area, then you blend out in sort of, almost sort of like a half circle. Now you can make this area as light as you want it, but each time I'd recommend you clean your brush and start with a clean, dry brush. There we go. Start with a clean, dry brush and clean white. And go back to this light area and begin blending outward. Each time, though, once again, I'd clean the brush. Otherwise, you're going to drag that dirty color back into the center. Alrighty. Just keep working out, down. And it gives you a nice, super little sky. Then you can just blend out the brush strokes. Okay. And one more time, I'll clean the brush. It's just odorless paint there. Okay. I had a lady in class one time to let her brush go and clean across the room. Okay, let's take some alizarin crimson and phthalo blue, still using purple, and we'll just mix that up. More crimson than blue. Blue is many times more strong than crimson is. Okay, now I'm just going to get a small roll of paint. Let's go right up. Maybe there's a happy little cloud that just sort of floats around him. And we just touch the canvas. Just touch. I'm just allowing this paint to pull right off the knife onto the canvas. And it comes wherever you want to go. Just a happy little cloud. Try to get a little smaller in the background. That way it looks like it's farther away. With a large brush, very lightly, just blend it. Just blend it. And this is 3 hairs and some air. Okay, now then, maybe let's put a little highlight on this. We'll take some titanium white and a little bit of phthalo blue into it. There we are. Okay, a little bit of paint on the knife. Now, since our light source is here, let's just let a little light strike on the bottom of some of these clouds. Just let them happen. That easy. And just lay these on the canvas. Now with our large brush, very lightly, once again, same angle, most important. Just blend it back and forth. Now you can blend this till it absolutely goes away in the juice. So stop. It gets to be fun and you have a tendency just to keep going, you don't want to stop. But get it where you want it and leave it alone. Okay, I'll go right back into that same purple color. And tell you what, let's build a happy little mountain, and it lives right there. Just let him go. And I'm really pushing here. I'm going to push this paint right into the fabric. Right into the fabric. Maybe there's a little bump right there. Really push this paint into the fabric. A large brush, we'll grab that now and just pull it down. This removes excess paint. And also, it's a good way to sort of lay out your general mountain shape. These brush strokes will show up, especially on a black canvas. And you can literally, just by changing brush strokes, you can lay out your entire mountain and have an idea of how you want to put the highlights and the shadows. And just by doing that, you can change it. It's a super way to lay it out and get it just right before you ever put your first touch of paint on the canvas. And let's just use this phthalo blue and white. That'll be our highlight color today. This phthalo blue, titanium white. Okay, pull it out. Get a small roll of paint right out on the edge of the knife. Right on the edge. Okay, let's go to the canvas here. Now, just barely touch. And just follow right down the side of the mountain. No pressure. Allow that paint to break. Allow it to break, just like that. Okay. And think where the light would strike it. Think where it would strike. We want those areas to have the lightest, brightest color. Okay. See, and at the same time, it's picking up some of that purple undercolor. And all these beautiful things just happen. You don't have to worry about them. You don't have to worry. Make an almighty mountain here today. Okay, maybe there's a little bit right there. Right there. It just sort of plays around wherever you want it to go. Now for the shadow side, I'll just mix some purple. That was the alizarin crimson and phthalo blue. A little bit of light color, just to make a light purple, and we'll use that for shadow. Come right along in here, and we can drop in some happy little shadows. Okay, there it comes right down, like that. And we'll just sort of blend these together here. And there's nothing wrong with going back and picking up a little of this blue and just sort of playing it back and forth. That all these beautiful little things just sort of happen to just fall off your knife.
The heart of man is hardy,
There we go.
and before honor is humility.
Okay, mix me up a little more of the highlight. That's
That
the
answereth
phthalo
a
blue
matter
and white.
before he heareth it. It
Look
is
at that.
folly
Did you ever think you could make a mountain that easy? That was that effective?
the heart of the prudent
And you can just keep adding more and more detail. It's almost unbelievable what you can create with just a big old knife. And a little bit of practice. We really need to practice.
the name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous runneth into it.
We'll just drop a little shadow over here.
Humility
And cover up the whole
goeth
canvas with just mountains, which is an excellent, excellent way to practice. When I was learning, that's what I used to do. I'd cover a whole canvas with nothing but mountains. And scrape them off, do it again. Very quickly, you learn how to paint mountains. Okay, now I'm gonna take just a clean, dry brush. And I want to create some mist down here. So following these angles, gently tap. But always follow the angles that you have in the mountain. There, just gently, gently tap it. And your brush is picking up some of this color. All these beautiful things just happening. There, and now we lift upward. That takes out your little tap marks. And blends it all together. Creates beautiful, beautiful misty effect. Just like so. Okay. Now then, maybe we'll mix up some more crimson and phthalo blue. We'll just keep using some of this purplish color here. There, good dark color. Should look black. Should look black. And if you want to tell exactly what your color is, put a little bit of white on your palette and touch a little of that color to it, because otherwise you really can't tell. It just looks black on here. Okay, now I'm going to load a fan brush up. Let's go up to the canvas. Maybe there's some happy little trees that live right here in front of this almighty mountain. Just touching. Want these to be very dark so they stand out against the lighter color on the mountain. Dark against light, light against dark, continually. And trees grow to all different sizes, all different shapes. So you have to make these decisions, how the trees grow in your world. And then let them go. Let them go. Okay, let's go over here a little bit. Right there. Let's let these trees shoot wherever you want to go. And then just come down across the canvas. So you can see how easy they are just to drop in. And if you just decide how many trees you want in your world, put them in. And don't fiddle with them. Don't worry about them. You're the master. You can do anything. Okay. Now then, maybe let's put a little grassy area down here. I'll go right into it. A little bit of cad yellow, sap green. We'll just use this little big brush to do it. You can do it with a fan brush, 1-inch brush, whatever. Maybe right here. We'll just touch. Barely touch. A little bit of occasional. Just a little grass playing back here with the sun shining through. There we go. And right on over. And I'm just tapping the canvas. Add a little yellow ochre, a little Indian yellow. Just break it up a little. Okay. And as you're painting, look at your painting. Continually look at it. Step back and look at it. And you can see all kinds of things. A lot of times I'll start out with one painting in mind, and by the time I'm finished, I've totally changed my mind, and it doesn't look anything like what I had in mind when I started. And that's the joy of painting. Okay, fan brush. Some Van Dyke brown. Little burnt umber. Just mix them on the brush here. And let's put in what will eventually end up being some land under here. And I'm just going to scrub it in. Just a little color. It's probably very hard to see on your screen, but it's there. And it comes right out through there. It'll show up in a minute. Just sort of scrub it on. Okay, and then I'll go right into a little bit of, let's try some yellow ochre. I'll drop a few little highlights here and there. Don't want too many. Just a few. Oh, there we go. All kinds of nice little things. Now back to our large brush, and we can tap a little bit of grass right on top of that. And it'll very quickly bring it all together. Maybe show you a little trick. This is a lot of fun. I'm gonna put a small amount of titanium white on my fan brush, and I wanna make it look like little tree trunk indications. So grab and just very lightly, just here and there, just lift up it a little bit. Just here and there. Not a lot, not a lot. If you get more than you want, just take a clean fan brush and go back over it. The dark color will come right through, and it'll make it go away. But that easy, you can make the indication of little tree trunks, and you really haven't hardly done anything. Okay, let's have some
fun. Let's have some water in here. I'm going to use titanium white and phthalo blue. I'll make a beautiful, beautiful, bright, sparkling blue here. There we go. Pull it out very flat and go right across so you have a small amount of paint right out on the end of the knife. Okay, good. Let's go right up here. Now then, let's begin. Oh, look how that shows up. Look how it shows up, just barely touching the canvas here. I want it to look like a happy little stream just bubbling along there, just having fun. So I'm just barely stroking the canvas. And keep the lines here basically straight, because water's level. It's always trying to go somewhere where it can be level. There we go. Let it go. There. And you can put as many of these in as you want, or as few, whatever. Okay, see there? That easy? That easy? You got a little bit of water. Tell you what, maybe this water, maybe there's a stone there. Maybe it just falls right over it. Get a little blue and white on my brush here.
Rod and reproof give wisdom, but a child left to himself bringeth shame. A man that
Hello. So I have finished the first round of edits. That is exciting. Thank you for hanging out with me this long. I didn't think it was gonna take this long, but I also had to feed dogs and ate and stuff like that. So that's probably why it's this long of a stream, because I hadn't had this long a stream in a while. But I really wanted to get this editing done, so I'm glad that I was able to get the editing done and hang out with you all. So thank you for everybody who showed up. Thank you, Aristo, for the raid. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for just hanging out with me as I get this work done. Because I'm taking an online course, and then I have to see if I can get into Cal 2 for the summer, and that's going to be another online course. So hopefully I can get into that too, and I can get that done. And then once I get that done, I'll probably have to wait a semester again to transfer, or I could take another class that I might need when I transfer. So I'll figure that out then. But anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. I really appreciate that. Let's find somebody to raid if we can. Let's see who's on. Who is Elena? Who is Elena?
A soft answer turneth away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the evil and the good. A wholesome tongue is a tree of life. A soft answer bringeth peace.
We're gonna raid this person. Never raided them before. Is it Ran Good? 91.8. So we'll see if I can raid them, but that should work. So that's who will raid. We have a cozy Discord if you want to hang out. Here it is. I have a throne if you want to check that out. No pressure. Here is the raid message. Remember, Jesus loves you, and so do I. And I'm off on Wednesday, I think. So if I can, I will stream then. Hopefully I'll have all my work done, and then we can play games or something. But it should be fine. I should be able to do that there. So give me 1 second. Sorry. The editing it exported, so that's why you heard that. But yeah. Copy the raid message if you're still here and you can. And I should be able to see you on Wednesday. Have a blessed night. I love you. And I'll see you later. Bye. Stick around for the raid, please.
Surely I am more brutish than any man, and have not the understanding of a man. Every word of God is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Remove far from